Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And today we have a panel already. Welcome, gentlemen. We've got Mr. Andrew Branca, Law of Self-Defense. We've got Runkle of the Bailey, the Canadian Connection. Mr. Ty Beard coming straight out of East Texas. And Kurt, Uncivil Law, from the Central District of Texas, the terrifying liberal hellhole that is Austin. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
I'm unreasonably giddy and excited to do this stupid thing. So for the chat out there, as you could hopefully tell from the description, Thomas Claire Binger, who is definitely not mad at all about losing the Kyle Rittenhouse case, had said...
Seriously, that's his middle name, Claire.
Yes. Yep.
Sorry.
Very juvenile, Ty. Thank you. I have never told a juvenile joke in my life, and I'm a little disappointed in you right now. But Thomas Claire Binger, who said during the trial that he did a press release saying that there would be no interviews or press done after the trial in relation to it, because he thought it would be a violation of his ethical obligations as a prosecutor and would be a violation of the rules of professional conduct, has done an interview with the president of the New York State Bar Association, David Miranda. Right before we start on the interview itself, I wanted to ask the panel's opinion of him getting a spot on this podcast with the New York State Bar Association president. And I guess I'll contextualize my question. Andrew, you've talked about this a lot. Taking these high profile political cases is in many ways a step on a professional ladder. And I mean, I don't know that going on a podcast is overly prestigious, but he's going on a podcast with someone who would likely have a significant amount of political clout in the attorney communities, the president of the state bar.
I mean, listen, I passed the New York State Bar and never bothered getting admitted. That's what I think of the New York State Bar. So, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing but upside for these prosecutors. It's always it's this or a CNN legal analyst gig, or it's better name recognition for the next time he runs for district attorney, or attorney general, whatever they do there, which he's done before. Lost that time, but he'll be back. He'll find another town with sympathetic political demographics and run again. And by the way, eventually he'll win. I mean, if he's determined. He's not a dummy. I don't like him personally, but he's not stupid. He's he'll listen. As far as the intelligence you need to win a political election, he's probably got it. It's not that high a threshold. And
he's got a pulse.
He'll be district attorney Binger, or he'll be Judge Binger.
Oh God,
Judge Binger. Why? Judge Fluffer. Wow, that's something. That's a crowning moment for the profession.
I mean, if you've met politicians, they're generally not any smarter than Binger is.
No, you're not wrong. I have met politicians, and most of them, that's squarely where they land.
It's what did Rush always? Well, Rush always would say about Obama, but I think it applies to most politicians that he was the least qualified guy in any room that he was in. So that's how ever since I heard that, I was like, that's actually how I picture the majority of politicians until they prove me otherwise, that they're the least qualified person in the room.
I'm involved in a few campaigns, so
you'll abstain.
I'll abstain. Yes. Please don't goad me.
Oh my goodness. So there's just a couple pre-show super chats I want to make sure and hit so I don't lose them. and then we'll get right into this thing. I know it's late for some of you. You don't all have insane sleep schedules like I do, so I appreciate all of your presences. Clumsy Clairvoyant says, make sure to leave Andrew's book a 5-star review on Amazon. Oh, there you go.
Oh, very kind. Thank you.
That is the book is The Law of Self-Defense, correct?
We'd love to break 1,000. I think we have like 949 5-star reviews, so 1,000 would be great.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys are into it, especially if you've gotten the book lately, picked it up, started reading it, giving it out to friends, I mean, go ahead and leave those reviews. They actually do matter. Othamer says Zulu time is military time for UTC. Time is fixed at prime meridian, 0 longitude over names Z time and 0 time. Zulu, the Z and Z time became Zulu when the NATO phonetic alphabet changed. Thank you, Othamer.
Who can argue with that?
He also says preemptive thanking of Nick and the panel for roasting Binger. Binger delenda est.
Yes.
It's funny how many people sent in to clarify the Zulu time thing. And I'm still sitting here like, yeah, I get it. But why do we need military Zulu time on a body camera that will never leave the city of Brooklyn Center, much less the state of Minnesota or the central time zone? Mexican Flash says, tonight I'm drinking Abasolo, a Mexican whiskey. It's pretty good. I have a joke about Mexicans, but I'm saving it for Flashcast, so take some money. I thought the only Mexican whiskey was that Buchanan's. That's the Scotch all the Mexicans around me drink, and it's good. It's actually a really good blended Scotch especially for being like $40. Mario Carter 13 says, Fluffer Boy, attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. I will not rest until a grown man can freely and publicly unload in the face of a minor. Wait, what? Jesus.
That degenerated
God.
Quick.
Capricious Tyrant says, the good Lord has blessed me with a new job, 60% pay increase, doing work I actually enjoy, drinking Angels Envy Caribbean cask tonight to celebrate. Ooh.
Not bad.
Ty,
That's a virtual fist bump.
You tried that up in Washington, didn't you?
What was it?
It was the Angels Envy Caribbean cask.
We drank so much, I really don't remember.
Yeah, do you guys know bourbon? I'm not really a bourbon drinker, but I had a client send me a bottle.
Yes, Jack Daniels is the best ever.
Oh, stop it.
Hold on.
Yeah, what you got?
Pappy 12.
Oh,
Pappy 12.
Oh, that's
come
good.
on. You're
I'm not kidding. Just got it today.
Pappy 12 is good.
I don't even drink bourbon.
You don't know what that is? Like that's a very, very nice bottle of whiskey.
You know, if you want to get rid of that, I know a guy who could dispose of it for you.
Is that right?
Yeah, actually, let me change. I was just being nice. That's trash. You should send it to me immediately.
Okay.
I think we'd all be here for you, Andrew.
Friends in need.
Absolutely. You know, we're there.
Yeah, those
I'll
are.
give you can you send it to me free if I pay for the shipping and handling?
Yeah.
I guess you don't know what we charge for shipping and handling.
So yes,
handling charges are a bitch.
Capricious Tyrant says, won't you in the chat raise one with me? I have one to raise. Cheers, brother.
I gotta step away and get my thing to raise, so hold on.
Well, I'll wait to drink mine, but Rael says, read the next 5 super chats after this super chat in Kermit voice and waggle your eyebrows sensually when you're done reading it. That makes me uncomfortable. Freedom Fighter says, lol, I was defending you against Betakink on Twitter. Now he's stalking my whole life and giving me a laugh. Oh yeah, that is well, he is a stretch there. That is most likely a very obese woman by the name of Catherine Tucson, who runs the account Catherine Tucson as well. So large, she needs 2 Twitter accounts. But that being said, sorry that you did that. Sorry for your loss. You might have made a friend for life. That's a weirdo. Patrick Allen says, come on, chode. Seth Hagler says, are you an EFAP fan? I would love to have time to watch EFAP. I actually don't. Kurt, are you pouring yours right now?
Yes.
Okay. Let me
Why
know when
does
you're
that
ready.
just sound awful?
it's every frame a pause. They'll watch a movie and do what we're about to do, like pause every 10 seconds and talk about it. So cheers to Capricious Tyrant on your new job, buddy.
Yeah, well done.
All right. Justin Watkins says, for Ty, have you given any more thought to my proposal on storming the hospitals and taking our foreskins back? Nick,
I'm still unpacking that proposal.
I actually told my wife I had to get back on the computer to work.
Oh, yes. Well, you got to work through these jokes. Speaking of EFAP, by the way, Rags is in the chat. What's up, man? He says we'd love to have you on EFAP. Absolutely, buddy. I will make
invitation to the panel.
I will 100% make the time to be on a show. Just let me know. I'd happy to work out scheduling. I would love to do it. So, let's see. Nikuyasha says, Nick, quick, I need some motivation to work out and lose weight. Hit me with your fat shaming repertoire. Nikuyasha, I would hit you with a fat joke, but all the adipose tissue has actually turned into ablative plating at this point. You're so rotund, obese, and disgusting that I can't get through with mere words. I have to attach these words to high velocity rounds to even have a chance of penetrating the barrier you have erected with your slovenly ways. Get off your ass and get on a treadmill, you embarrassing sack of garbage. There you go. I hope that helps.
I give you a 4 out of 5 for technical, 3 out of 5 for artistry.
William Smith says, somebody do a Piper Perry meme with Racket's law panel standing around Binger. If you do that, chat, I disown you immediately.
Yeah, that'd be terrible to do something like that where we make fun of Binger. Horrible. Don't do that at all.
Making fun of us as much as him, so I don't know.
Well, we're on your show, so we're good.
C Goody says, thanks for cheers earlier. It was very much appreciated, but for future reference, I mean to take one if/when you're drinking already, not at 10 a.m. I'm not that heartless. Silverfish 606 says, I would love to see AD&D second edition campaign with these lawyers. With Ty DMing, Runkle would clearly play an elf. Okay, and
yeah. That's fair.
And with that, let me get the audio shared here. We don't need it pulled up. This is what it looks like. Very, very interesting. But I guess I'll just start and we'll just go through this. So buckle up, buckaroos. Here we go.
Miranda Warnings were very pleased to have Thomas Binger, Kenosha County Assistant District Attorney and lead prosecutor in the case against Kyle Rittenhouse. Welcome.
That he lost.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for having me.
It's really great to have you on Miranda Warnings talking about
on the Losers Show
Rittenhouse case that obviously had national attention. Just a brief background.
I feel the
Kyle Rittenhouse.
What was that? What? Someone was talking just then.
Oh, sorry, it's just me.
Just saying the Loser Show, which
this, you know what annoys me is stuff like this. It gets so high up on like Apple Podcast rankings and stuff. Shows like this where it's got this crappy little like 2-cent music in the background. It's like, hello, welcome to my podcast that I do once a week and is boring every time. I'm David Miranda. I'm going to talk to Thomas Binger because no one else wants to talk to him.
My wife is out with her boyfriend tonight. And...
oh, no.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be good.
House was accused of shooting 3 people with an AR-15 during the
accused by you, to be clear, accused by you of doing this.
The Black Lives Matter protest that took place in August of 2020, killing 2, wounding 1.
Mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful, except for when Kyle Rittenhouse murdered those men.
And it all occurred in Kenosha, Wisconsin. During the trial, he was acquitted, claiming self-defense. Let me ask you, this is obviously a difficult prosecution from the start. What was your strategy going into this case?
I love the premise that in the New York Bar Association, just like an acquittal is just a pretext of, obviously he's actually guilty. So, what does an acquittal matter? I mean, That'll buff right out.
I wonder if Binger realized, obviously, that it was a difficult prosecution from the start. Maybe so obvious that he shouldn't have brought it because it was just, according to the law, never going to happen. But
yeah, they say it's a difficult prosecution, like it's a valiant challenge and not something that is stupid to attempt from the outset.
Yeah,
like
something completely, ginned up.
It's a Florida man prosecution.
Yeah. It's like, can you eat all the Tide Pods?
And all the victims. Don't forget, this is a Florida prosecution.
That's cross.
Binger rode the short bus to law school, I'm pretty sure. Because he ain't no Rhodes Scholar, as a buddy of mine used to say.
Well, Kenosha is a community that is a small community,
Full of
and
rednecks.
we don't have these sorts of events happen. Most communities don't, but it's one in which we had a lot of personal experience, where people felt the pain of what occurred in the evenings leading up to Rittenhouse shooting folks. It started with the shooting of a black man by a white police officer, which led to
your office not prosecuting it because it was justified as stated by your office.
A black man armed with a knife resisting lawful arrest climbing into a car full of children.
Climbing into
Just leave that out the context. That's fine.
Climbing into a car that he didn't own, that he had express
What does that
orders
got to do
not
with
to take
anything?
for children he didn't have a right to have in that car in the first
With
place.
a knife in his hand.
And an order for protection against him from the mother, and I think a felony assault warrant out.
But otherwise, it was Jacob, Mother Teresa Blake climbing into that car. Other than that,
I don't understand what any of this has to do with anything.
Well, the positive outcome of this is Jacob Blake's upper body strength has gotten significantly larger since the incident. So
Again, I still think we need to have he needed killing defense. I really do. And by extension, he needed shooting defense.
hey, Blake could be in that next TV series, The $600 Man.
Ooh, Andrew's on fire tonight. Kurt, we're gonna have to step up our game, buddy.
who won't be stepping up is Jacob Blake. Okay, here we go. That was a low blow. That was rude. That was below the belt, but at least he didn't feel it.
a lot of protests, which then turned into riots and arson and looting. And you had portions of our community that were deeply affected by that. Property owners that had their property damaged or destroyed, people who had to stay in for curfew, and it disrupted our community in many ways.
People who didn't know a good Merlot from a Chablis.
The biggest concern I had about this trial was that there were a lot of people out there that felt that they would have done the same thing.
They wouldn't allow themselves to be killed by a 150-pound midget.
Anybody who doesn't like being murdered might have done the same thing.
Go.
Yes.
They didn't want to be raped by a pedophile in the parking lot of a used car lot. I mean, who knew?
The question wasn't whether Rosenbaum was going to kill Kyle Rittenhouse. It was whether he was going to touch him inappropriately first or after. Like, goodness gracious. Yes, people would have done the same thing if they were about to be killed several times in the same night.
Binger's in an interesting position, though. How's he going to have this interview without trashing his community? I don't get. He's not elected though. He's probably appointed.
He's just hired.
No, he's just hired.
He's an
But
ADA.
He's an ADA. Okay.
Last time he ran was in Racine, Wisconsin, which isn't far, but it's I think it's the next county over or whatever. He ran
Crossing
for
county
ADA.
lines.
Yeah. Might as well be a different country at that point.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Let me see. There was some chats that popped in. Malik Foxon says, just got promoted today. I made rep 2 a while ago, but now the promotion is official after 5 months of training since July. I just passed my assessment first try today. I'm your tier 2 support now. Also, hi Rags. And then Sealy Star says, looking forward to the roast. Yes. Well, here you go.
This is a hero, that this is someone who did what a lot of people didn't have the wherewithal to do on their own, which is to go out there and arm themselves and protect our community.
I mean, the police didn't have the wherewithal to go out there and do that either. To be fair, no one did except for those like 15 people, right? Like that happened. Anyway,
You're not wrong.
The property owners weren't there with guns.
Yeah.
The
Well, to be
brothers.
fair, I don't know if they could
We
have
need
guns because the inventory manager didn't know where the guns were located, or if they had any guns.
Their
or how
dad does
many.
that.
Right.
There was a
My
tragic.
dad does that.
There was a tragic absence of rooftop Koreans. That's what we needed, you know.
Here we go.
I wanted to do as best I could during this trial was to try and differentiate this defendant from what people viewed as a, young kid, the kid next door, my nephew. He looks
His
like
Minnesota accent's really coming out now. It's Wisconsin accent.
Yeah.
Of course, I failed.
Oh, kids
miserably
do.
because I'm an idiot. I failed. But anyway.
I try to differentiate him from the kid next door, the kid whatever. It's like, wait a minute. I remember that Trayvon would look like my son would look like Trayvon, right? Like it's the opposite. The opposite. If the political aspect of this doesn't shine through from statements like this, I mean, then there you go. He's doing what Obama did just in reverse. I don't want you to see. I don't want you to see your kid. I don't want you to see that neighborhood lifeguard.
I want you to see the enemy.
Yeah.
Who crossed state lines with a scary looking gun.
KS says Comedy Central roasts, dies. LawTube roasts. And
You're too kind.
CBDX.com says, just tuned in. Very excited for the stream. We have goodies on the way to you. Every time someone uses nose at checkout, not only do they get their 20% off, but AKA Fluffy Boy Binger cries a tear. Not sure why, but just trust us. He does. So that's CBDX.com, guys. Check them out.
Hey, can I do a quick plug before we go on?
Yeah.
I've been offering everybody my free book. You can still get the free book at lawselfdefense.com/free book, but you will no longer get it by Christmas. Sorry. Just
I need to get your free book.
We have another offer.
To do it, but...
It's the hardcover. If you can hear that, cover the book. There's no discount. You got to pay for the book. It's $30 or so. But you can. The plus side is you can order it at the URL Law of Self-Defense Get Hard. Law of Self-Defense /Get Hard. And you can get the hardcover copy of the book. It still won't get there before Christmas, but you get to put "Get Hard" in the URL.
But what if I want harder faster? Can I get priority?
That's next week.
That's the audio book on CD, right?
Andrew,
there.
if you put that book in the front of a protection vest, will it stop a bullet?
What's that?
If you put the book in a vest, will it stop a bullet?
It will.
Yeah.
This will stop a 9mm round. Believe me, I've tested it.
Oh my gosh, have you done a
looks like it
YouTube
would.
video of
I
that?
did. I brought it to the range. Well, I didn't do a YouTube. I should, I guess.
That would be a great
yeah.
intro.
I mean, actually, this will stop a 50 BMG round. You just need a lot of them.
Yeah.
But no, like that would be okay. So you've got your little channel intro. Like if you do a YouTube video and you have
It'd
like
be hard to kill.
a 10-second intro. No, just have the book there, like with a vice or whatever, and in slow motion, have the bullet hit it and stop in there, and then just turn it, and it have Law of Self-Defense. That would be such a
I could do
killer
that right
intro.
now in my office. Hold on.
Wait,
I got a pistol here somewhere.
I don't know if you
No,
should
not
fire
on a live
pistol
stream.
No,
No.
Yeah.
Please don't do that.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
You're kidding, but in Minnesota, a couple did that where they put the book up and they tested the bullet against a different book and it stopped it. But this book, it went straight through and killed the guy.
Oh, no.
Didn't they successfully prosecute the wife or the girlfriend on that deal?
I don't know if they actually have gone to trial on it or if she pled out. But ooh,
She didn't say she thought it was a taser?
I'm gonna tase you.
Too
Blam!
soon. Too soon.
Well, the weird thing was the one bullet went through, but the other 4 missed the book completely and just went straight into him. So that was awkward.
Was it like 4 headshots and then one in the book afterwards?
And ironically, there was a life insurance policy they had taken out.
I should see if Chemerinsky's book would stop a bullet. That thing is thick. Oh my gosh.
I'm sure some of our law tomes would. Let me break out my
Yeah,
book on tort law or something.
That's what I was talking about. The Chemerinsky con law book. It's oh goodness, written with
any of those 6-inch thick case books. Good grief!
And it's written with all the flair of Erwin Chemerinsky too. So
yeah, one reason my law school doesn't get a dime from me, no matter how wealthy I might actually get, is there was no parking, and so we had, and this was before you had ebooks, so we had to schlep those damn books like a quarter of a
Did
mile,
you have a locker?
half a mile. No,
We had lockers at my law school. It was
no, we were in University Park in Dallas, and that's in a hoity-toity neighborhood. And if you parked on the street for more than an hour, they would tow your car. And of course, all the classes were an hour and 15 minutes. And I was like, you guys will never get a dime. They ultimately did build a parking garage across the street from the law school, but that was way too late. I still don't get a dime.
Yeah, mine was similar. They had a small parking lot at William Mitchell, and it was, I mean, where we were, Summit Avenue in St. Paul, about a block or two from the governor's mansion. So that's the neighborhood that you're in. But yeah, parking was a nightmare. Luckily, I had knee surgery, so I got a handicap tag for 2 semesters, basically. So like I was fine after like 3 weeks, but my sticker lasted 6 months. It was beautiful. Titan Tech 90 says, best live stream yet. Nick and crew, y'all are cracking me up. You all need to have flair on your suits to match the Pornhub lawyer. I feel much safer knowing that Kyle's back on the street. Littlefinger Binger loves the attention.
Ooh, nice.
Oh. And then finally, Stephen Oglesby says, DOJ looking into Rosenbaum killing as anti-Semitic hate crime. That's a joke. Right?
That's got to be a joke.
That's got to be a joke.
But it's a $25 joke, so that's good.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, with Merrick Garland's justice, that may not be a joke.
I'm just waiting for an official statement from the ADL saying even we don't want him. Here we go.
What he would do, he's a hero. So if we view him that way, if we view him sympathetically, or if we think of him as my nephew or my kid next door, there's no way I'm going to get a conviction. And I think that there were a lot of things about this defendant that set him apart from the
man. That just the way he's said
already
that.
whipped.
It's so telling, right? Just imagine if this was the Deep South in 1950 and you had a prosecutor saying, hey, we had to make sure people saw this black defendant, not like the black kid down the street, but as something really evil, really horrible that they had to convict for emotional reasons. That's basically what Binger is saying here.
Yeah, and we need to make him scary, and
right.
That's
not the law.
Well, some of this is also, you can already tell he's already wussing out. He's already sort of setting up the whole, we tried our best, we failed, but we tried kind of crap.
Fought the good fight.
And
yeah.
But the thing that got me was it would be hard for me to get a conviction. To get a conviction was such a way. I know it's an adversarial system in the states.
I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't have brought the prosecution.
Right. I couldn't just wish a conviction into existence. I was going to have to fight for it. Like, isn't that the process?
What? And isn't the process to discern the truth where there are questions of fact? Like that's the noble aspiration of the justice system, is that the prosecutor is supposed to seek justice by discerning the facts before
not just to win.
Right. It's, when we say it's an adversarial system, that is the exception. They're supposed to seek justice because the state has got all these resources that the defendant typically doesn't have.
And because theoretically the state's interest is justice, not throwing people in jail regardless of whether they did it. It's to,
Andrew, what was the promo code for the softcover book?
It's just lawofselfdefense.com/free book, but it'll be at this point 5 or 6 weeks before you get it, folks. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on. You got to spring for, what was it? Hard.
You got to get hard.
Get hard, yeah.
Lawofselfdefense.com.
Sorry, that's worth $30 right there. I'm buying the hard copy just because of that.
It's worth it. It's actually a really nice book.
we have to encourage this kind of thing.
Stephen Oglesby did also. He said, "Just kidding" about the DOJ thing. The problem is, I literally didn't.
We don't know, right? It could be real.
Yeah,
we're in a world where the Babylon Bee tells tomorrow's news today. So, you don't know.
Free journalism.
Oh, hey, Nick, real quick, if I could. Yeah. I want to say thank you. I got this. This was sent to me by one of your viewers, by Xander Krantz.
Yeah.
And thank you, my friend. This has already given me Well, it's kept me up late at night laughing my ass off. My wife's not quite as happy about that, but anyway, great book. Thank you.
All right, I'm going back 10 seconds because I had a false start. Here we go.
Filed motions before trial to introduce some of the evidence, such as his association with Proud Boys, such as his
No association.
statement 15 days before the shootings that he wished he had his rifle so he could kill some shoplifters. And
Never
I
said that.
wanted the jury to hear that information because I think if they had heard it, they might have seen him in a different light. Because I don't.
Yeah, an irrelevant light to the law. That's the problem, Binger.
If only I could have prejudiced the defendant, I might have won this case.
You know what? Is
If
there
not for
some
those
way
pesky kids.
I also made an application to make him wear a KKK hood in the whole trial, and that was denied. And
And they wouldn't
we
give
would have
me that.
gotten a conviction if I could
Right,
have
the
done
jury
that.
would have seen him in a completely different light if I'd made him wear a KKK outfit.
It's almost like there's a rule of evidence specifically to preclude you from having the jury see him in a prejudicial light that's irrelevant to the facts at bar.
What you talking about, Willis?
Gee, what year of law school would that be covered in?
What am I talking about?
First?
Federal Rule 102, Wisconsin Rule 902, or whatever
Those
it is.
pesky rules. By the way, the estrogen already pouring off this guy puts almost all of us in danger of getting pregnant. I'm just saying. I don't know if I can take an hour of this, Nick.
Thankfully, my
It
uterus
won't be an
is-
hour. It's going to be like 8 hours.
Yep. And we're
We
pretty
need
far
these
in.
regular breaks to keep the estrogen levels from getting too high.
We're 3 minutes in.
I mean, there's so many better ways to attack this,
Bill's
Binger. Right?
character.
Well, yeah, 9 o'clock now is looking like a very optimistic prediction.
Here we
I
go.
think those are the types of things that you hear a 17-year-old do.
No, I'm sorry. They're exactly the types of things you hear a 17-year-old say. The 17-year-old sitting there going, man, I see those guys, taking stuff. I would totally take those guys out if I had my rifle. That's a
But it's
17-year-old.
Binger. It's Binger. Binger, when he was 17 years old, is like, that guy's hot.
Oh, no.
I don't know. Maybe the rest of us should be quiet.
Trial rulings went against me. And so we weren't able to get that evidence in front of the jury.
Wasn't
And I
evidence.
think ultimately that made this case
went
very challenging
against me.
because he does present as a young, baby-faced kid
Delicious.
who looks no different than your nephew or your next-door neighbor. The kid that rakes your yard, the kid that mows your lawn or delivers your newspaper.
You invite him
The
to
kid
your
that
home.
cleans up graffiti at the scene of,
The kid who sweeps the streets.
The kid you invite into your candy van.
Fan Advocacy Network says Binger's likely getting pegged right now while watching this stream. Keep up the content, lads. Oh my goodness.
oh,
I do not endorse
need that
mental
mental
image
image.
at all. Not
Mm-mm.
at all.
No.
So it became hard at that point. We had some
Unfortunate
less
timing.
It's too easy. It's too easy.
case who also had their own baggage. So when you
Wait,
get one side,
wait,
you see
wait.
the baby. We had some
They were pedophiles.
less than
Just some
sympathetic-
baggage. It's like they went to Whole Foods, brought home some arugula.
The understatement of the year. Hold on, I gotta tweet
Oh
that
my
out.
god!
Quote,
They picked up some rapini and kale. Brought
Had
home his
some
baggage.
less
Also raped
than
some children.
sympathetic victims.
Some store brand Merlot.
Binger in the understatement of the year.
Got the Whole Foods house wine, a little bit of just a taste of child rape in there.
Yeah.
Ooh, Lordy.
A little baggage.
Wow.
Wow, yeah.
We had some less than sympathetic victims. I mean,
ultimately, if they'd allowed in all of the details he wanted about Rittenhouse, but also all of the information about Rosenbaum, you wouldn't have found a jury to convict. It would have been
offered
like
that option.
I was going to say, weren't they offered?
They were
that
offered
option?
that option with Huber.
Maybe
Yeah.
not.
it would have been like
Nah,
a
we'll
45-second. Or yeah,
By the way, is Lunchbox getting any kind of free publicity out of this or anything? Or
I have no idea.
Wouldn't it be funny if he actually ended up with a lunchbox?
We should definitely offer some merch, I think. Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
wonder if Teespring does lunch boxes.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
just put that picture right there, right on it.
you must do it,
God.
Nick. You must do it.
Perception check says Bronca is my new favorite lawyer. Sorry, Nick. Oh, well.
Tough crowd, man.
At least the crown is going to a good place. Uncle Bear says remove the chain because Bronca is off it. Okay, here we go.
In this case, who also had their own baggage. So when you look at one side and you see the babyface kid, and on the other side you see some folks that have some baggage, that makes it even
Baggage. They got baggage.
Just talk about the baggage here, Binger. Just talk, it's over. The trial's over. Just talk about it. You're willing to say everything you can about the kid who was found not guilty by a jury in your town, but you still won't acknowledge just how ridiculously awful these people were.
And Binger's so torn, clearly. I mean, he wanted to convict so badly, but he has like a Kyle Rittenhouse swimsuit poster over his bed.
Oh no.
You're in rare form tonight, man.
Tearing it up.
Well, Kyle's 18 now, so I guess that makes it better.
In my mind, this really came down to a bright line distinction of, using deadly force in self-defense. And I continue to believe that, when you're armed and you're dealing with an unarmed person, you don't just get to kill them. And I argued strenuously for that with the jury. I think we had
literally nobody bought it.
That is
not the law. So
it's not only not the law, it's an insane proposition when you take it to its logical conclusion. An unarmed man beating and attempting to rape an armed woman, and the armed woman just doesn't get to kill him.
Has to take it. You got to take a rape every once in a while.
Or it takes beating every once in a while, yeah.
I would love to see Binger now take up this proposition and start prosecuting every police officer in his jurisdiction who uses deadly force against anybody who's not armed. Like, he'd be done. There's no way that's going to happen. So, clearly he doesn't actually buy his own crap, because if he did, he'd be off on a crusade against the police force. But we're never going to see that. So that's how we know that he's full of crap here.
Well, we do see it here in the U.S.
Yeah.
There are prosecutors on campaigns against their local police departments for sure.
Eddie Oliver says, talking about getting hard. Would one of you guys represent me if I got caught stalking the judge in the Taser Cop case? I'm crushing on her and think I could get her to express some emotion, probably disappointment. No, Eddie, no. And in a serious matter,
for the judge, you chat.
Yeah. And as a simple serious matter, like, just so we're clear, not even jokingly, to stay away from the judge in a trial, like of anything. Don't be that weirdo Cortez Rice who got arrested being outside her apartment or her house or whatever it was.
Those are really not funny jokes. That's like making a joke about a bomb when you're about to get on a plane. That nothing good is going to come of that.
Yeah. Free Flyer 19, like, you could joke about simping after the judge. Don't joke about stalking her. Because that actually could end up with a knock at your door. Without,
and of course the chat took our caution in seriously,
the appropriate light.
And it's now just absolutely carpet bombing with commentary on that.
Free Flyer 1978
we've done our job.
Says Binger is ADA. Maybe the DA wanted the charges and threw Binger to the wolves. I'm also drunk. No, if the DA wanted these charges, he would have been lead on the case. I mean, that's
the DA actually wanted to get reelected at some point,
right?
Yeah, he wanted to leave this alone. He left this to Binger, but Binger has swallowed, like, you don't do an interview like this.
Dude.
Go ahead.
You don't do an interview like this if you don't really believe in the cause, because nothing said that Binger had to go and do this interview. And I mean, he could have done an interview where he said, listen, we ran it in front of a jury. The jury acquitted him. So justice has been done.
And now we have to swallow.
We brought the case within the rules. We brought the case within the rules. We had a jury. We had a fair trial. The judge was fair. We won some motions. We lost some motions. And this is how it shook out. We found justice.
That would be the appropriate position here, even though it's a lie. But it's that would be the professional way to present yourself after this acquittal.
And then what you can do is you can take that that statement about the case and then make a platform about how to prevent vigilantism in the streets of Kenosha, about how to how to make harsher restrictions on minors carrying guns or whatever you want to do. Like, you can do that and say, this is the law that we have now. And maybe that's a sign that as a society, we need to change. There's such better ways to handle any of these things. Right now, he just comes across as a salty bitch.
Yeah, basically. But wouldn't it be wonderful if there were people who were charged with keeping the peace during these riots and stuff? I mean, wouldn't that be?
Tell me more about this strange idea.
Yeah. I mean, we could have like people. We give them uniforms and cars and stuff. And
I mean,
their job
the fact that it was a situation where a 17-year-old boy felt obliged or committed, or that it would be a good thing for him to arm himself up with an AR, stand in front of a used car lot he had nothing to do with. And even Prosecutor Binger right now is saying, yeah, people saw that and thought it was reasonable. It was reasonable because
it was
all those people were abandoned to a horde of invading arsonists and looters and rioters. And the police were standing 3 blocks away and doing nothing about it. There was no police, no fire, no EMS. That's why people armed themselves, because the government completely failed in its fundamental responsibilities. Yep. Even he's conceding that.
And these idiot lefties don't ever get this. Okay, we're not going to stand around and let savages destroy our cities and kill our people. Okay, all this being soft on scumbag criminals ultimately is going to get you the very vigilanteism that terrifies you at night. And once that gets started, it's pretty damn hard to stop it.
I mean, I wonder, am I just too old? Am I like the last generation that had to deal with bullies in school and doesn't know what happens when you just bend the knee day after day after day? They don't go away. They just become emboldened.
You only had to deal with bullies if you weren't one.
Exactly. I mean, the more you make, San Francisco makes petty theft under $1,000 not a crime. And suddenly you have mobs swarming high-end stores, stealing thousands of dollars of goods. They know they're not going to be prosecuted. Half of San Francisco, my sister lives there. Half the city's boarded up.
Have you seen?
It's unbelievable.
Have you seen the video of the guy?
What they voted for. They're
the guy.
Good and hard.
That's true.
They're getting it what they voted for.
Good and hard.
The video of the guy on the bike in the Walgreens, just looting it,
and everyone's watching him.
There was another video where a guy, he's back behind the pharmacy counter and everybody's just staring at him in awe. And the guy just walks back, he grabs a bunch of pills in a bag and just leaves. It's like, he just probably stole like 10, how meds are. They have bottles that they get little bottles out of, and those little bottles cost $1,000. And he's just like, I'll just walk out, and no one stopped him. There's a security officer there. He's like, no, let him go. It's like, what?
Yeah, and we're like, I don't know, 15 minutes away from hearing about the deserts, the food deserts.
That's right.
And it's like, these stores didn't want to get looted every night, and so they shut down.
Walgreens closed more than 20 stores in San Francisco alone. And people are like...
It has nothing to do with the crime rate, though. They said so before Congress.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
No, Walgreens was just suddenly unprofitable. A Walgreens where... never mind. EGP Production says, isn't the Kenosha DA's office prosecuting a woman that killed her pimp in self-defense? That story's, I think its story's a little muddier than that, but Crystal Kaiser's the story. It's interesting for sure.
Be very careful about these I killed my pimp in self-defense stories.
Yeah.
Be very careful.
So
lots of women get mad, kill a dude, then say, oh, I can escape criminal liability if he turns out I say he was my pimp and I was shooting him in self-defense, and that becomes the narrative.
Now, to be fair, in my experience, the minute a woman does allege abuse or anything like that, the IQs of law enforcement around her do drop about 50 points.
That's true. And by the way, her story could be true.
It could be.
I don't know. I'm not saying it's not.
But
I'm just saying approach with caution. Don't assume. Yeah. Don't assume it's true.
And remember, again, part of the caution is remember the context in which this case was raised. Young white male gets out of crime on self-defense, but let me tell you about oppressed minority female victim of trafficking who is totally getting unfairly prosecuted is a really great headline and might not be a great set of facts.
Kind of like that French actor, Juicy Smollett.
Listen, if I were her attorney, I'd be making the same kinds of public statements, no question about it. But on the legal merits, I'm going to wait to see the actual legal merits.
Siphon Darkstar says pew pew pew. Van Rollington says, if you want to listen to a podcast that doesn't have a 2-cent intro, come check out It's Almost a Podcast on Spotify. You'll know us by the Wojak logo. The episodes Happy Kyle Teeth and How Tall is Kyle is more entertaining than Miranda writes. I don't doubt it for a moment. Pissed Off Patriot 83 says, y'all know the difference in Kyle Rittenhouse and Jacob Blake? Kyle walked. Ovid says, young Binger in a car watching a bunch of tall, strong black men tear up the inside of a store, and he thinks, I've never wanted to be a CVS more in my life.
I was going to say, that could be me.
Free Flyer says, Lightfoot said retailers in Chicago need to do better to protect their stores. It's out of control. And then Bobby Parnell says, I'm a throwback to a 1950s Law and Order Republican, but watching your feed has really enlightened me on how vital protecting defendant rights are. Thank you. I raise my glass of Talisker to each of you. Cheers, brother.
Is that as good as Jack Daniels?
Yes.
Just asking.
It's at least close.
That showed that this was instigated by the defendant pointing his gun in the first place, bringing it to a situation and confronting unarmed people. But
wait.
Well,
absent evidence.
No, but the whole premise is that he was pointing his gun at quote unquote unarmed people. The person he's alleged to have pointed his gun at was Zeminski, who was armed.
He was armed. Yeah.
That's in the videos you brought, Pinger.
But not in Binger's world.
This is about as accurate as Rittenhouse was chasing Rosenbaum. So we know the truth is not really his strong suit on this.
You know, they had the drone video where they ran it like at normal speed and then slow speed and then enhanced and then zoomed and then in reverse. So you could see Kyle Rittenhouse chase Rittenhouse in reverse.
My favorite speed was that how Krause sees a sandwich speed, and that's frame by frame.
I imagine Barry White playing in the background when Krause looks at a sandwich. Ooh, baby.
You're the one.
I have a soft spot for Krause because he's given us the face palm. So
don't worry. Krause has tons of soft spots. Nothing but soft spots, to be honest.
Check.
Boy, he did. You know, Krause did have an awful case of resting bitch face, though. God,
he is the worst. He had the worst poker face I've ever seen. The entire trial, he's just sitting there like.
Well, when he didn't get when the court would rule against him, I mean, it was like almost Anderson Cooper level bitchy.
I would love to do an advocacy class just looking at Krause and all the times that he does things that you should never do in a courtroom. You know, where he's sitting there and I made a point, check. Or, you know, the judge gives him grief and it's like his face turns into a cinnamon bun. He just folds up in this angry nod of a human being.
He is kind of a human cinnamon bun, actually. But listen, in terms of facial expression, you want to see facial expression in a prosecutor, you got to watch this guy, Joshua Larson or Jason Larson, who's the 12-year-old prosecutor in this Potter case.
Yeah.
The faces he makes during proceedings when there's an objection is just like, they're so contemptuous. It's unbelievable.
You know what I love though?
It's like he's never been socialized. It was like he was discovered as a young lawyer gorilla in the jungle, you know?
a feral lawyer.
Never fully humanized.
I love Earl Grey's response.
8 lawyers in the jungle.
Earl Grey's facial emotes when he gets objected to, it's always the same thing. It's this. It's like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Are you kidding? You're objecting to this? It's beautiful.
I freely admit it. I have a man crush on Krusty. I love that guy.
They're good. They're both good.
Yeah.
But Earl Grey is exceptional. I mean, he's vastly exceeded my expectations.
Yeah.
When I first saw him, I was like, a guy looks like my grandfather when he was getting kind of shaky. But yeah. Earl Grey is just a master player in that courtroom, and Paul Lang is very good too. I don't think quite as at Earl's level, but very, very good, very solid defense team.
Their cross examinations have all been on point. They're not wasting time on cross of these pointless witnesses, and you know they're on the ball with objections and deep objections too. They're catching hearsay objections in the middle of statements that are being made by witnesses. And they're saying, nope, this gets to hearsay.
They're listening, right?
Yeah. Don't say anything about what people have told you. Did the judge ever actually rule on any of these objections, or did she just kind of?
I'd appreciate it if you didn't just say, hearsay.
I strongly suggest that you, By the way, the Amazons have watched the stream a little bit, and they're not impressed with the judge at all.
I mean, the judge kind of seems to be there. Her application is fairly neutral, I think, but I mean, she's not. I liked Schrader. I didn't like how permissive he was with evidence, but the defense also just didn't object to most of it. So,
and as a person, you liked him. I mean, he was a likable guy. Yeah. I mean, I keep waiting for the camera to cut over to Judge Chu, and she's like doing her nails. She's like not even paying attention to what's going on in the courtroom.
It's
ordering cookies.
York says, coming in late and catching up at 1.5 speed. Trump voice. I'm sure this isn't the first time Binger got roasted by 5 dudes. Ty and Nick, think of your children. And Mike Stocky says, Bronca, a fellow BMW GS rider. There you go.
Yes, well, congratulations. It's the best motorcycle in the world. Sorry, Harley guys. It's true.
Yeah, there's a lot for dollar. Since this is the Bar Association and lawyers show that, let's talk about some of the pretrial rulings that really went against your position, Judge Schroeder.
What about the pretrial? Okay, I hope they're going to talk about the pretrial rulings that went completely in their favor, like neutering John Black for no reason.
Well, I blame that on the defense. I got to be honest.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. But oh god, and
how about never deciding what the law was going to be until the end of the evidence?
Right?
Yes. How about that?
Yes.
I mean, how about could the judge have just been a judge? Would that have been okay? I mean, can I ask for that? Yeah, I mean, just define what the law is going to be going into the goddamn trial.
Right. You're talking, of course, about the minor in possession charge. Yeah. Where they just
when it's going to turn out that provocation is the entire argument and committing an unlawful act triggers the provocation that destroys self-defense that is an automatic conviction for the prosecution. I mean, it would be nice to have that settled before even opening statements when you're framing what you're going to be arguing to the jury.
And Binger should be pissed that they didn't resolve that, because that was their entire opening statement. And they could have reframed the case. They could have tried a different approach rather than having their entire prosecution blow up on them right before closing arguments.
They could have had like a child cam video show up like 3 weeks. Like, oh, there was a child camera pointed the wrong way out a window. And
I found myself wondering if the judge just kind of knew that the prosecution was going to lose this trial. I mean, because, he's looking at the jury, he's in that area, or was it just, negligent? I don't know.
So I will give you, Ty, that a major weakness we have, as experienced as we may be, is that we're not seeing the jury. And folks, that is a huge drawback. I mean, because their faces tell you everything about how they're receiving the information, how receptive they are, how they're responding. And we're not seeing any of that. We can kind of infer by when lawyers suddenly change their argument, it's probably because they're looking at the jury and seeing something, but we're really just guessing at that point. And of course, the ultimate finders of fact are the jury, and we don't know how to respond to these arguments. I mean, Nick talked about this earlier today, but
back like this with arms crossed.
That makes a huge difference, right? Or they're looking up at the ceiling, or they're playing Sudoku or something. I mean, we don't know what the hell they're doing. And Nick mentioned this earlier today. There's no way to avoid that, right? Because especially in these high-profile cases, you don't want the jury to be publicly known. I mean, they'd be exposed to all kinds of pressure that would be inconsistent with any idea of justice. But the fact that we can't see them, it is a real vacuum in our observation of these cases.
Analyze. It does.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right, here we go.
Precluded the prosecution from calling those that were shot victims, but it permitted the defense to call those who were shot to be looters and arsonists. And as you just mentioned,
does
because they were
mother hooker.
Even if they weren't, they were attackers.
Did he not watch the trial? Because Binger did actually call them victims in his close. Like, the judge just said, you can't do this throughout the trial. You got to establish a foundation for it, and you got to save that stuff for close, not just prejudice the jury the whole time through.
Right.
Richards called them victims, I think, in his opening statement. If he didn't, it was the first day of questioning, less than 24 hours into the trial, all that talk over the victim thing, and Richards ends up calling them victims before anybody else even has a chance.
Well,
Like, it was not an issue in this case.
I didn't watch that, but apparently Richards didn't even ask for that ruling. It was just the judge said, listen, I don't permit this in my courtroom because I think it's prejudicial. And I agree with the judge.
Yeah,
You shouldn't. In a self-defense case, you should never allow that.
But I got so mad.
It's basically a finding of fact, right? Before anything even starts.
Yeah.
So
I just sloshed a little whiskey out onto my keyboard because I was pissed. But Miranda's sitting here. Like, does he not? Okay, even if you don't agree with the rule that you can't call a dead person a victim until there's an adjudication of guilt.
Yeah.
Even if you don't agree with that rule, surely a lawyer can see the difference between calling a defendant calling the deceased a victim, which would prejudice the defendant, and calling the other people arsonists, looters, and robbers when there's evidence of arsonist, loot, and robbery, because that was the caveat that Schrader put on there. You have to establish foundation that they actually were arsonists and looters. But the difference there is astronomical because there is no prejudice against the state. The prejudice against the state doesn't really matter in this context. The amounts of prejudice against the state that matter in a criminal prosecution come down to actual deceit by the defense team, and that's about it.
Those people aren't going to jail for a couple of obvious reasons, but we have rights to protect people from an unfair trial because of the state. The state's going to throw them in a cell at the end of it if they're convicted. That's the critical.
It's not a level playing field, folks. If it was a level playing field, if the defense got an acquittal, the prosecutor would go to prison for 20 years. That's not what happens, right? That's not what happens. There's no downside for the prosecutor for failing. If the defense fails, the client goes to prison for 20 years, lives in a cage for 20 years. Yeah. That's the disparity.
But gentlemen, we're missing the real victim of this show, and that is this interviewer who has got to make this feckless idiot actually look like a credible human being. Yes, it was because the judge wouldn't let you call him a victim that you lost the case. That's obviously it. It had nothing to do with the fact that you're a moron who should never have brought the case in the first place.
Well, if Finger wants to impress me with his courage, he should come on this show.
Oh, yeah.
And defend himself here.
I'll extend
Bigger.
an invite. I'll extend an invite. I wasn't going to because he wasn't doing media, but he's what
Come on with your bad self.
I would love to debate. What's he going to do? Slap me?
Maybe. You brute.
Well, I think Nick could probably get a lot of money out of us as we bid for the privilege of going after Baker.
I'm in for $10.
Oh yeah.
The other there's a factual. There's I see what just happened there. So there's
He's
a legal
taunting you with this bourbon.
There's a legal reality that is in addition to the factual distinctions here, and one is that there's relevance to them being looters and arsonists because it goes directly to the state of mind of someone who might have to defend themselves against a looter or an arsonist engaged in criminal activity. Right. There is no state of mind status for a victim because they're not a victim until after they're dead and their state of mind is over. Like it just doesn't matter. And this talking point is so bad. And there are a ton of attorneys I've seen on Twitter talking about how ridiculous and crazy this rule is and how unfair and uneven it was. It's like, are you serious? Like,
yeah, I'd like to see that applied to black defendants.
No kidding.
Yeah, I mean that's
what I always tell people. Just as outraged as you are at this verdict, just imagine the races were reversed. How would you feel about it? And of course, it completely changes their view of the entire case. Just imagine it was a black Kyle Rittenhouse defending himself against some white supremacists who are burning down his city. And everything changes. Of course, he'd be privileged to do that.
Well, they're unarmed though,
or against black people, because if we want to flip the races completely, right? Kyle's black, his victims are black. How does that play out?
Same way.
Another day in Chicago, right?
But they're unarmed though, so he just has to die then.
Still another day in Chicago.
It was surprising to me that this was controversial because here where I am, even in like docket appearances where there's no jury, and there's not a judge who's actually deciding anything necessarily about. They're not making any rulings. They'll say the complainant on this file, which is about as neutral as you can get. You know, it's not the victim, it's the person who is upset.
Filed the complaint.
Yeah. So, you know, this seems to me it's just the way it should be done in all cases.
But in American law, it's traditional, at least at the appellate level, to call of course, by then the person's been convicted, right? So there's a presumption that their use of force was unlawful. But at the appellate level, it's common to refer to the people who were shot by the guy claiming self-defense as the victims.
Yeah.
And so that's what's taught at law schools and stuff. And so it becomes commonplace to refer to those people as the victims. But in a trial setting, before there's been an adjudication, it's obviously prejudicial. We don't know if they're the victims or they're the aggressors. I mean, it hasn't been determined yet.
Kyle Huguet says, I shot a man who broke into my home in Wisconsin.
Just to watch him die?
It cost me $185,000 in 2008. There was no Castle Doctrine at that time. Great job raising awareness. So
okay,
there you go. There's
someone there's always Castle Doctrine. I presume he's talking about something else, but those monetary figures do not surprise me in the least. Yeah. Very common in killing cases I'm involved in that they spend $200,000 before you get to trial. Very common.
Yeah, people always ask me, should I shoot a guy who's taking my TV? And I'm like, not unless that TV is solid gold and studded with diamonds, because, you know, it's just not worth it.
I've often said I live in a very traditional 2-story home. All the bedrooms are on the second floor. If I hear glass breaking on the main floor downstairs, those guys can steal anything they want from the main floor. I don't care.
I just like to remind people that I like to remind people that bleach is particularly good at destroying DNA, and lye is very helpful at decomposing bodies in a rush. So, just some friendly tips.
Okay, so that's from uncivil law.
Come after me for that.
That's not from law of self-defense.
I want to make that have it in a 55-gallon drum. Okay, never mind.
The criminal lawyers know that this is not a subject for topic or for discussion here.
Is there a chapter in the hard copy of your book that covers excavators and lots of swampland on your property?
You mean the lawofselfdefense.com/gethard copy?
All right, here we go. I'm gonna start this back up.
Precluded you from introducing or even referring to video of the defendant where he indicated that he, in a prior few days before, that he wished he had his automatic weapon so that he could fire a few rounds.
What the?
I'm sorry, dude, but you got to go to the range.
The president of the New York State Bar Association, ladies and gentlemen, has no idea the facts of the case that he's talking about with the attorney that he's talking about the case on, and he doesn't even ask him.
By the way, there are states in the country where fully automatic weapons are permissible. Believe it or not, Massachusetts is one of them. But New York is not one of them. New York has its own state prohibition on fully automatic weapons, so not permissible there.
Here we go.
At looters.
I think
and also included you from referring to a potential association with an organization called the Proud Boys, white supremacists, yet permitted the defense to talk about, to identify one of the persons who was shot.
Even he won't say victims.
One of the persons who was shot as an arsonist was lighting the fire in the video introduced by the state.
The prosecutors did.
The guy setting the fires might just be a little bit arsony. That's kind of my...
And the person he was doing it with, this is even better. The person he was arsoning with, who is still alive, is charged by Binger with arson for that fire. Like, this is it's infuriating.
So often I get this, people throw this, better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6 expression at me. And I'm like, have you ever heard of jury selection process? Yeah. I mean, do you understand who those 12 people are going to be? And by the way, this is the president of the New York Bar Association. This is how stupid he is.
Yeah, we need Joe on this show.
Yeah.
Joe does not need to make comment on this because I suspect his comments would get him in serious.
I wish I would have planned.
Listen, I'd hire him down here in Texas in a heartbeat.
I mean, I feel like anyone who gets a concealed carry permit in the U.S. should be required to watch 8 hours of jury selection before they get that permit, because these are the people who are going to be judging your fate if you ever use that gun you're toting around. So,
well, it's the process, right? I mean, and unfortunately, you know, the prosecutors know that. It doesn't matter if you're judged by 12 people if you had to bankrupt your family to get there.
Right, the process itself is so incredibly destructive.
Now,
if you know a place where
Kyle's law idea.
If you know a place where wild pigs frequent, that's also a good option.
Yes.
Yes.
Or if you're really extremely based in red pill, you can eat them yourself.
Next, he'll be telling us how to drip arsenic into hollow point bullets and seal it with wax. And
the Dahmer approach can be found in chapter 19.
You probably want to cut that out from the YouTube version. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that. I wasn't thinking.
Don't do that.
I saw it in the movie Jaws 2.
Oh, good. You picked the one no one will check. That's good. Here we go.
That's right. He was loading it down. Oh boy.
That really set the tone for where you could go. How do you think that affected the juries, especially the language you could use and your inability to go into the state of mind of?
You couldn't use Latin.
Yeah, it put the victims on trial, and you know.
These victims were the least on trial victims in a self-defense case.
Literally nothing about.
Believe me, the defense would have loved to have put the victims on trial. They would have loved it. Let's do it, baby. We got a pedophile. We got a domestic abuser. I mean, come on. Let's put these goddamn victims on trial.
We have a communist revolutionary with multiple felony charges right now who is operating with an expired concealed carry at the time that he tried to shoot it. Like, come on.
Please, God, let me put these victims on trial.
Well, apparently it's blaming the victim by just showing how they acted. The prosecution's own video showed them doing that.
Listen, we applied to exclude the evidence that Rosenbaum was trying to kill Rittenhouse and to have it put to the jury that he was trying to give him a back rub. And, you know, that wasn't allowed. It's like,
shoot me, Binga. Shoot me, Binga.
Oh, my God. Stop.
Oh, you started it.
The ability to introduce evidence that portrays the victims as criminals, as arsonists, as mentally ill.
Literally all of these
because they literally were.
They were portrayed as mentally ill. The guy got released from a psychiatric hospital that day.
Only that day, though.
It was just a characterization.
And after he visited his girlfriend against the restraining order that she had against him,
got kicked out.
She admitted
she didn't want him.
She admitted that she was pretty sure he took his medication for his bipolar disorder that day.
Hey, did that actually happen where the girlfriend of one of those people slid Rittenhouse the phone number, or is that a?
Yep. I think that Huber's. Huber's
that'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
No, I think Kyle's going to probably be able to do better than that.
No, you don't want a piece of that.
By the way, he said he was going to go to ASU in person.
Yep.
Arizona, yeah. Kyle, if you're watching, come to Texas.
I heard him say he wants to be a lawyer.
That was fake news. That was fake news. Sorry.
Oh, was it? Damn it.
Yeah.
He did say that he does want to be a lawyer and a defense lawyer so that
Kyle,
he can take on people like Binger.
If you want to be a lawyer, call me.
I tweeted
do my best.
My show. I got first dibs.
Well, I will do my best to dissuade you from that career path. Call me. I will explain to you all the good reasons not to do that.
He wants an internship, though. You're going to hire him, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course. Guy knows how to run an AR. Like that? I got a lot of ARs.
Down here in Texas, he would be a natural rainmaker.
Could you? Yeah. Well,
for my clientele, anyway.
I think for Bronca's advanced classes, he would make an excellent advocate as well. Here we go.
Setting fires and doing other things that contribute to the chaos.
Oh, doing other things.
Puts those individuals in a
like they're not as school children, burning down hundreds of cars.
Their life is devalued, and we're limited in homicide.
Because their life really is because their life isn't worth as much. Sorry.
Who devalued their life?
That's the thing. Yeah. He said, well, their lives were devalued
by them.
But
yeah.
what
I'm
I
sorry,
want- I
the
wanna
world's a better
know-
place without those jokers.
But I want to see the jury pool that says, actually, yeah, we didn't see them as human because they were engaged in arson like everyone around them, and not because they were literally attacking a person who did not attack them.
And yeah, I think the point there is, in terms of them devaluing their lives, Rosenbaum chose to attack an armed man. You know, if you have a lot of value on your life, this is not a great strategy. This is not the strategy of somebody who thinks that their life is worth a whole lot. It might be the strategy of somebody who just got out of the psych ward for suicide attempts, but you know, who devalued his life?
Like got thrown out of his girlfriend's apartment, right? Is wandering the streets with a plastic bag, his entire worldly possessions. Maybe he's feeling worthless, and it would be worth it to die taking down one of those fascist pigs. Then he'd be a hero, right?
Shoot me,
Forever.
Binga. Shoot me, Binga.
Shoot me, Binger, right?
Yep.
Here we go.
Well, you should have been on the jury then.
We don't punish someone more severely if they kill a priest as opposed to killing a drug dealer. All life is.
Actually,
We actually kind of do.
I
yes.
think we do pretty much punish someone more severely for killing a priest. That may be an aggravating factor, killing a respected member of the community. Well, of course, depends on the priest. I mean, there are some out there. There's some Rosenbaums out there, I think.
There's a coin toss there.
But, oh my God.
Is sacred. So we're limited in terms of how much the state can put in good about the victim.
Can't believe the state's limited.
What good?
Yeah, find me some good.
Good.
You're limited about what you can put in good. Oh, please tell us about it.
He's actually lying. The state is not limited in raising the good character because they had the opportunity to raise the good character.
There weren't no good character to raise.
Would have just opened doors they didn't want to open.
Right, exactly right.
And when confronted with that reality, they elected not to raise the good character of Anthony Huber. The only reason they brought great aunt Nan over to testify about good little Anthony and how he was always such a hero to the family until that was about to blow up in their face. They were not limited from it. They're limited only by the bad character that can be offered to rebut.
You mean that he like held a knife to his brother's stomach and threatened to gut him like a pig in a police report? I mean,
choked his sister and then threatened to kill his grandmother because to be fair, they weren't cleaning the house. And
note the strange incuriousness of this New York alleged lawyer, right? Just doesn't seem to be curious at all about asking any of these questions or so.
Well, to be fair, we haven't given him a chance.
I would have loved to see.
But he's not going to.
I would have loved to see them try to, present Rosenbaum in terms of his great character. Here's a list of the 12 days in his life when he wasn't committing some sort of serious crime.
Look, no, Rosenbaum, he was a giver. That's why he was homeless. That's why he was homeless. He was a giver. He didn't want to take that capitalist. Look, I wasn't even going there.
Sure.
Here we go. It's a child advocate.
In reverse, the defense should be limited in how much they can put in that's bad.
And that's why
the defense was limited. No, Binger just misstated the rule. The defense is literally limited in putting in how much that's bad unless you bring up how much that's good.
Next head's going to explode tonight, folks.
It's in the rule. Exactly what he's saying is in the rule. He's just ignoring the fact that the rule exists.
You know what's weird is we're all having fun and games about this because Kyle Rittenhouse got acquitted.
Yeah.
But, he could have been convicted.
Yeah.
They didn't have video.
And then we'd be having this conversation in a very different tone.
If they didn't have video, Andrew, do you think he'd have had a chance?
No way. Just because of the number of victims, it would look on the surface. It would look so bad. The number of people shot would look so bad. He would look exactly like an active shooter.
And they would testify, and they just flat out lie.
They'd lie.
And there'd be no way to catch him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, or if Rittenhouse hadn't made it out of there, if he'd been killed by one of the people
at the end.
Right? Yeah, the story would have been
heard. Right.
Yeah, active
would
shooter.
Have been another white supremacist shooting that was successfully defeated by the justified forces
Brave
of BLM
child
and
molesters and felons.
And it's not to be understated how much McInnes contributed to his defense as well. Because had they not had had anybody else other than Richie McGinnis that night been following Kyle Rittenhouse, as some sort of independent journalist, the framing of that scenario, that first encounter, could have been entirely different.
Imagine if that had been the Kaminsky woman instead of McGinnis behind him filming. It would have been a completely different narrative, obviously.
Here we go. No,
problematic here was that the evidence that came in about one of these victims, Joseph Rosenbaum, pertained largely to the events of that night and why he was out there and what he was doing. So it was very close in time. It was in the moments leading up to all of this. And, as I said earlier, I think that there are people in our community that felt like it was appropriate to go out there and shoot.
Okay. I got to stop him again. He's trying to complain that unfair evidence about Rosenbaum got in, just because it was close in time. No, literally the situation of how he got there was raised by your witness.
Right.
You called his girlfriend. You called her.
You showed the video of him doing it.
But
yes.
and the only
she
reason
said, she testified, well, he just got out of the hospital and we were having trouble getting his medications. And, he'd been in there for, we were worried about his temperament. It's like, okay, well, that kind of, SWAT team kicked open the door.
And that was your witness, and they didn't even go. I thought they had enough. They could have easily just taken the chain all the way back. Why does he have these medications? Why didn't he stay there that night? Oh, he couldn't stay there. Why couldn't he stay there? Oh, because of an order for protection. Why is there an order for protection? Oh, did you know about this? Like, has he ever expressed any other things of a violent nature?
And they might not have been successful. The prosecution would have objected, and the judge might have upheld those objections, but they didn't. Are we allowed to curse here? Can I curse here?
Yeah.
Fuck
this bullshit.
They didn't fucking try. They didn't fucking try. And you never score any punches you don't fucking throw. And they never tried. And that's what I found so offensive. I mean, their client's it's an 18-year-old kid. His entire life is at stake. And I don't understand why they didn't throw the fucking punch. I don't get it. I mean, maybe there's a 90% chance the judge is going to block it. So
take the 10.
What? Yeah, what do you have to lose?
Take the 10%. There were so many. Ultimately, it worked out for them, and I didn't see. I didn't get to do any of the interviews with Kyle beforehand and see how he's going to look. I didn't get. I didn't see any of the jury. The mock jury stuff that they did. But
that's a different question. I'm not sure I would have put him on the stand. That's a completely different analysis. But
there's so many times they just sat on objections that I'm just like.
That was frustration. And then they objected to the Great Ant, which is the one time they should have kept their fucking mouth shut.
Yeah, they really. And again, the other thing is, you know why else you take the shot? Because it's hilarious to take the shot. It's way funnier if you get back to, by the way, he raped a bunch of kids and none of the jury is going to be sad about this person being killed. And he's an ongoing violent risk. And that shows right through that night.
I just feel like I should tell people, I don't represent clients directly. All my clients are other lawyers, so I can't be your lawyer. I'm seeing all these things in the comments. But if I were your fucking lawyer, I would throw the punch on your behalf. That's my job as your lawyer.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is that they've got to be aware that Rittenhouse, let's say you're certain. You have a crystal ball, he's going to get acquitted. Somehow you've got a golden ticket, he's going to be acquitted.
And they definitely did not know that.
No, yeah, they didn't know
their
that.
Heads were in their hands when the jury returned with the verdict.
But, let's say you had this. You got to also be aware that this is a trial that's happening on camera with a national stage. Yeah. And so it's, you got to think, what is the rest of Rittenhouse's life going to look like? You throw those punches, not just because, okay, the judge shuts you down. You don't get to call Rosenbaum out for being a child molester.
Right.
But you still get to, Rittenhouse might be doing better if the media articles were more on that, and because I think that you might have seen news stories about judge denies application to call Rosenbaum a child molester. Here's his record.
Sure. So every time you pause, I try to jump in because I'm a New Yorker and I see pauses as like, that's my invitation to jump in. And I know that's your normal speaking pattern, and I'm not trying to be a dick. I only
it's no worries.
I'm
Look,
sorry.
I'm in New York. I see pause.
You're just a natural.
Pause is a weakness. Pause is a weakness. I got to get in there. I got to get in there.
So I just apologize for appearing like I'm trying to step on you. I'm definitely not trying to do that.
No, the only attorney I know who likes to be stepped on is Attorney Tom. So here we go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, real quick, Nick. So in the chat, Chank Satom does point out correctly that you miss all the shots you don't take, quoting Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
Okay. Looters and people who are starting fires and tearing down our community, and that's. I can see that reaction. It's not unreasonable. I think if this is your community, your business, your neighborhood, and somebody's doing that, there are people out there that may reasonably feel that we need to take a stand against it.
Pretty much anyone who is.
My opinion, though, that way lays chaos. That way lays the breakdown of our society.
Far better to let the police stand and do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, society was looking real good.
Down, right? It's not like that's already happened.
The lunacy of saying standing up against the riotous mob leads to the breakdown of the society.
That the government that I'm part of is not only doing nothing about, but it's actually encouraging.
Oh my God.
In a sanely ordered world, the entire Kenosha City government would be hanging from lampposts.
Oh,
sorry. God.
You mean metaphorically?
Hanging around their
sure.
waist.
Yeah, I mean metaphorically.
Around their waist, like with a bungee cord or something.
I mean, that is the fundamental.
The ones who have waists.
That is the fundamental job a government has, is to have some level of peace and security on the streets and to keep its citizenry safe.
Can you imagine living in that city? Living in that city where it's normally a small town, Kenosha, Wisconsin, nothing much happens, 100,000 people just go about their business. You have cops, you have fire, you have EMS in case something terrible happens. And then a ravaging horde from 1,000 years ago enters your city and starts burning it down, literally burning it down. And the cops are just like,
and your city government
we'll stand a couple blocks away and just watch it happen. Not just once, but day after day after day. And the notion that people might say, you know what, maybe we need to fucking do something about this.
Well, to the mobs out there, don't come down to East Texas because, first of all, we will not, our city government would not hobble the police, but that would have gone. Kyle wouldn't have had to have come to Tyler, Texas to defend our city.
I just want to point out what a great representative government Krause is, because like the government, Krause has no shortage of waste.
And me without my rim shot generator. God, tragic.
The rim shot generator.
I probably got one on my soundboard here. I can't figure out which button it is. So.
Not quite my tempo. Not quite my tempo. Classical reference.
Law and order. We have the rule of law. We have law enforcement too.
You didn't have any of those things that night.
That's rather the whole point, sir.
We have law enforcement to stand aside and do nothing, and they should be allowed to not do shit.
And by the way, when they rolled up, they didn't roll up like a 17-year-old with an AR. They rolled up in armored vehicles in numbers, like a Marine platoon. So
covering these sorts of things. You want to go back to Dodge City in the Old West? That's one path, I guess. But
yes.
Don't please keep talking
Don't tell me
dirty
it's a good
to me.
time.
Dodge City.
Now I see what that judge sees in Pinker. Just kidding. It's a joke.
So at the end of the day in this trial,
just got it.
I said it when the jury came back. The judge entered the judgment of conviction, and I said the jury represents our community, and they've spoken. And in a sense, I think they've said that at least under these circumstances,
you're full shit.
This behavior. I stood against it. I don't believe in it. I draw that line, and I think that we
believe that mobs should be allowed to burn out our cities and destroy our property because.
The worst part,
next time, and kill the people who stand up to defend that property.
Yes, and kill the people. Yeah, right. Because after all, sometimes you just got to take a beating.
Right.
Yeah.
From
we stand for the proposition
from a murderous pedophile. Sometimes you just got to give up your AR rifle to a murderous pedophile because of, I don't know, equity.
I'm imagining a woman on the jury.
You guys have so many AR-15s, and the looters have so few. So you really got to share it around.
Here in Soviet Kenosha, AR-15 comes to you. It's fine. Okay.
Did you guys
I'm sorry, guys. I saw someone in the comments noting that I'm not wearing a tie. When I'm not wearing a tie, it's possible that I might be consuming adult beverages. When I'm wearing a tie, that doesn't happen.
I see.
That's the purpose of the tie. It's not a fashion statement.
The tie keeps the alcohol from going in. Here we go.
Reason the jury and certainly a large portion of our community feels differently. It's my sincere hope that this doesn't lead to copycats. It doesn't lead to others taking.
I hope someday it'd be lawful to murder Kyle Rittenhouse
by this type of behavior, because, like I said, that way leads chaos, and we can't have that.
Can't have chaos.
We have to let the rioters burn our cities down.
Oh my God.
A difficult part of this self-defense is this wasn't an individual that was at his home, that was defending his home.
You're only allowed to defend yourself at your home.
Yeah, only home invasions. That's the only time you can self-defend. One of the least common self-defense scenarios.
When the peg comes out, that's the only time.
They caught you outside. You got to let them murder you. That's the rules.
Yeah, you didn't. Well, there is another way though. If you yell "Ollie Ollie oxen free," they also have to let you go. Good God, these fucking people.
Well, and notice how absolutely uncritical and just this moron from the New York Bar Association. Yeah, you're right. Joe would get himself disbarred.
I will say this guy, if he's from, representative of the New York Bar Association, he's from New York Metro. He's from the 5 boroughs. He's from New York City. There are no guns. There is no self-defense. There's none of that. So that's his culture that he's in. So for him, the idea that you can just walk around with an AR would be like you can walk around with a nuclear weapon hanging around your neck.
Yeah, I got a friend.
He has no reasonable conception of.
Sounds tempting.
I think that they are allowed to carry a spork for self-defense purposes in New York.
I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah. Only if they haven't gotten around to fully banning the knives yet and then waited 6 months for the next thing.
I've had clients stopped in New York just for having a folding knife clipped in their pocket.
I believe that for sure.
Happens here all the time, unfortunately.
I believe that for sure.
Oh, shit,
yeah, but you live in a fake country.
Yeah,
Canada doesn't actually exist. I mean,
well, Canada does. It's just all right next to each other. It's very small.
So like a pocket knife, you've had people get
something like this.
That would get you in trouble.
Like this.
The test is basically
that's really the big difference, I think.
So if the cops stop you with something like this, your answer to the police as to why you have it is going to determine whether or not the cop either, if they charge you, you're going to walk, or whether or not you're going to jail.
So this is for chopping onions. That's why I have this one. So
that's
for
a good answer.
Food preparation purposes. That's why it has a belt clip.
Look, sometimes you need to eat
or when
on
you
the
run
road.
across onions on the street. You need
aggressive onions.
The best answer, as always, is just go to hell, officer. I don't have to answer your questions. Maybe a little more polite than that, but just none of your business.
Do people in
I'm
Canada
very
know how to say that?
sympathetic to your circumstances in Canada.
Am I being detained?
In Canada, they do. They say, "I'm sorry, your officer, but mind your fucking business." That's how they say it in Canada. They have to start with the "I'm sorry."
But if you say, "I have this for self-defense," they're going to charge you with possession of weapon for purposes dangerous to the public peace, because defending yourself from somebody like Rosenbaum is a purpose dangerous to the public peace.
That's virtually that's Stalin-esque.
Public peace can suck it.
That's Stalin-esque. We get to decide whether or not you're committing a crime by our subjective interpretation of your intent. Good.
So it's funny. Just tonight, I got an email from somebody. Hey, why don't you pay for free shipping to I forget where they were, the Ukraine or something? I'm like, first of all, because it would be $30 goddamn or whatever, and second of all, what good is my fucking book going to do for you in the Ukraine? I mean, it's U.S. self-defense law. I have no idea.
Well, they could hit a Russian
maybe in the
oligarch
Ukraine
with
you can just put a knife in people's skulls. I don't know what you're allowed to do there.
Yeah, they do a Ukrainian accent. I'm planning to come to America,
The other fun thing is that this is more legal to carry around probably than the knife that Andrew was just showing off, the one that flicks open.
That's a very dangerous knife right there. I should say
knife.
a very effective knife for its intended purpose.
That is kukri plus 2.
Yes.
Plus 2 makes it extra effective against Russian oligarch.
Well, when
if I couldn't carry a gun, I would carry something very much like that.
When I hit 50,000 subscribers, I'm giving away one pretty much just like this. So that is, and I had to research a whole ton of contest law. That's its own.
Eric,
it's actually illegal for me to just give away a knife here in Canada. I have to have a skill testing question.
Jesus. But if that's right. Don't you do that for the lottery too, where you have to answer like a really basic math problem in order to win the lottery? Is that a thing where you have to do like 5 + 3 or some shit?
Oh God, I'm a lawyer. I don't know that answer.
Stupid people away from the lottery. That doesn't make any sense.
It has to be
That's the whole purpose.
Because it has to be somewhat skill based. There's some rule about it.
Yeah, you can't give anything away on pure chance. It has to be mixed chance and skill with no money exchanged. So, and what the case law says is that a multi-step math question answered without aids and with a time limit qualifies. But there isn't really case law on just how simple this math question can get. But I don't really want to tempt them by making
You're not
it too
telling
simple.
a joke right now. This is
no,
real?
she's no.
This
And I
is
know
straight up.
And I know of a case. I know of a case in Canada. No, I know of a case in Canada where a woman didn't get her lottery because she failed the question twice, even though it was a basic question, and then she went to because you know basic math.
But here's the other one. There is actually a case where a guy with a learning disability was the winner.
I was about to...
And then they hit him with this skill testing math question. And I'm like, now, aren't we into the land of discriminating against this individual? Like, why? Like, let's change the law and stop pretending that these draws aren't just random. But that's its own frustration. So I've got a whole video on that coming, but Canada is a weird place. And
I've ridden my motorcycle into Canada many times, and I'm very careful, of course, to keep all weapons out of my motorcycle when I do that. Because when you're an American going to Canada on a motorcycle, they strip you bare. I mean, they look at everything. I guarantee you, there's not a round of ammo getting to that country on your motorcycle. And I've only ever had good experiences with Canadians. I love Canada. It's fantastic. I mean, you know, the cliches are enormously polite, but it's a cliche because it's true. It's always been a great experience, but oh my gosh, is it a different culture than
my new favorite comment in the chat when you pulled out that kukri. Eric Duff says, "Wielding his elven dagger" in all caps. Okay, we got to go back to Binger.
And rioters. This is someone that drove across state lines with an automatic weapon.
Oh, did he?
With an automatic weapon? What the?
Neither of those things happened.
None of that is true.
Didn't drive across straight lines with a weapon, and it was not an automatic weapon.
Shite. God.
I mean, are we serious?
Yes.
This interview was on December 8th. It's not like this recently happened. Like this is the next day. And
hey, Kenosha, good job of picking your civil servants, by the way.
No, that's not Kenosha. That's the
New
York State Bar guy.
He only reads the New York Times.
Hey,
so all he knows is the New York Times.
Yeah, good job.
Rittenhouse rid across the border with a 50 caliber, fully automatic M2 on a unicorn.
Dildo launcher.
That was hated gay people or
with
something.
Rocket launchers, doubtlessly.
He only hated gay black people though.
With Ted Cruz.
Yeah, with Ted Cruz cooking bacon on the barrel of his freshly used gun.
Right. And the ghost of Reagan on the shoulders.
Okay, here we go.
We should all be.
I'm not sure of the exact purpose. Maybe you can talk about that. But when all this occurred, he was just walking through the streets. He wasn't necessarily defending anything.
No.
And so it isn't that different than you trying to defend your home or your property than just walking through the streets with an automatic weapon? Can't you expect that there's going to be trouble?
Nick, did you do this?
I haven't previewed this.
God.
You think I could sit through this twice? I intuited that it would be this bad, but I didn't expect this.
Yes, I do think you're that vicious. I absolutely do.
No, see, if I knew the risk that I was causing to all of you, that would be reckless. But
I want
we've learned
damages.
from the
Well,
King
you know
was
now.
merely
You know
negligent.
now. I want damages. Damn it.
If I
Merely
die of a
negligent.
stroke, my operatives are going to avenge my death. Just know that.
I feel like liver failure is going to be a danger on this one.
It's okay, guys. We're 9 minutes in.
Good, good.
Oh, good Lord. Oh, my wife is going to kill me.
Oh, no. I did know about that risk. Shit.
Oh. Somebody threw up a comment I just have to go with. This New York State Bar president wouldn't be able to win a Canadian lottery.
I do want to clear up one little misconception out there, Dave, that you just mentioned, and I hear this from a lot of people. There's a belief out there that he crossed state lines with the gun, and that actually is not true.
Oh, no kidding!
Never left the state of Wisconsin. It was bought in a small town in Wisconsin.
Nice of him to clear this up after the acquittal.
Residence in Kenosha, and when he came up that day, he did get it from his friend's residence. But more
credit where due.
He didn't say it wasn't an automatic weapon, though.
He did not do that. Well, semi-automatic is automatic if you try hard enough, I guess. But
I will say, Kyle ran it on Rosenbaum. Pretty automatic.
Yeah.
That was for a 17-year-old who'd fired that rifle once before in his life. Man, I've done a lot of competitive shooting, including with ARs, and those are pretty good split times.
I want to see run a 3 gun.
Situational awareness is astonishing.
It was amazing.
I mean,
amazing.
I've said that before. That
I don't know if he got lucky, but if he got lucky, it was a lot of luck.
No,
I think it was a lot of adrenaline, and in his body.
Adrenaline leads to poor decision making, not good decision making.
Sometimes in terms of accuracy, if you get the right, I'm a video gamer. Sometimes adrenaline just messes you up, but sometimes you just get into this. A flow where everything is just working. And I think that's where he had to have been, because he's not he's not an expert shooter, but he outshot a lot of people.
I think it's profoundly different. I mean, it's one thing to be in a flow. It's another thing to be in a flow while you're getting hit in the head with a skateboard.
Yeah. For sure. But
Binger knows all about being in a flow. Look, I just want to say two things. I actually credit to Binger, because he could have let that comment slide, and he didn't. And I thought he would not. I thought he would just let it go. So credit to that. And the other thing is, just like Binger, I noticed a butt, and I'm very excited. So let's see what the butt is about.
To your point, you're right. This is an individual who doesn't have any ties to the community, who takes it upon
sack of shit.
You motherfucker, I stood up for you.
Half his life was in the community. He worked there. His father was there. His grandparents were there. He spent half his fucking life there.
I hope you've learned your lesson.
No ties to the community. He invaded from 20 miles away.
And you know what? He actually gave a shit when that community was burning down, whereas Binger didn't. I think he's got better ties to the community than Binger does, just on that basis.
Where is Binger with his 380 pistol? That thing defending the used lingerie shop.
25, yeah.
Does Binger, who ran for the ADA of Racine, Wisconsin, even live in Kenosha?
Good question.
Does Binger live in Kenosha?
For certain values of live, I guess.
Oh, God. Where that judge that he lived with part-time, where does he live? Does he live in Kenosha?
Does Kenosha have a gay bathhouse?
The blue was it the blue?
Well, I'll ask Smollett and his Nigerian connection if they do.
What was the bar in Police Academy?
This is bathhouse country.
This is bathhouse country. Here we go.
Come down to a business he's never heard of before, whose owners.
He said he drove by it all the time. What are you talking about?
If you stop every 2 seconds, man.
Sorry.
Don't even care enough to be there. They've emptied out the place. There's nothing left to protect except for 4 walls. And one of the things I try.
Those 4 walls are fucking expensive.
I mean, the actual building doesn't. The fucking building doesn't matter. Once you've burned 200 cars to shit, who cares about the buildings, right? There's just a write-off.
I mean, it's probably a $250,000 building. So
this is an area of town where we've got a daycare, we've got multiple churches, we've got small businesses, we've got a school, and he's going to protect a used car lot. No offense.
He's protecting the people who asked. They asked.
By the way, he also protected the church. He ran over there to put out a fire.
And you criticized him for that shit too.
Yeah,
Well, I
didn't
think
you
can
know it was
understand
going to
why
make
Binger
people
in a
mad?
church wouldn't be,
Oh.
Yeah, didn't you know it was going to make people mad when you put out the fire at the church? Like,
Oh my God.
that was actually their argument. It was ridiculous.
What a catch you next Tuesday. Here we
How
go.
do you talk yourself into believing all those bullshit arguments are going to work? I guess.
Oh man, have you never had an ex-wife?
Okay, that's true. No, I haven't. But your point is valid, I think.
Purpose, but really, if you're really concerned about the community, that might have been like the 6th or 7th highest priority location in that area.
No, it was actually not, because the night before, one of those used car lots got burned to the ground with all of their inventory, and the daycare and the church didn't.
And the 17-year-old he's saying shouldn't be there in the first place is supposed to have like a data map of the entire city and know where exactly he's supposed to be to defend. I mean,
we need to actually outline do an outline of self-defense law according to Binger.
It's just a shovel to dig your own grave so you can kneel in it before they shoot you.
I mean,
pretty much.
Yeah.
But it's not his home. It's not a place he worked. There was no one.
So obviously self-defense doesn't work if it's not your home.
It was where he worked.
And not a place you work.
He did work in Kenosha. He's talking about the community generally, and he literally worked in Kenosha as a lifeguard, which was, again, brought up at trial by you to discredit his experience as a medic because he wasn't a licensed EMT. He was just a mere lifeguard in the community that he has no ties to.
And inside, no one's living there. There's no property left really to be damaged.
So just burn it down.
Yeah.
Arson is okay now. Just burn the whole shit down.
That's what I heard.
Which is that this is a kid who had his own agenda, and this is the point of
Had his own agenda.
Get to
Because these circumstances were set in place by Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse triggered the rioting, looting, and arson. It was his agenda that created these circumstances. This is what he wanted. As a 17-year-old boy, he was thinking in his bed at night, oh my God, if only I could create riot, looting, and arson in the city of Kenosha, where half the city burned down. I could be a hero. I will trigger all these events to happen. Give me the power, Lord.
I will make the feckless leaders of Kenosha make their police stand down for days.
I love when your theory of the case is the Lex Luthor theory, the 17-year-old Lex Luthor theory, and yet
like the 1977 Lex Luthor,
yeah,
like Gene Hackman Lex Luthor,
and you have the temerity to ask him on the stand if he played Call of Duty a lot, because when you're plotting the end of the world and your takeover of the crumpled society to build it back up in your image, you have lots of time to play fucking video games.
Hey, I remember that time Lex Luthor put up his TikTok that said 4 doors more horrors.
To be honest, I would have respected Lex Luthor a lot more if he did.
Lex Luthor, ruler of Australia.
Just trying to be famous, bruh.
had his own beliefs, who had his own agenda, who wanted to make a point, and he was clearly on, to simplify things, on one side of the public debate here. And I'm not trying to criticize or defend or whatever either side.
Literally are.
Yes, you are.
Well, the murderer is on one side of the public debate, but I'm not trying to criticize.
I'm definitely not defending the child pedophile who attacked him in a parking lot. I mean, that didn't happen.
That
did happen. We all watched it.
The fact that he was there because of those beliefs, and he was there to strike a blow for those beliefs. And it became this veiled, subtone in the trial of, these looters, these arsonists, these Black Lives Matters need to be stopped. They deserve to be killed because of what they're doing to our community.
Arson?
That was never even close to a theme in the trial. They could have actually run with that theme. They could have tried a lot harder to make this more about the community. They didn't do it. They thought, They let the jury know that Kyle, lived in the community, that he was there, that it was where he worked, and that his best friend, who he lived with that he stayed with a lot of times, was in the community. All of these things, but they didn't actually say, Kyle was out here defending Kenosha because it's what Kyle believed in,
and that was smart. They shouldn't.
That's not. I don't know if that was a good strategy.
of course, it's a bad strategy. That's why Binger's bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
It goes back to the point we talked about earlier, which is we should be allowed then to give the other side of the story, which is this is someone who's associating with Proud Boys. This is some.
It's a straw man that you created to then use as justification, as a pretext for your side of the story that doesn't actually exist.
Certain First Amendment rights cause you to lose the right of self-defense. Is that how that works?
Someone who uses that gun in unreasonable circumstances, and there's
unreasonable
an agenda here. So we hear one side, but we weren't allowed to hear the other side. And that's
you know what?
They weren't allowed to hear the other side. Unbelievable! How could that happen in America? What a racist country.
Guys, in a sanely ordered world, though, I'm going to hope for this. I want that little shit to have to defend himself.
I don't.
But see, I'm vindictive.
I just want Binger to have a long and happy career managing an Applebee's. Like that's.
Oh wow, you are a mean bastard.
You are.
I just wanted to kill him. I didn't want to.
I thought you said you didn't want him to have to defend himself. That was cruel as shit.
I was just gonna put him in prison, subject to other pedophiles, but you went right to Applebee's.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know, it's always those quiet ones that you.
I know.
Have you ever seen an Applebee's manager just sitting there over those discount rib tips at the end of his shift, crying into a beer, trying to make it taste better? Oh my god.
The girls just spit on him.
Oh.
Let me dig a little deeper there.
Oh no! The elf is like without limits,
and quite honestly,
no boundaries.
From an observer's point of view, watching it on TV, it seemed as though
you didn't watch it, you liar.
The judge was very critical of some of your approaches, and I'm as far as I can tell, most of that criticism came outside the presence of the jury, but nevertheless seemed very critical. There were a couple of issues that
violating his orders.
Yeah, he was critical when you violated the order that he reasserted just that morning, or was he critical when you tried to impugn the defendant's character for exercising his Fifth Amendment right to silence, or maybe was he critical when you tried to bring up other witnesses' Sixth Amendment rights to counsel in pending or in potential criminal situations?
I don't even know why I'm here. Nick nailed all of it.
Jesus.
There was one. We talked about this video of Rittenhouse saying he wanted to shoot looters on a previous day. And apparently, obviously, that didn't come in. But you made reference to it during the testimony. And the judge was very upset with that, making reference to it. And he said that he had ruled on that issue already. And you had indicated that perhaps he hadn't ruled on that issue and that it was an open question. What happened there?
Well, the judge was an idiot.
I got caught.
Yeah. Nailed it. Not only did he rule on that, he reasserted the ruling just like an hour earlier. It's
what an unfair world we live in when a judge is going to actually enforce his orders. Golly.
And again, there was a way for him to try this. It was simple. Your Honor, can we have a moment without the jury?
Can I have a sidebar?
Yeah.
I believe the door has been kicked open by a SWAT team. I'd like to explore this area of questioning now that things have changed, and you make the argument, and maybe the judge agrees or maybe he doesn't. But what you don't do, folks, what you don't do is when the judge has told you, don't do that.
Don't do that thing.
Do that. I mean, it's hard to express to normal human beings how different a courtroom environment is than normal life. It's not just casual conversation and you can say whatever you want. There's a guy in charge. It's the judge.
Yeah, with pretty much the literal power of a god.
And right? The critical thing is
in his little space,
jury's in the room, right? He's not just trying to do this outside of the presence of the jury.
Definitely
Once
not.
The jury hears that, they're contaminated. So this is, this is so outside of the it's so offside. Like it's so
honestly, there were grounds for a mistrial right there.
Absolutely. Well, do you guys think that?
I mean, I'm glad it didn't happen because it ended up in an acquittal. But if it had ended up in a conviction, I'd be saying that was a mistrial right there.
Yes.
Well, do y'all think the prosecutors were trying for a mistrial at that point?
No.
Maybe. I mean, their case fucking sucked. So I mean, if I were them, I'd be trying for a mistrial. I try again, right? Maybe get a better judge, maybe get a better jury, maybe who knows.
Well, I don't think that they were trying for a mistrial, and I think Binger's statements here confirm that he's a true believer on this shit. Like he's a true believer in his horrific approach to this case.
But I think he knew he was losing at some point.
Yeah, they didn't though, because they could have taken the mistrial and tried again.
Yeah, I don't think they ever saw it coming. Because if you knew that you were losing, you'd jump on that mistrial, like Kraus on a hot dog. Like this, you would just not miss that opportunity.
Nice.
Nice. And frankly,
so much for nice Canadians.
I'm maybe a little into my cups here, but I just feel like even a mistrial with prejudice would have been a better result for Binger and his political aspirations.
Oh, it would because for sure. Right.
He'd have a much better argument being here on this podcast saying I was the crusader for justice and that mean judge stopped it if we didn't have an acquittal from the jury.
Yep. Here we go.
So first of all, I think your audience of attorneys will understand what I'm saying when I say that the prosecutor is a man, a judge who barks, and we've all dealt with judges like that. For those who don't know him,
well, some of us slept with him, but that's.
Oh my God!
Sorry,
he's tempting fate here because doing a podcast where you start talking.
Isn't he going to appear before Judge Schrader again?
He's, I mean, in Dominic Black's case, in Zeminski's case.
I just can't. Whatever you think of the judge, you have to appear before him again. You don't spit in his fucking face. I mean,
you wait till he retires and then you do it.
Right. Or you run him over with a car or whatever. But I mean, you don't do this.
Well, you hired Dante Wright to run him over with a car. I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
Attorney friends have been shocked at some of his behavior, but honestly, it's par for the course with him.
His behavior was not shocking. The shocking part of his behavior was he didn't mistrial the case right then, and that he let you and Kraus basically browbeat him into changing his mind on several.
I would characterize that as misconduct right there.
Yeah, I was going to say, did they not have a bar association that should be getting on that? Because that.
Well, no, wait a minute. I think you're allowed. I think the Supreme Court, didn't they rule on this at some point? You can criticize a court as long as it's not a trial going on right at that time. Now, it's dumber than shit to do that, but you know, I think
where I am, that'd be past the line. But I'm in Canada; it's different rules.
Well, no, I mean,
but that'd be way past the line.
Yeah, I got so angry at a judge one time that I had one of my associates.
You have a goddamn owl as your mascot for the Supreme Court.
I mean, you're not wrong, but I would still like if I did an interview like that here, I would expect that podcast to be interrupted with, sorry, we've got the Law Society on line 1. They want to come in here. They've got some thoughts.
We've got a caller. It's an investigator for the Washington State Bar Association, a lawyer professional responsibility office. He wants to bring up rule.
Well, Andrew's right though. The degree of stupid that this shows, because you got to see that guy again. And,
yeah, it's.
I mean, like when someone needs to do a remix.
I don't know what
a remix of the Binger interview with some music or some dubstep or something. It'd be badass.
It's not my area of legal expertise, but I've been in front of judges, and I would not say shit about judges I expected to appear for again.
Bless you, Kurt.
I don't know what the advantage is. It's
again, a simple way to solve this is. Yeah, well, you know what? The judge ruled on that the way he was going to rule, and he chastised, or you could say he dealt with it in the way he felt was appropriate. And
he's the judge. I'm the lawyer. We each have our own zones of responsibility, and I did what I could, and he did what he thought was appropriate, and that's it.
Yep. I mean, you could even go so far as to say I disagree with some of his rulings, but I respect them and I will follow them because that's how we do things as lawyers.
Yeah, you can disagree with judges' rulings. That's what, appeals are, disagreements with judges' rulings. And you're allowed to say, you know what, I think the judge might have gotten that one wrong, but he is the judge. And at the end of the day, his ruling stands until I appeal it. And that's it. again, simple ways to address this.
Off the bench, he is one of the nicest human beings you could ever meet. But when he puts the robe on, like some judges, he changes. And I've been in his court. I've been yelled at before. It really goes in one ear out the other. So that was not
I believe.
Digging.
So that's why I didn't really react to it, because I've heard it all before. To your point about that legal,
if you're getting yelled at that frequently by a judge, maybe you should reevaluate your approach. I'm just saying.
And your life choices and your career choices.
Goodness gracious.
Issue.
I'd like to make a record without
Maybe
being
he
interrupted
likes it.
right now. No, I'd like to make a record without being interrupted by everyone.
Don't get brazen with me.
Make a record.
He often said, "Well, Judge, you can yell at me if you want." And I was like, "I think he likes it."
Do it docimo. Do it slowly.
I mean, here where we've got more like
Again,
here
Judge,
the Crown
again.
can appeal an acquittal. And I could see some merit to, there is a time when you know that the judge is making bad rulings and you know the judge hates you. And you're just like, okay, let's bait them out a little bit more, because if the judge can really set out how much they hate you.
But it's different for the prosecution and defense.
Yeah.
Well, he's saying, Runkle's saying up in Canada, the state can appeal. The state can appeal an acquittal.
Well, I don't know how the hell you do stuff up there, but okay, fair enough.
If you've got a situation
without
where
freedom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, up here, Rittenhouse would be screwed in so many ways. It's, he'd be facing new trials. They'd be taking him up to the Supreme Court. They'd be taking him to new trials.
I love Canadians. I'm so thankful I live in America.
Yeah. $200,000 would be just the down payment on what he was dealing with up here. But, if you think a judge is actually biased against you, sometimes it can be worth it to push back and get them to actually lay it out there. Because sometimes the judge might go that step further and say something like...
How would you do that?
I mean, you got to do it really respectfully.
Because the judge doesn't want to, autonomously declare that he's biased, right? So
you've got to do it respectfully, but you can, you can stand by your objections, and you'll get a judge say something like, your behavior through this trial has been, disrespectful, and you can point to, no, it hasn't. And if you can get that, you can get to a situation where you might have a reviewable error. But I can't see bigger, as much as he's throwing shade at the judge here, it's not that situation. I mean, I haven't done this tactic myself, but I have dealt with it in doing appeals briefs where I've seen lawyers, other lawyers who are like, I can't do my own appeal on this one because one of the arguments is reasonable apprehension of bias to me personally. It's a really dangerous game. But
so in America,
it
would be extremely unusual to have whatever legal team you had a trial be your appellate legal team. That really doesn't happen, because one of the basic causes you want on appeal is ineffective assistance of counsel, and you can't really do that if you kept the legal team you're also claiming was ineffective at trial.
It's I feel like
it feels like a very, very different environment, I guess I would call it, in the Canadian system than in the American system.
Absolutely. Ineffective assistance of counsel is such a high bar here.
Here too.
That you generally don't you'll argue it if you've got it, but otherwise, and I've had cases where I've lost and I've said, okay, listen, I'm passing this off. Somebody else has got to do the appeal, because I don't want to be the one making that call. But sometimes you're fairly confident that that's not the issue. And so you might be willing to do your own, appellate matters. But
no kidding. It's interesting.
You got to play that by ear, but you got to really know what your issue is too. And I feel like that's something where you really want to be sure that you, if you're going to make an appeal that's your own appeal, you want to be really sure you got the case.
Okay, real quick, guys, if you're liking the jokes and the banter, make sure you like the stream. We're at 3,000 likes, but we've had 9,000 people in here for a while, so that means at least 6,000 of you aren't doing your job. Squizgar says, I predicted Kyle might be hesitant to pick up guns again after his experience, and based on what he said to Crowder, I think I was right. He says he is requesting his rifle be destroyed, and when offered, he declined a free gun. That's a PR move, especially because he can request the rifle to be destroyed all he wants, but it's not his. Never was his, never got transferred to him. It's Dominic Black's, and it's still subject to seizure because Dominic Black's case, not because of Kyle's case.
Nice play, Nick. I like that.
I mean, they're saying they're filing official motions with the court, so I mean, I don't know where that's going to go, but
basically it comes out to if I guess Dominic Black ends up forfeiting it, or then it doesn't go to Kyle, I suppose. But
Kyle has to say it's not his. Right?
Yeah,
he has to say that.
Yeah, he represented
and it wasn't
under
his.
oath.
I mean, there's good reason.
He represented under oath that it wasn't his.
Right.
He would have no legal claim to the gun.
It's not his property.
But it was to be his when he turned 18. He bought it with that in mind. He paid for it.
But it wasn't his until then. So it wasn't his at the time.
And if Dominic Black would have sold that gun or given it away, I don't think Kyle would have had a tangible legal claim to it.
I mean, my first wife, she wasn't mine until I was 21. That's how it worked.
What?
I
missed that one.
G-Sub says, did you notice how
who can argue with that?
G-Sub says, did you notice how only Huber's crazy aunt and father were in court? The people he repeatedly terrorized. His mother, grandmother, brother, and sister were not present. Shit.
I wonder why.
Well, that's kind of how it goes, I think. We've got Blanton's Finest says, how can a representative of the state advocate for the criminals? Also, well, they weren't charged or convicted. Also, anyone remember the name of that space movie from 1992?
Because there was only one.
No, no,
Spaceballs, maybe.
Space.
No, 92.
I got nothing. Last Starfighter was before that.
Way before that.
So here's how old I am. I actually saw the original Star Wars film the night it was released in New York City in a theater.
What year is that? 1970.
1977.
Yeah.
Showed it. I saw it at a downtown theater in Tyler that unfortunately is no longer here. It's called the Tyler Theater, and the crowd was, around the block.
Yeah, my experience too. In fact, we had to. In those days, you had to buy the tickets at the front of the theater. You didn't go into the lobby first. And we were in line around the building, and we didn't get into the first showing, so we stayed in line for an hour and a half.
And we liked it.
Movie to end.
Now,
okay.
Fun fact: Schroeder saw that the opening day as well, and
so
that was to celebrate becoming a judge.
Schroeder saw Ben-Hur the opening day as well. Right. Cindy Mack says the entertainment value is worth far more than I'm giving. Binger's interview tells us all we need to know about his libtarded activism. He was definitely playing to the libtarded MSM with his prosecution. Derna says my experience in Afghanistan was generally that people were very nice and sweet when they saw that you were armed. They were practically Mr. Rogers when you pointed it at them.
An armed society is a polite society.
William Foley says I want to see a Rittenhouse stage at the next brutality match. David A. Hamilton says Drunk Bronca is the hero we need. Uncle Bear says, is the crud Binger is spewing? Is this legally actionable? Probably not. Texas Red says, who is Andrew Bronca to talk down to 70s Lex Luthor? Back then when no one was looking, Lex took 40 cakes. He took 40 cakes. That's as many as 4 10s, and that's terrible.
That's true. I concede the fault.
I'm Stormin' Mormon says, article says Binger went to high school in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Automata says, here's a note. Binger represented that the car source owners didn't care enough to be there. In one interview, they instead said they did not remain because they were scared of being dragged off their lot and beaten.
To death.
And then Watsamata says,
sometimes you got to take a beating. I mean,
true. Everybody takes a beating sometimes.
I want to know how many beatings Krause has taken. That's what I want to know. I want to know, can I beat him up now? Can I beat him up? Is that okay?
I think you could take him. Watsamata says, okay. I admit it. I like you guys make that 3001 likes. All right, back to this. Here we go.
Done at the motion hearing prior to trial was he had indicated that he was inclined to not allow that evidence in, but he would leave the door open based on the evidence at trial. And this is something he's done in other trials that I've had. A lot of judges like to make a decision on other acts evidence, what we call here in Wisconsin other acts evidence, Rule 404 evidence in the federal rules, long before trial, so that everybody knows the rules going in.
Holding myself back here.
Always made it clear.
What?
Holding myself back here. Just go ahead and play.
Clear that he will reserve those rulings and kind of see how things go at trial. And so as the evidence comes in and it changes throughout the trial, it affects how he rules on things. And so I was expecting that that would be his attitude here. He made it clear the door was still slightly open. He hadn't completely closed it on this evidence. And when there was testimony from the defendant that I felt was opening the door and allowing this evidence in that was pertaining to it, I felt that it was appropriate to go there. I think his biggest issue was that he felt I should have raised that with him ahead of time.
No kidding.
Yes. Yeah.
No kidding.
That's the biggest issue that day. But the other biggest issue was that you actually didn't. There was not sufficient testimony to open the door to having some prior acts evidence about a statement that he allegedly made at a CVS, which, by the way, isn't a prior act in any way. He's not carrying a gun. He's not pointing it at someone. He's not threatening anybody with it.
He intervened in no way. No way. He called 911. That was his only action.
Yeah, he made a one-off statement to his friend that, like, completely ridiculous. Anyway, sorry.
I'm in the middle of cross-examination. I can't just pause and say, Judge.
You literally can.
Yes.
You could. I mean,
this happens all the time.
A 5-minute recess so I can ask you whether or not I can go down this line of questioning.
It's
like there were no recesses in this trial.
It's amazing how you know exactly what you would ask to the judge, because that's exactly how you would do it.
And this alleged lawyer from New York is just sitting there not going, wait a minute. But
hold up.
You actually can do that.
How many times in this trial did he stop things to talk with the judge? I mean, it's unbelievable.
By the end, when the case was getting so tired, by the end of it, they were sending the jury out in the hall multiple times a day. It's crazy here, and he would send the jury out in the hall just moments after this. He literally could have stopped.
And by the way, the judge himself said, "You're doing this in good faith. I don't believe you.
Yeah, no,
I don't believe you. Holy crap! I've never had a judge say that to me in my entire fucking life practicing law."
Yeah, no, I would. I actually think you'd have an ethical responsibility here if the judge said that to A, withdraw, and B, report yourself. Because, to call up the Law Society and say, hey, I think this is reportable. I got to do this in good faith.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't in front of the jury, but it was in front of the parties. I mean,
yeah.
No, it was even if you believe you're acting in good faith, you now know, you've been informed. The judge does not believe you're acting in good faith.
I'm going to bail out, guys. It's been fun.
See you later, buddy.
See ya.
Kurt.
Okay. The first one is gone. Who will remain?
I think
there can be only one.
Overemphasized.
There'll be one left standing.
A cross-examination in a double homicide case. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of leeway in that type of situation.
It's the opposite of that.
Was that wee-way?
There's a lot of wee-way. It's a lot of wee-way going on. No, it's the exact opposite. That's when the protection for the defendant is at the highest. It's a cross-examination by the state in a double homicide case. You don't have leeway. You have the opposite of leeway. You're limited to the issues raised on direct.
He had him under cross for 3 goddamn hours. 3 hours. I mean, I think in many countries that would be considered abusive.
It was and the direct examination of Kyle Rittenhouse was 1 hour. Like, it's not like the 3 hours was proportionate to the direct. They and Schrader let him go all over the map on that cross. He asked him about literally anything he wanted to, built an entire narrative. The only thing he couldn't do were these specific instances that were ruled on prior to trial. That was the line. Only my prior rulings that you failed to make an argument about.
The defendant who's taking the stand and is testifying about 2 killings that he committed. I'm entitled to a little leeway here. You know, this isn't something where I brought in a third witness to talk about this video, you know, something like that. I didn't put it in my case in chief at all.
Why didn't you bring in a third witness to talk about it? Oh, because by motion in limine, you were excluded from doing so. Because otherwise you could have brought in the witness who was in the car with him to testify against him, because you can always introduce a statement against the interest of the party. So you could do that, except for the motion in limine, which is the same reason it was precluded and why you didn't try.
But now we're on cross. Now he's taking the stand. Now he's got to answer.
Go for it.
In certain situations, I think courts should allow us quite a bit of leeway.
Go for it.
Unfortunately, he didn't.
Yeah,
he did.
What color is the sky in this guy's world?
He's you know, there's a meme, prosecutors practice law on easy mode, right? Like, and this came up during during one of the Trump cases got dismissed with prejudice at pretrial, or all of them got dismissed with prejudice at pretrial. And there was a conservative right-wing commentator on Twitter who's a former prosecutor, and he said, I've never in my entire career had a case dismissed with prejudice at pretrial. It's like, yeah, welcome to being an agent of the state. That's the privilege that you have.
You've got overwhelming firepower, and unfortunately, about 99% of the time, the defendant did it.
That Star Wars girl,
kind of hard not to have a good record.
That's actually, in my opinion, the biggest factor. I think the whole legal system is built around the perception, let's face it, that 99.9% of criminal defendants in these cases are guilty. I mean, they're guilty. And so the whole system is built around them, guilty defendants. And the system becomes as efficient as it can to process people they already believe to be guilty before they ever get to trial. But if you're an actual innocent person fed into that system, holy crap! I mean, it's a shredder.
Ty, that Star Wars girl answered your question. She said the sky is rainbow flag colored.
Well, good. I'm glad we got that cleared up.
Here we go. We're not going to make it through this tonight, gentlemen. I'm just warning you now. Here we go.
But again, you know, the verbiage, the words he used, the way he addressed me, it really is par for the course.
So you've been before Judge Schroeder before.
So I've done trials with him, and I did trials with him over 10 years ago. I was in his court on a regular basis for over 2 years in our office. I've done, I think this is my third homicide trial with him. So I've done quite a few trials in front of him, and I'm used to him. Our entire office is very familiar with him. He's a judge, like I said, who's got a lot of bark.
I mean, these statements are again, you can say a lot, but our entire office is familiar with him, and the way, like,
if I was in his office, I might be sending a letter saying he doesn't speak for me.
Yes,
Your Honor,
I'd be sending a goddamn text to the judge as he's speaking, saying, Your Honor, you may not know this is happening right now, but he does not speak for me. I'm going to appear in your court tomorrow. I do not want myself and my client to be colored by your whatever this goddamn idiot is saying today on some podcast that you might be hearing, because it could, right? I mean, people get judges are human beings too. They get offended. They get
you know that Schrader was reading about himself all throughout the trial.
Absolutely. Yeah. By God, which he should never have done. I mean, it's insane to me that the judges will tell the jurors, well, don't look at social media. Don't read news reports. Don't do blah, blah, blah. And they're doing it and showing up in court the next day and going, you motherfuckers, you told me, you said this bad shit about me. I mean, holy crap. They're supposed to be the most balanced people in the goddamn room.
Yep. And
Texas
they
Beast has the best suggestion. Entire law firm says we're not with stupid.
But the law firm here is the prosecutor's office.
The prosecutor, the district attorney's office.
We're not with stupid either.
God.
Sometimes his bark is worse than his bite, like is true for a lot of judges. But you have to have thick skin in there, and you have to understand that there are times when He's going to use you as an example for whatever he's upset about. There are judges who have different demeanors, as we all know, and some of their demeanors are more pleasant than others. And like I said, off the bench, he's an absolute prince. But in his courtroom, you have to be prepared.
But on the bench, he
every once in a while. And like I said,
maybe that's why Krause says everybody takes a beating sometimes. He's talking about from Schrader.
Well, and this sounds to me like he's inviting Judge Schrader to, his bark is worse than his bite. If I was Judge Schrader listening to this, I'd be like, okay, that sounds like I got to step up my game there, son.
Yeah, that's
like.
Well, and I agree with that. I agree that he should step up his game, because we did see that over and over in the trial, that they would just continually browbeat him, and then he would relent after piping up, and then
it was terrible. It was terrible.
He would give them their way.
It was really atrocious. It was terrible. I mean, especially a judge of Schrader's experience and age and time on the bench. I mean, he should have a well-established standard that's not amenable to influence by whatever 30 or 40-year-old prosecutors or defense attorneys appear before him. I mean, that was terrible, that they felt that they could just talk over him. And obviously they could, because they did it over and over and over again.
Yep.
I mean, if he was a brand new spanking judge, I'd say, all right, it still sucks. It's wrong, but I get it.
Sorry.
But the guy is 100 years old.
Somewhere in Wisconsin, Binger's ears perked up when you hear a spanking judge.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, of course, and Binger used the word bite. It's like,
Binger sat up in a hot sweat right then. What just happened?
Well, fluffer boy.
I'm married, Binger.
Used to it. You really looking too much.
So watching him, this is the first time, obviously, I've become familiar with him, and many people. Would you say, since you've been before, did he act typically? Did he act the same as he would have in other cases, or was there a difference in how he conducted himself because of this case?
It's a trap.
We're just like you. We don't know.
Full and accurate picture of Judge Schrader.
That was the bad answer for him. No, that's how he always is. Then why didn't you anticipate any of this? Why didn't you mitigate it? Why didn't you work around what you knew was going to happen in this important prosecution?
God. He's got a lot of his own little peccadillos. The Jeopardy questions,
not a word,
selection, the ringtone, and answering his phone in the middle of trials. The very learned treatises on the founders and on ancient history. He's an incredibly intelligent man, and he is our longest serving judge currently in the state of Wisconsin.
He's senile.
I think 37 or 38 years now. And boy, I hope I'm half as sharp as he is at that age, because he is.
You won't be, because you're not now.
Because you're not now.
You won't be. Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Beat me to it too.
You got a long way to climb for that one, Binger. Oh my goodness.
Well, and Binger's gonna age like fine milk, so. And I'm not talking cheese here. I'm just.
That's just.
No. Oh.
Very mentally agile. Very adroit on the law. Very learned.
You think Binger has figured out that he's shat in his own bed, and now he's trying to.
I don't know. I'm just waiting for the next synonym of dexterous that he can come up with.
Judge Schroeder is the wind beneath my wings.
And that there are those little peccadillos, like any judge,
except for the racism, of course.
Stronger and more obvious ones than others, and his are quite pronounced. But no, I think that was largely a.
I've been staring at his pronounced peccadillo all day.
There you go. See, that's why I said don't say it.
Except for the racism, he's awesome. I mean, isn't that what we're hearing right now? Except for the unbelievable racism, he's a great judge. Except for the racism,
he's only anti-black when he puts on the black robes. I mean, that's but that's just one of his quirks.
Sure of what things are like in his courtroom on a regular basis.
Did you know he once saw a black person
in a trial like this? You're bound by what the charges are and what
the horror
your office decided to prosecute.
What your office decided.
It was first-degree reckless homicide, and obviously the issue came here as to whether there was self-defense. And
by the way, Nick, I'd like to spend 4 goddamn hours on the plethora of prosecutors suddenly in the last 4 years, 3 years, bringing reckless homicide charges. This is not normal. This is new. They feel they're wildly free not to have to prove intent anymore.
Yeah, it's just it's just a conscious disregard for the safety of when you pull the trigger, someone might die, right? That's a much easier thing to prove that you meant to kill someone.
I think it's very political on these prosecutors. I think if George Zimmerman had happened today, he'd be charged with reckless homicide of Trayvon Martin, not intentional homicide, not malice murder. I think it's a political orchestration of deciding exactly what charge to bring, because I think they have more flexibility on the reckless charge, maybe more opportunity to fool a jury into conviction.
The crazy thing is they argued intentional homicide for Huber. Their entire case was not a reckless Rosenbaum. Their entire case on Rosenbaum was not recklessness. You shot him in the back is not a statement of reckless homicide. That's intentional homicide. You pointed your gun at him and you shot him. He wasn't a danger to you. He was just trying to stop you from being a bad person or whatever, and you decided to kill him is an intentional homicide argument, but they had a reckless homicide charge. It's very perplexing why they would choose that, except if they thought that maybe they can mitigate a self-defense argument by choosing reckless homicide versus intentional.
Yeah.
It's scummy prosecution. Mandy Karevicius says, I'm digging the goth look on Ty Beard juxtaposed to Runkle of the White. Very artistic, Nick. But what is Andrew doing? His own thing.
I've been accused of a lot of things, but never a goth.
Here we go.
This is the old man. Old man Columbia jersey. I'm just an old man.
Andrew's doing the Old Navy look while I pull off the lesbian. That's what we're doing. Right
okay,
now. So.
I guess
you're the male partner.
Wisconsin, when self-defense is raised, the burden is on you as the prosecutor to show beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. Obviously,
like in every other state. Every other one of the goddamn 49 states. Like, this is an unusual wrinkle of Wisconsin law. Every goddamn state, folks, once you raise the issue of self-defense, the state has to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Every goddamn state. This is not some unusual wrinkle.
And Canada. All of Canada. That's the way it works.
I'll take your word for it.
It's almost like beyond a reasonable doubt is just the standard for conviction.
If he did it in self-defense, it's not a crime. It's not a crime.
Right.
So they have to disprove the thing that makes it not a crime. Like they would have to prove every other element of it being a crime.
Now, to be fair, though, in some states, it's harder to get to effectively raising self-defense than others, right? Not much harder, but in Texas, for example, you basically just say this was self-defense and that is raised. But in some cases, you might have to present some level of evidence.
Not really. Oh, okay. I mean, in theory, that could be the case. I mean, a trial judge could be a hard ass, but I don't see that happen in practice. If there's any evidence, more than zero evidence, that it could be self-defense, the judge is going to allow it to be argued.
Here we go.
I want to ask you about, why wasn't there? Wisconsin has a second-degree homicide where you could have charged second-degree homicide with the position that the defendant thought he was entitled to use self-defense, but his use of force was unreasonable. Why wasn't the second degree?
Because that's even dumber than the other shit we charged him with.
So,
I mean, I just love when I hear lawyers people who are not really lawyers, obviously. They're just, I don't know what this fucking guy's been doing for 30 years, but apparently he's been running the bar association. At the bar association.
Yeah. Are we sure that the bar association means like the legal bar and not like...
Right.
He's not serving drinks somewhere.
Jesus Christ. He obviously has no idea what he's talking about. And I'm sorry, Nick.
He's the senior attorney for policy and advocacy, advocate and attorney for youth.
Okay, well, that's.
So I'm guessing he's
not a
never
real
handled
lawyer.
a criminal file.
Not a real lawyer.
Let's see. So if this is him, which I looked up, this is his LinkedIn.
Please don't show him an address.
No.
I won't be able to hold him in.
LinkedIn, his law degree, 2007. Project assistant for Atlas program. I mean, David Miranda seems like a pretty unique name, right? Like there's not like 30 David Mirandas in New York, I would guess. So it's a project assistant for the Atlas program at the African American Institute, the Empowerment Coordinator at AIDS Project Los Angeles, Credential Evaluator World Education Services, Legal Clinic Volunteer at Prevention Point, Associate at Troutman Sanders LLP, Volunteer Attorney who assisted Bronx Public Defenders from 2009 to 2009, Staff Attorney Civil Action Practice in Bronx, New York. And then staff.
It's the guy who does nothing, basically.
Yeah.
Right. That's what you're saying. That's what I'm hearing.
Senior staff attorney for the Urban Justice Center.
He does a lot of nothing.
Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem. Senior staff attorney for policy and advocacy at the Covenant House International in New York.
So I will tell you that my resume over that same time period will look like practice law.
Yeah.
That's it.
Got paid.
I won't have all that fancy stuff around it. All I did was represent clients or consult on cases, and all. I wasn't this or that or a fancy hat or a top hat or a mustache or.
I like the whole got paid to do my job.
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
That works.
Had actual clients who paid me, and I made.
What, you don't want to be an attorney who volunteered to assist Bronx Public Defender's Office?
No.
Did the public defender's office did they ask him to do this, or did he just like show up and start offering unsolicited advice?
Did you ever see Fight Club, Runkle?
I did. Yep.
Remember when they walked up and they stood outside the door, and then they would come out and berate him every day?
Yeah.
That's what was happening.
I'm sorry. Nick nailed it.
Here we go.
My guess is he came from an affluent family, and so he didn't actually have to work, so he did that.
Could be.
Well, that's
Bullshit.
why you stay, because you don't have to pay rent.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, or make payroll, or
By the way, Nick, do you know, is there any place in the world, in the entire universe, where the general public gets a more kind of introspective look at what the legal profession is actually like than here?
No, it doesn't exist.
To us, this is all kind of normal, but I think to the real world, this is like, holy crap. This is how this shit goes down.
That was the funny thing about the Rittenhouse case, is all these people are like, this is crazy. These prosecutors are crazy. And then I would have to stop a couple times during the case and be like, yes, it's crazy, but you have to know that this goes on every single day basically every court. Like this is what's happening.
No, we might be being a little unfair because I'm seeing somebody in the chat saying that he's a partner at Albany Intellectual Property Law Firm.
Is it David P. Miranda?
Is there a different David Miranda?
Yeah, it might not be as uncommon a name as we'd thought.
How many David Mirandas?
Well, do we know what this David Miranda's middle initial?
Well, at least he knows what his rights are.
Let's see. I'll look for the.
I like that one.
Let's see. Okay, wait, no. So here's the other David Miranda. I can't see his full profile on LinkedIn.
Poor Nick is trying to keep all us
not signed in
jerks in place.
Well,
here we go.
So
here's his thing from the New York State Bar. My apologies for using LinkedIn and maybe getting a different one. Partner with the firm, is an experienced trial attorney whose intellectual property law practice includes trademark, copyright. Isn't every New York attorney an IP lawyer? He has litigated cases in federal district court, state courts, International Trade Commission. June 2015, he began his one-year term as president of the New York State Bar Association. In 2006, he obtained a $7.8 million jury verdict in a copyright infringement and trade secret misappropriation case. He's a super lawyer by Thomson Reuters in the area of IP litigation. He commenced some of the...
They also offer me the opportunity to pay them money to label me a super lawyer, by the way.
Yeah,
you can be a super lawyer.
I think they
any day
offer
you want,
everyone
man.
that opportunity.
From what I understand, the criteria for super lawyer is basically you get out your wallet.
Yes, exactly right.
So it's amazing. There are two David Mirandas. The other one is not him. My apologies.
No, but wait a minute. But I thought this David Miranda is on his first term as president.
No, his first term was in 2015.
But I thought when we started this podcast, that was said that he's in his first year now.
Maybe. I mean, but this is him.
Confused?
It's the same picture.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
He's still an idiot. I mean, shit.
Yeah. Let's see. Goodness.
Are just strangely incurious about.
He has no idea how criminal law works, right? This is an IP lawyer. He has no idea what criminal law is.
He's also not interested in calling Binger on his obvious bullshit.
Well, he's saying that he watched the trial. It's clear he hasn't. It's clear he hasn't even followed any reliable coverage.
Who watched the trial? Let's be honest. There's probably like 8 people who watched a goddamn trial. I mean, Nick's one. I know I did. Who watched every minute of that trial and the pre-trial hearings?
But I mean, he could have watched
people on the goddamn earth.
Yeah.
He could have watched any single day of Nick's stream and come away with much more knowledge than he's got. And I feel like if you're going to do a podcast on this, and not just a podcast, but a podcast as a lawyer, you kind of should at least be able to avoid the obvious errors.
Now, to be fair, there's a whole bunch of people in the chat who did watch every single day, and they're wrecking your argument right now, Bronca. They're all like, "Wait, well, I did."
But they're not presenting as lawyers with expertise, right? I mean, my whole point is the reason I do this, watch these horrible trials like this Potter trial, which, by the way, folks, is among the most excruciatingly boring trials I ever watched in my goddamn life.
No, do not listen to this, man.
Watch it.
It is brilliant. It's wonderful
riveting,
entertainment,
and
you got to watch live streams. Don't listen to
horror.
This guy.
The whole thing is a horror. Okay.
Clearly, you don't do financial fraud trials.
Right, I don't. Admittedly,
my point is those are a nightmare.
There many of the people in the audience might be watching this trial, thankfully, because I streamed it. Nick streamed it all day live. I'm hoping somebody is watching. But most of the lawyers you'll find commenting on this did not actually sit there and watch the whole thing.
And in fairness, if they're practicing attorneys, I mean, who the hell has the time?
Who has the time?
Yeah,
I can only do it because people pay me to do it. I mean,
same thing.
I just gave up sleep and recreation.
Yeah. By the way, to the chat, if you're not subscribed to Uncle of the Bailey, he's at 49,900 subscribers.
Oh my gosh!
Get him to 50,000. He's linked in the description. Get him to 50,000, please. If you're not subscribed, check him out.
I don't think I'm subscribed.
I don't think I am either.
I'll remedy
Uncle,
that.
what are you doing? Tell me how to do this.
Well, you have to click on the description.
Runkle, if you wanted an old person to subscribe to whatever the social media thing is,
interwebs.
Click the link and there's a subscribe button. Just
you already lost me. Click the link.
I'll send it to you tomorrow.
Okay, Schroeder.
All right.
Here we go. Here we go.
I know I sound like a dick every time I say that, but honestly, I mean, people send me messages like, "Check your Instagram messages." I'm like,
no,
Instagram's not
a real place.
Right? Yeah. I don't know how to do that. I just don't know how to do that. So I'm sorry. I don't mean to be offensive. I just don't know how.
I just went to YouTube and typed in Runkle of the Bailey and it came right up. So I just subscribed.
Fun story about that is that I used to actually be the second search result when you did that. The top result was a hat. And it was a really big day when I beat the hat. That was a great day for my channel when I was like, yes, I beat the hat.
Well, you did pass 50,000, so that's very cool. So congrats, man.
So Runkle, Nick's uncle is a very good friend of mine. We were talking about actually some of your commentary, And he said, "Have you ever watched Rumple of the Bailey?" And I said, I've heard about it. No, He goes, "Oh, you ought to. It's it's amazingly good."
I actually think it's one of the best. That's the old BBC series.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
actually
yeah.
one of the best descriptions of defense practice. And I mean, it's British as all hell. But, he'll talk about, oh, yeah, I've got these clients who are regular clients because they keep breaking into things. And he's fully aware of that.
Yeah.
And, sometimes those are your best clients, is the guys who break into stuff every week.
They always are.
As long as they have money to pay your fee, then they're great.
You know what I thought was interesting on that show, and I don't think they do this anymore, but at that time was private lawyers would also prosecute.
That I understand is a thing in Britain where they have one pool of lawyers, and it's basically they just draw from the pool, and one is going to be defense and one is going to be the prosecution.
How weird!
I'd be okay with that system.
To an American, that's very odd.
In my town,
I'd have to think about it.
All misdemeanor
when shitheads like Binger are in the prosecutor's office, I'd be fine with any random.
But I mean, the thing is it also prevents people like Binger from existing.
Yes,
because it means that if you're that much of a Kool-Aid drinker, where you're just like, hey, I am absolutely, every person is guilty. I've never seen an innocent person. Nobody deserves a fair trial. Well, then you have to do a defense file, and you end up with a Law Society complaint because your client goes, yeah, no, my lawyer threw me under the bus.
Yeah.
Those guys get bounced out and they get removed from the pool of people, and they have to go do something like IP law. That's not what happens here in Canada, but that I understand that's the system in the UK. I could be wrong.
It was
about
on
that.
the show. I think they might have changed that in the 80s or something. It seems like
that's unfortunate.
No, I liked it. I was like, wow, this is a pretty good idea, actually.
No, it's very interesting. I mean, clearly the system we have in America might have worked in America 50 years ago, but it's not. It's not working today. Today, it's just a opportunistic opportunity for politically motivated prosecutors to seize advantage for themselves, and that's politics, which is fine, but it's not justice.
The justice system should not be politicized.
In the town where I live, the big town near me, which is a whopping 20,000 people, all misdemeanor prosecutions are actually handled by a private law firm. The attorney is contracted into the city. The district attorney does they do the felonies. But the misdemeanors that happen in the city are contracted out. And that guy's one of the worst assholes. So
no kidding.
I mean, I think it makes more sense if you've got it as a rotating pool.
Yeah.
So that you're doing, you might have 12 files and, 4 of them are prosecutions and 8 of them are defense. Because that way, I mean, I have just done defense, but I've always said that one of the first things I do is I want to read the file like a prosecutor and say, how would I convict my client?
Sure, of course.
And then I want to switch gears and say, that guy I was 5 minutes ago, I want to ruin his day. But if you can't do that thing where you read it like a prosecutor, you're a bad defense lawyer. And if you can't, as a prosecutor, think like a defense lawyer, and that means 2 things, both what defenses is defense going to bring, but also questions like, what if maybe this guy didn't do it? I think that's a question that the prosecution needs to ask more.
I think that assumes that the prosecutor's acting on merit, which I think 99.9% of the time they are. But when you have a Binger, it doesn't help you to think, well, what's he thinking? He's thinking he wants to run a circus trial. So you can't stop that. I mean,
when you think about the tendrils of this Kyle Rittenhouse case, so Binger's job as a prosecutor does not just impact Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Gage Groskowitz is not being prosecuted for a assault with a deadly weapon,
and not just him, but everyone else who was there, identified, setting fires, destroying property. All of them are free.
Dominic Black,
and let's be honest. The reason the left is so damn broken over this Rittenhouse case is they're angry that their pet thugs got shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a message to them that, oh my God, the next time we try to burn down the city, some 17-year-old might shoot us dead.
Yeah,
I mean, I've got a different. I've got a different experience, at least with the Canadian left, which is that so many people, they get their media and their information from like through this filter. And so what they're seeing isn't the actual circumstances. They're seeing it as this great wrong. Like they're seeing it like, you know, somebody walked into the,
same in America.
You know, like somebody walked into the Republican National Convention, pulled out a gun and just put it to somebody's head and shot them. You know, we'd be offended by that. You know, we'd be upset, you know, and angry. And then when they actually, you know, I've talked to a lot of people who I've said, like, listen, here's the full details. And some of them are just like, no, I'm not listening. But the ones who actually hear that and start to absorb the actual details go, huh. And I mean, I've convinced people here, at least, you know, sort of that I interact with, that, and they go, well, I still don't like Rittenhouse, they might say, but you know what? He shouldn't have been convicted. I'm okay with the result.
Okay, so what you just described does not happen in real life. It happens in real life.
Happens these imaginary places like Canada.
Right.
It doesn't happen here.
It happens when you have intensely personal, emotional attachments to people who are willing to accept your word, despite everything else. The overwhelming weight of evidence they feel is against you, because they have a personal relationship with you. They're willing to give up all that other evidence against what you're saying and accept it because you're saying it. But I can tell you, here in the US, I teach at the FBI Academy at Quantico, and I teach on these high profile cases, controversial cases. Ooh. And I'll ask the audience of 200-300 FBI special agents, senior law enforcement officers from all over the country. I'll say, how many people believe that X happened? And the X I'm talking about demonstrably did not happen. And I can prove it, because I only raised it because I'm about to prove it didn't happen. And all their hands will go up, because that's what the propaganda told them for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And I say, okay, now I'm going to show you the evidence that did not happen. And I'll show them the evidence. And the percentage of that audience, that senior law enforcement, experienced, mature audience that will accept the demonstrable proof that what they believed happened didn't happen, is about 50%. So half of them, when you show them the evidence, it could not possibly have happened.
We shouldn't be surprised, though. People vote Democrat.
No, well,
no, I mean,
whatever.
Really.
I'm just saying, that's how human beings are. They invest themselves emotionally in a belief. And once they do that, I don't care what evidence you show them. It doesn't change their position.
No, I was actually being serious. What I mean is, people will inflict a great deal of misery on themselves to avoid admitting they were wrong or they got taken. That's why these blue cities are shitholes, right? Because anybody with a brain would go, "Oh my God, we can't let these people run the city anymore."
Detroit is fine, you bigot.
Yeah,
Johnny.
But rather than admit you're wrong, we'd rather just, it doesn't surprise me at all.
I'm gonna read this super chat, and then we'll get back into it for a little bit and see if we can get halfway through this interview. Johnny Bunn says, "This is the best. Would you talk about recording all trials? I'm unsure if it is or is not a good idea. My optimism says good, but my pessimism says otherwise. Truth will be more visible, but the purple hair threats." Well, I have a simple counterpoint to your argument. Are purple hair threats not occurring now?
It's done. The only direction to go in is to televise all trials. That's it.
Publicity, transparency, put it all
only
out
way.
there. And remember, for everybody who says, oh, well, what if a kid victim has to testify? Courts have been dealing with this forever, because you can already go sit in every courtroom in the United States outside of specific limiting factors. And if they have a kid coming in to testify and they need to protect their identity, they do, because that meets sort of this strict scrutiny approach that would allow them to make a restriction there where they say, we have a compelling interest to protect the dignity of this child from people outside of the direct involvement and the jury. And so then and the least restrictive means is to remove people from the courtroom for a period of 2 hours while they testify. And that's fine.
Nobody in the world would know what was happening in any of these trials if it wasn't for us reporting on them. And we can only report on them because they're televised. That's it.
Yep.
Well, and here in Canada, we televise basically no trials. There was one where the judge televised his decision. And unfortunately, and I say this is a tragedy because the judge actually made a pretty serious error of law. He relied on a section that had been found to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in order to get to a murder conviction. And so this big experiment into televising trials resulted in judicial embarrassment. So I don't think we're going to see that happen again. But we have had some very famous high-profile trials. One of them, the Gerald Stanley trial. And I actually have a copy of the transcripts for that trial. If you watch the news coverage and you read the transcripts, they're different trials. Yes. They have almost nothing in common.
That's why we need the cameras and us. Because the news media has no idea what they're reporting on, even assuming they're well-intentioned, which I don't assume, by the way. But there's no reason to. They're too stupid. I'll be more polite. They're too ignorant of the actual legal issues to effectively report on them. I mean, they don't know what's important.
They're too stupid. They're too stupid. This is the legacy media we're talking about, who has attorneys on staff who could do this.
Yeah. Who are also stupid. Who are stupid, in my experience.
True. Yeah. But no, so it's a thing that needs to happen. There's no reason now. There's no technological limitation. The cost is basically negligible. When we're talking about the cost of literally everything else the court does, it's effectively nothing. Go ahead and do it. They can distribute it on all sorts of platforms. A lot of courts already are. It's just a matter of getting all of the courts on board.
And by the way, when I say stupid about the law, I'm not trying to really be derogatory. I'm trying to be technical. So Nick has his background is, I'm sorry, I don't want to speak for you, Nick, but largely family law?
No, criminal defense.
Okay, criminal defense. Ty, your background is largely
business and
commercial.
Okay,
everything.
So
litigation.
My point is, we all have our individual areas of expertise, right? None of us would claim to be experts in areas where it's not our area of expertise. Even the lawyers have very narrow funnels of expertise where we would claim. A journalist, Jesus Christ, he's got nothing.
Yeah,
none of that, and yet that's what everyone's echoing.
Well, you've heard of the was it the gel man or gel man amnesia effect?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. When I was in college, I saw a news program that was attacking, of all things, the M1 Abrams tank that was just being brought into service. Now, that turned out to be one of the greatest, the epic greatest tanks ever built.
For sure.
And the media went on a full court blitz to get that tank canceled because they hated Ronald Reagan. And I happen to know a whole lot about that. And I'm watching these morons make the most ridiculous, stupid, outlandish statements that are just so clearly bullshit. No anyone knew anything. And that was the moment that I went, well, wait a minute. If something I know about, they're this full of shit on, they're probably not, why would I assume they'd be right about anything else?
Yeah.
And because literally every time.
Yeah. It's funny. The only thing you can trust the journalists on is maybe how to criticize journalism.
Well,
yes. Yep. No, because their mission is not to tell the truth. Their mission is to get clicks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And clickbait and hits and whatever that other white pages stuff is.
I did lie to you about my practice area. It's actually fat jokes.
Okay, well.
Here we go. Back to
it's the grift. The grift.
But I hope everybody got the point, because I mean, no one has a more narrow area of law than me. I mean, use of force law is about as narrow as you can possibly get. So everything else, every other aspect of law, I'm completely ignorant of. But when you hear other lawyers talk about stuff and it sounds sketchy, well, it's probably because they don't actually know what they're talking about, because there's lots of funnels of law and we're all experts in different funnels. And just because a guy's a lawyer doesn't mean he knows what he's talking about in any particular subject.
I think that's the genius that, all kidding aside, I think it's the genius of Nick's show, right? Is he brings all of us together and we all just kind of go, hey, what do you think? I mean, you can't get some idiot professor from Harvard Law School to compete with that on MSNBC. It's not going to happen. We're
sitting here.
We're a lot funnier, but
We're
even people that don't agree, right? Like you had Natalie on today,
yeah,
earlier.
Yep.
I'm sure she's a fine lawyer. I don't necessarily agree with her on her conclusions, but that's what lawyers do. We disagree in conclusions. I mean, that's the whole point of being a lawyer. That's why we're in this profession.
It's and it's, we're sitting here trying, we're trying to figure it out, and we're using our lexicon, our training in various areas to try and piece it together. And that's the benefit of having the panel, is we get to have that other person say, well, I don't know about that. Let's talk about it. And I think it works. Okay, I'm gonna press play now. You ramblers.
Are we 12 minutes in?
19. We're 19 minutes in.
God.
All right.
It's only 53 minutes long.
We'll get through by noon.
Yeah.
Today.
We're probably not gonna go much longer than
that's probably not.
Nick, I have to get another book plug in.
Oh, come on. You can in a minute. I'm cutting you off from your book plug for just a second. Here we go.
There are different charges for the two homicides here. The first killing was of Joseph Rosenbaum. That was charged as a first-degree reckless homicide.
Why?
Secondary intentional homicide would not have been a lesser included on that offense. It's kind of a different line of creation of.
So you would have had to make a choice to go with one or the other.
Right, and with that particular incident, we considered that a reckless homicide in the sense that it was not something that we felt we could prove premeditation on. It was more of a hurried.
Because he was attacked.
Because he was attacked by a
pedophile in a parking lot.
Why'd you argue that he shot him in the back? Premeditation does not mean planning ahead. Premeditation means that at the time you pulled the trigger, you made a conscious decision knowing that death was the likely result. That's premeditation. And the Supreme Court has said that premeditation can happen within a moment. Within a moment.
Now who's interrupting
me?
Nick.
Yeah,
This is my house.
Yeah, Nick.
My house.
By the way,
my house.
Just to make up for Nick, I'm going to step away for just a second.
In the closing arguments, Nick, did the defense cram that up their ass that they said in opening statements? The evidence is going to show that Rittenhouse chased him down. Did they shove that down their throats in closing argument?
They didn't. I don't think they.
They did a little bit.
Kind of, yeah.
I would have. I mean, hell, I'd have shown Binger saying it. This is what this jackass said. And his own evidence showed the exact opposite.
They did actually force feed it to him a little bit because they said, you heard this one story in opening, and now you're hearing this different story of provocation. They don't even know what's happening. They're making it up as they go along.
It went like this. It went like this. It was like, in their opening statement, they said that he was chasing Joseph Rosenbaum, and then that blew up on him, and then they had to change their tactic and strategy. And when they did that, suddenly they come out here saying, "You raise it. Come on, come on."
I kind of feel like Richards is probably not going to come on your show, but if he does, you need to do the the voice for him
as Mark Richards.
I wanted to come on because I want to say, hey, I
like the guy. I know it might not be the most popular opinion on the panel.
I would love to, sit down and have a beer with the guy. I just disagree with some of the choices he made, but at the end of the day, he pulled it off.
He won.
That's what I want to. Yeah, that's why I want him to come on the show, is say, look, I had tons of criticism for you, but you know what? I owe you a handshake, man. You won. You knew what was going on with the jury. You knew the community, and for whatever I thought about what was going on, you guys got the result you needed. Kyle's in a good place, and so I owe you a little bit of humble pie on that one. And I would love to tell him that and then talk about it. I haven't reached out specifically to him because he said in his post-trial interview was that he was going to take a little time off and he had another trial starting right up. So I didn't want to impose.
Bullshit. Of course you wanted to impose.
Well, if I really wanted to, I would have emailed.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's just too much.
All right, here we go. Let's get a couple more of seconds.
Seconds in before
on the defendant's part, so we felt that was better characterized as reckless. To your point of second-degree intentional homicide, you're right. That is a lesser included of first degree, and that would have applied to the second killing of Anthony Huber, who had the skateboard. That was originally charged as first-degree intentional in the jury.
Look, slapped around. I gotta call you out
he
here.
Just had a skateboard. It's not like he was using it to strike somebody in the head multiple times. I mean,
I got to call out someone in the chat here. He says, so that's so true that we don't know what's going on with the jury and stuff like that. He's like, so what is the real point of having trials streamed if even lawyers can't tell what's going on? No, listen, motherfucker, we can tell what's going on. We can't tell what the jury is reacting to, but we can call out questions about what the prosecution or defense teams are doing. It's just, they might have a reason. But by the way, having a reason doesn't necessarily make it right. Having a reason to not object because you think maybe the jury isn't doing it. Look, if they're introducing drone footage, mystery drone footage and blown up images, there is no compelling reason that you would not object to the foundation of that footage, other than the one thing that they kind of did, and it wasn't, well, when we saw the video, it wasn't that convincing. No, you object to this 10 times out of 10. I don't care if the jury is bored to shit. Of course you object to evidence coming in that might allow them to raise this provocation argument that they had not made. There are some things that are absolutely objectively true, and objecting to that drone footage, which was the entire basis of the theory of the case after the gun charge got thrown out, was a 10 out of 10 objection. You always
Why was
make
that
it.
ever admitted? Ever? I mean, holy crap. The notion you've had a trial that's been a year waiting to happen, and then a week into it, suddenly mystery drone footage is dropped by the evidence fairy on the prosecutor's doorstep. I mean, that's goddamn insane. I'm sorry.
You know, the evidence fairy could start visiting me. I've got a whole bunch of cases. You know, it's like I could use more detail on some of the things.
To the chat.
But, and then the FBI agent testifies and they have to exclude his testimony because, well, you can't actually cross-examine the motherfucker. I mean, holy crap.
Yeah, and to be clear, that never happens.
Yeah.
You were talking earlier, Andrew, in the basic run of law, in almost every case, by the time you're at trial, every lawyer on both sides of the
knows
file
exactly what's going to be said.
There is the only surprise.
It's not a question of what will be said, what the evidence will be. It's only a question of how will that particular jury interpret that evidence, decide what they believe. That should be the only question. Neither side should be surprised or ambushed or shocked by. I mean, the professionals should never be shocked by what happens at trial.
That may be one of the biggest misrepresentations that television gives
for
of the legal profession.
Right.
There are no ambushes. I mean,
or there ought not be.
Well, there ought not be, right? Because the system requires us to disclose. I mean,
I mean, I had a file where day of trial, Crown handed me some new disclosure and said, "Hey, here's a statement that was, that we've had for a while, but and that was the end of their file. That they had this, that they had this evidence that they hadn't turned over. The judge shot them down in flames, and you can't do this.
Right.
You can't do it because
you're ambushing the other party. They have a right to be able to defend against the claims you're bringing against them. You don't get to bring new claims, new evidence in the midst of the trial and expect them after a year of effort to suddenly change everything. I mean, it's just so
especially on a damn murder trial, right? I mean, it shouldn't
when
happen.
The stakes
period.
Are that high.
But yeah, I mean.
Bloody Blah says, "What crime did your dinner mushrooms commit?" Look, my phone doesn't like cremini mushrooms, and it changed them to criminal mushrooms. Okay, listen, they were cremini mushrooms. Dapper Dave 2021 says, "Question for Bronca on CCW insurance. Is my understanding that there's a clause in the policy that if the company does an investigation, think you're negligent, they will not defend you in a self-defense case. Is that wrong?"
I don't work for these companies. You have to ask them.
You'd have to hire a contract attorney on that one.
Sorry, I don't actually work for them. I'm a member of one. I think it's a good one. I encourage people to look at it. I'm not employed by them. I'm not a salesman for them. So you decide what's best for you.
All right, here we go. Back to Binger and this the person I'm increasingly less impressed with.
Are we still
Miranda.
doing this? We're like 8 minutes in.
We're 20 minutes in.
20
Oh my
minutes, yeah.
God.
Instruction.
No, we'll be through by noon at this rate.
To allow the jury to consider the second-degree intentional homicide as a lesser included charge. To begin the case with that second-degree intentional homicide, I think would have given up too much ground, because I think the first-degree intentional homicide is obviously a stronger charge. It carries with it a mandatory.
Slapped around, fuck you and your voyeurism. It's not voyeurism. It's not just about this. How do you not understand? How do you not see this? Go read every headline about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial up until the acquittal. Go read every single fucking one of them, and then realize that on the streams that we were doing, that, by the way, I checked the analytics, over 1 million unique people watched those streams. Over 1 million unique viewers over the course of that time watched those streams. So 1 million people saw what the mainstream media was not telling you about a criminal prosecution. And if you don't think having that kind of influence, having that kind of eyes, and I'm a small channel, having that happen has value to someone like a Kyle Rittenhouse, who is accused wrongly and prosecuted wrongly by a prosecutor. If you don't think that that is important to them, that that's mere voyeurism, then you're insane, because Kyle Rittenhouse has to live after he's acquitted. He has to go and get hired by someone. And guess what? All of the mainstream media narrative, all of it, is that he was a racist shooter who brought an automatic weapon across state lines to murder black people in Kenosha. And there are still people who think that the people he shot were black people that he tried to shoot. But there's 1 million people out there, from just one guy on YouTube. There are 1 million people who know that that's not true. And every one of those 1 million people is a potential employer. If you don't think that's important, I don't even have the amount of time necessary to educate you on the economy of scale, but my entire income is based on the economy of scale. And it is embarrassing how quickly scaling up things matters. 1 million people in America vouching for you is more value. It's more people than you'll ever have on your side in your entire life. And that's crazy.
I will say, if you have only 5 followers on Twitter or Facebook or however all the social media nonsense works, and I confess I don't really understand how it works, but whatever you have, if you favor Kyle Rittenhouse, if you don't voice that, it doesn't appear in the algorithm. The system doesn't know. It just gets them shut down harder. So if you support him at all, you need to espouse that support on those social media platforms.
I think a real question needs to be asked of this slapped around guy, a really salient question, is when you stopped huffing gasoline and went to spray paint, did the hallucinations change in any way? Jesus. Voyeurism, really?
Yeah, it's and finally, last time I'll address you on the stream, says you're talking about something else. You're not talking about the legal process. You're talking about how to rebut the media and propaganda. No, I'm not. But how do you think legal processes change if not for people doing voting on their district attorneys, people voting for their legislatures, people advocating for changes in the law? Like, do you think that just happens? Because if you think it just happens, then you're letting it just happen by someone else advocating when you're not.
That's Santa Claus justice.
Yeah, and not
Sorry.
everybody. It's not everybody's prerogative to go out and advocate. I don't go to protests. I don't do stuff like that. But if I can offer a viewpoint to 1 million people in 1 month that this type of prosecution is wrong, that's a bigger thing than me going to a protest. That's a bigger thing than anything else I could have done in my entire life. Is in the month of November, I told 1 million people that what happened to Kyle Rittenhouse was wrong.
You and I talked about this earlier tonight offline. I do a lot of work consulting on legal cases, and we don't pursue them. I actually don't want them. I don't want to consult on legal cases, because when I do, I can't talk about the legal case because I'm bound by privilege. But when I can be on your stream, I'm talking to 100,000 people, 50,000, whatever it is. I'm helping that many people not make the mistake in the first place where they would need to retain me. I don't want people to retain me. I want people to be safe in the first place. And I would much prefer that people are listening to your stream rather than trying to retain me after the fact.
Yeah, it's and again, there are different roles for different people. There are people like Richards, there are people like Earl Grey who are in a courtroom fighting for one person. And then there's some of us who get the opportunity, and it really is, it's a dumb luck opportunity to talk to tens to hundreds of thousands of people and just say, this is what's going on. And you hope that one of those people might make some influence. By the way, I get emails from lawyers. I get emails from law professors. I get emails from law enforcement. If you think law enforcement aren't watching the Kim Potter trial and formulating their opinions, deciding if they will be a cop tomorrow based on what happens in this trial, this open process matters, because if you don't see what will happen to you, like if you're a law enforcement officer with a taser and a handgun,
half the cops who were senior law enforcement in that agency are gone now.
Yeah, it's and if you don't think that you're a law enforcement officer in Minnesota and you're that you would just rely on a newspaper headline rather than having the opportunity to watch as much as you can about what Kim Potter is actually going through, if you think that's voyeurism, then I don't know what to tell you. It's absolutely not. So again, I know if you don't have experience with the scale of reach, and I didn't until a year ago or so. If you don't have that level, you don't realize just how many people it is that see your stuff, that start to look at it. And you probably have disproportionate impact than you even know, no matter what your following is. So anyway, this
is a revolutionary accomplishment, Nick, really seriously. You all, not single-handedly, I don't know if it's single-handedly or not, but damn near. You've shown over 1 million people that the media is not only incompetent, they're just making shit up, right?
Literally, yes.
And for anybody to suggest that that's nothing more than voyeurism, well, obviously the hallucinations did change when you went to metallic spray paint, because I mean, for fuck's sake, that
it's just again, and people who don't have experience with having a lot of people, when and I see this on Twitter all the time, when someone's like, oh, well, you stopped responding to me, you must be afraid. It's like, no, it's just, I'm sorry, I have 1,000 notifications.
Yeah, you're just not that important.
It just gets lost in the signal, or lost in the noise. The signal gets
By the
lost.
way, there's a lot of professional damage mitigation companies out there posting stuff on forums. I see that a lot in my postings of the Alec Baldwin shooting. Suddenly I get 500 posts in my YouTube videos that normally no one pays attention to. Suddenly I get a whole bunch of people saying the same things all the time. Oh no, he was not liable for X, Y, Z reasons, and it's all slightly different poster names and slightly different reasons, and it's all
why it's almost as if they're just copying and pasting.
Yeah, weird, right?
Yeah,
strange.
How
strange how they all have the same legal analysis and conclusions.
Nick,
yeah,
it's like the brakes on a car, just like the brakes on a car. I get that. I had that analogy literally like 400 times today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to correct a slight misapprehension in the stream. Okay, an ad hominem attack is not simple mean-spirited insults. See, I'm doing the mean-spirited insulting. I'm calling you a dumbass because you're a dumbass. Nick is actually rebutting your ridiculous arguments. Now,
and just
please
because
try to connect those dots.
And just because I say motherfucker doesn't mean that you're wrong because you're a motherfucker. Those two things are
he's wrong because he's an idiot.
No, that's an ad hominem. Not wrong because they're an idiot. They're wrong because their analysis is incorrect. the other thing can also be true, but it's also 2 a.m. That's why I called you a motherfucker. It's not
you're wrong because you're wrong. You're an idiot. Just
we're
because
in
you're an idiot.
we're just in
Holy
Quentin
crap, it is
Tarantino
2 in the
time.
morning. Jesus Christ. Nick.
We're in Quentin
amateurs.
Tarantino language here. That's the thing. Okay, let's just
Let's go another 3 or 4 seconds.
Let's see if we can get another minute of actual podcast out.
Not a chance.
So, see you guys in an hour. Hold on, here we go.
Life in prison. I think it's the appropriate charge here, and I think it better crystallizes the real issue here, which is I'm not sure that I believe the defendant when he says that he had a genuine belief that he had to defend his life in that situation. I think that there's credible evidence that suggests that he was out there essentially looking for trouble, bringing a gun into a violent situation to escalate, having
again, there's
like Grosskreutz did. Brought a gun into a violent situation.
12 people not smart enough to get out of jury duty are all smarter than Binger.
The amount of nonsense.
The population that's smarter than Binger is going to be pretty huge.
The amount of nonsense in this idea that he's out looking for trouble when he had every opportunity throughout the entire night to find that trouble. It didn't take any time at all. The moment the sun went down, he found any trouble he wanted, but he waited for
he could have just started shooting people, right?
Right. At any time. He could have shot people at the car source when he went
Instead
to go
saying,
grab
medic.
Yeah.
Anybody need care? Anyone have a boo-boo? He could have just shot him with his AR.
Oh, I said at the beginning, it's remarkable that he didn't just empty that magazine into the crowd after they hit him with a skateboard and kicked him, that kind of stuff. The amount of control he had is amazing.
Yeah, here we go. Let's get back to this for just a few more minutes, and then we'll wrap up.
His own political agenda, and so I think that he was willing to kill.
My irony meter exploded just now.
Willing to accept that.
Runkle's thing just crapped out. I don't think he left, but if he pops back, I'll bring him back in.
So I think there's some element of no matter what was going on around him, this was potentially going to happen. So that goes to the genuineness of his beliefs here, where I don't buy his testimony that he sincerely believed that he needed to do this to preserve his life. Now that's what he testified to, and if you believe that, and the second degree intentional homicide asks the jury to decide whether or not a reasonable person would have felt the same way in his situation, which is sort of the objective standard of it. And I don't see any reason why any reasonable person would put themselves in that situation or believe that, but obviously the jury concluded otherwise. So that was their verdict of not guilty on that. But to your question, I think charging it initially as second degree intentional homicide, I think would have given up too much.
So by Binger standard, you lose self-defense if you're there to defend properly.
Well, she shouldn't have dressed that way.
No,
she shouldn't have dressed provocatively.
When you think about this as a state actor and a prosecutor, his words are even worse.
Wow.
He said, because of his political agenda, because he is politically on the right, I have determined that he was there to cause trouble. That's it. Like, that's what Binger just said.
Well, if BLM were there to protect against white supremacists burning down the buildings, that would be fine. But because this guy was in the opposite side of the political spectrum, then he's not qualified.
And it's amazing that a prosecutor imbued with the state authority to bring criminal charges against someone has openly admitted that, and he did this at trial. He's doing it here. My decision was based on politics. And that is not how we do this. That is not how it should ever be done.
Yeah.
And if we ever get to a point where that becomes even vaguely common, we've now made it to the third world.
It's common. Sorry, dude. It's common.
I'm afraid you're right. But that's the thing, right?
These are the cases I cover, and they're not the norm, but they're not uncommon.
Yeah. Well, there's an inflection point where, we turn into a third world country because that's exactly what they do in those shitholes, right?
Yeah. Yes.
That's
so I would encourage you to not keep talking about this in a public forum. But yes, that's exactly what happens. You look at South Africa, that's exactly what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go. Here we go.
I wanted the jury to consider that because I was concerned that if they didn't buy the first-degree intentional homicide, they potentially just let him walk without considering any lessers, and I wanted to get a conviction out of this if I could.
Yeah, of course, because it's justice.
Here. This is a case where everybody,
because it was important to get a conviction.
Conviction.
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't really.
Lots of people out there have taken it to say he's justified, he's right, he's innocent, he's a hero, and we should all be doing what he did. And that's unfortunate. And I want a different message to be taken from this because I continue to believe that this is the sort of behavior we cannot condone. There has to be a consequence.
Yeah, can't have people stop burning shit down.
Notice that cough.
Just can't have
This is the thing that we cannot condone. There are lots of people who, like, I think if we had Viva on, he would indicate that's an indication of dishonesty. But I don't know. This is a nonsense point.
This guy's so full of shit that you could use him to fertilize your garden. I've never, I mean, it's remarkable that the people of Kenosha would allow a dipshit like that to have any role whatsoever in anything that matters.
Snuggle Struggle says
he is.
Even with Kyle there, Kyle did attempt to remove himself from the area, but the police stopped him. The failed leaders of Kenosha tied the police's hands. Those police forced Kyle back into that conflict. In my opinion, they wanted this. I mean, I don't know about going all the way to the police wanting it, but I will say, Kyle did try to leave the area. He's like, no, I'm actually at this car source over there. Kyle tried to leave, again going against the narrative that he was trying to seek out some sort of conflict, as if he would have trouble finding that conflict that night. Of course,
if he was looking for it.
Yeah.
I said this earlier, and it bears repeating. It's absolutely horrifying that they could have sent this kid to jail for life, except for the fact that there was actually video.
Yeah.
Because they'd have won. I mean, there wouldn't have been. I mean, that ought to scare the hell. First of all, it ought to scare the hell out of anyone who claims to be progressive, right? Because guess what? Your side's going to get hammered on this shit too. You know, it's just.
Okay, let's.
It ought to scare anyone who is part of the sheepdog community, which I think is totally morally correct, but puts themselves at considerable legal jeopardy by stepping up to engage in physical conflict, because this is how it's going to be characterized.
Well, you never know until you're actually in that situation, but I'm pretty damn sure I would not stand by and let a bunch of thugs burn my neighborhood down.
No, that's true. But then they came to you. What the prosecution is arguing here is that Rittenhouse went to them.
Well, I don't think I'd let them burn down any part of my city. I mean, it's not just my personal neighborhood. I don't know.
I'm not saying that's the wrong choice. I'm just saying when a prosecutor gets that in their hands, how are they going to make it look?
Yeah. Well, the thing here is, look, I think it's like this. These people want the state to have all the power. And when Rittenhouse took those steps, he deprived the state of its power to ignore or punish or whatever. And they're willing to send people to prison for to kill, to murder. I mean, they'll make shitheads like Binger will make any sacrifice necessary.
They don't care, right?
Right. Yeah. How that scumbag looks at himself in the mirror. Well, I don't even want to get into that, but I mean, he's vile. This is the face of the shit that Orwell warned us about, and it didn't come quite the way Orwell thought, but it's right there.
I agree with you 100%. I can't tell you how much I agree with you, but that still means that if you're involved in a confrontation outside your home.
Oh yeah, I see your point. No, I agree with you completely.
I mean, Binger will still be there. He will still prosecute you. He doesn't care about 1984. He doesn't care about any of this philosophical.
No, I agree, Andrew.
Shit.
I'm not at all advocating that course of action. I think actually you're remarkably sensible in your suggestions.
And by the way, I'm not telling people not to do that. I don't tell people what not to do. That's not my business. I mean, whatever you think is appropriate for you and your family, you should do. I'm just saying. These are the likely legal consequences of doing it.
Well, and remember too, I happen to own a law firm, right? So I might have a little bit better chance. Okay. And
I would hope so.
But yeah, I listen to Andrew on this shit more than me. I'm just mad.
Let's see. All right, guys. Tell you what. It's really late.
Get another 3 seconds, Nick. For old time's sake.
I'm gonna get couple more seconds. But seriously, I'm gonna ask you guys. I'm gonna stop and then read super chats because I have a bunch of those to go through, and I'll allow I'll say that you guys don't have to stay for that, but and if you want to, you can. But it's gonna be a little bit, and I know it's really late. So let's get a couple seconds more of this godforsaken interview.
Hey, before we do that,
plug your book.
You're in Austin.
Don't you have a book?
No, he's in.
No, I'm not trying to plug. You're in Austin?
Tyler, Texas. Kurt's in Austin.
Who is where?
Kurt is in Austin. Ty is in Tyler, Texas.
Tyler, where the hell is Tyler?
About an hour and a half east of Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you look up the Bible Belt
you become
on Google
more
Earth,
boring to me.
Okay. If you look
Wait,
up
you
the Bible
actually
Belt,
want to go to Austin?
Yes, I do, because Texas Hill Country is right there. I want to do a motorcycle ride through Texas Hill Country, so it's.
Andrew, if you
I'm looking for a couch. So.
Andrew, if you'll look the Bible Belt up on Google Earth, you'll see that ground zero of it is actually on the steeple of my church.
No, I understand. I fully understand that part of it. I know Austin is the devil's work in Texas. I get it.
No, look, it's a gulag where we send all the lefties so they stay out of our hair, right?
Listen, I live in Colorado.
It really nice.
I get it. We have Boulder. We have. I get it.
Well, no,
you have Colorado.
Really nice. I mean,
I have Colorado. Fair enough.
Yeah, but all right, let's get just a couple more seconds in. Did you want to plug the book one last time before we wrap up?
Sure. Okay. It's if you want the soft cover, lawselfdefense.com/free book. Hopefully that's you're all sober enough to still remember that. Or the hardcover, lawselfdefense.com, get hard.
Think of Krause looking at a buffet line.
Yeah,
and that's how you remember. That's how you remember.
Easy. But you will not get them before Christmas, so don't order them for Christmas presents and complain about it afterwards.
$30 just because of the get hard.
You got to do it.
Spring for the $30.
Get hard.
All right, here we go. Last couple seconds of this trial before I lose my mind, or not this trial, this fucking podcast.
To allow this, we're not alone. New York's had its own types of situations. Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., lots of communities around our country. Minneapolis have seen protests and violence that has spilled over into looting, arson, and other criminal activity. And I've prosecuted, and I'm continuing to prosecute people who committed those violent acts during this incident.
You lie.
Really?
I get emails from people saying, "Why aren't you going after the looters or the arsonists?" Thanks, I am. I have several of those cases on my caseload, and so does everybody else in our office.
Several.
Out
of literally hundreds and hundreds of people doing it.
You have the police prosecute. You can't go out there and do vigilante justice.
Yes, you can. Yes, you absolutely can, dumbass.
Binger, that's what you did with Rittenhouse. Yeah, I mean, you literally did vigilante justice on Rittenhouse because the cops didn't even arrest him. He had to turn himself in for a crime that he wasn't even asked if he had committed. No cop looks at that file and looks at that complaint and goes, you know what? Actually, yes, we should prosecute this guy. Stop it. Stop this nonsense.
You're a murderer.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
You just slaughtered those people who were the pedophiles who were trying to attack you, the people who were trying to hit you in the head with a skateboard, and the guy who's running at you with a pistol in his hand. I mean, you monster! How dare you?
Who puts his hands up and Rittenhouse doesn't shoot him, and then he tries that dumb shit video game maneuver, and Ritten evaporates his forearm.
Did you guys see that movie Burn After Reading? Burn After Reading with George Clooney and. Francis McDermott is like head of the FBI, and the guy keeps coming in. He's like, at the end of the movie, he's like, well, we arrested him because he shot this guy, and then the other guy, he's dead, and so he's gone. So, it kind of wrapped itself up. And then Francis McDermott's like, he's sitting there, he's like, wait, so that's it? And you can just imagine in this, it's like he gets the file in front of him. It's like, so he killed a pedophile, he killed a domestic abuser, and he killed a revolutionary who was holding him at gunpoint. And that's it. That's the facts. Well, fuck, we worked out great.
Turns out the box is empty. We're all good.
Perfect. Or J.K. Simmons, not sorry. J.K. Simmons. Yeah. God, what
not quite my tempo, but it's all good.
All right. Silverfish 606 says I would love to see. Oh wait, I read that one a long time ago. There we go, gentlemen. I think we're almost to halfway through the podcast, but it'll take us another hour to get halfway in. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna wrap up the show. I'm gonna read all these chats because that's what I do because I'm an idiot. But if you guys want to peacefully sunset and go to bed, I will not hold that against any of you. You've been here way too late, so thank you for that. But is there anything anybody wants to say?
I declined to peacefully sunset.
Well, then stay.
Joe Biden
you can,
thing, but
you can stay here then.
I'll stay for the chats, I guess.
I ain't no quitter.
I'll stay at least a little bit.
Okay, pressure's on. Here we go.
Canada's staying. I'm staying.
Yeah. Texas is in.
All right. True gentlemen and scholars here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Luis Ruiz says, can I get a wop wop for the snowstorm going on right now? So my dad texted me and he's like, how's the snow up there? I haven't even looked outside all day. I was down here all morning. And then I went upstairs and cooked dinner. And then I fell asleep on my couch, and then I got up, and then I hung out with my wife for a little bit, and then I came down here to do the next show. So I haven't looked outside. I have no idea how much snow fell. EMT says, Nick, thanks for covering the Potter trial. Sadly, I'll have to check out the ending when I get back from my cruise. While on cruise, I'm getting married. Hey, congratulations, buddy.
Congrats.
Yeah, it's very important to get that first marriage out of the way as soon as possible.
It's a starter marriage, Andrew. It's a starter marriage.
I'm just saying, based on my own experience.
204-857-4289-572-9875.
It was wonderful.
When are we getting a Netflix adaptation of Andrew's book? There you go.
Oh my God.
AGK says, make Runkle and Andrew fight over Masad Ayub.
I don't know why. I mean... Yeah, he wrote the foreword to my book, so I mean, does Runkle not like him? I don't know.
I did a video. He did an interview where he basically advocates talking at length to the cops.
Well, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, no, I basically was like, no.
Yeah, okay. So you and I are on the same page there.
Yeah, no, I will say,
I wanted to see that Canadian kukri go flying all the way into Colorado. That's what I wanted.
I mean, I have tremendous respect for Mr. Ayub. I just think that video is a little bit too much. Assume you are a cop, and that the most of us aren't going to have that same experience.
I concur with you 100%.
Runkle, have you? I'm sure you're familiar with the Pot Brothers at law.
Yes.
Seen any of their stuff?
I love their.
You've got to shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up, Friday.
Yeah. I actually want to do a video about how that is perfect advice, and how you couldn't do that video here in Canada.
Oh, no, but you got to shut the fuck
up. Law Society has all sorts of rules about advertising, and there's two things that they would probably have gotten dinged on. One is the whole quality of it, the whole shut the fuck up Friday thing. They'd probably get dinged on. And the other bit is where they're like, hey, if you're in a dispensary, here's how you avoid charges. They'd probably get dinged on that aspect
while taking hits off the blunts while they're doing the videos.
I mean, it's legal. The blunts aspect is legal here. And because YouTube's policy is that they don't want to see drug use anywhere where it's not legal, I could theoretically fire up a blunt here and not get Nick demonetized. I'm not going to do it, but theoretically,
come on,
I do it.
You
come on.
You can't try to sell it though. I learned this from YouTube because I asked. I have a potential sponsor who wants to offer Delta 8 products, and YouTube will not allow you to advocate even Delta 8, any THC. But CBD is okay, but not Delta 8. So they said that will ban the channel. Uh-oh. Why did I just get a phone call?
I thought that was me.
No.
Oh my God. Nick, you just got a call from my ex-wife. Sorry about that.
No, I thought it might be.
Oh, it's gonna be nasty.
I thought it might be my current wife.
Don't answer that call.
Don't answer, Nick. Don't do it.
I now have no idea who it was because it was.
Don't open the box, Nick.
It's a private number, and I'm like, oh dear God.
Don't open the box.
Because sometimes my wife will call if I'm not responding to like Messenger while I'm on a show. If like one of the kids is having an emergency or something,
right?
I'm like, oh gee, goodness gracious.
That.
But no, I have no idea who it was.
All right, go ahead. Open the box. It's
probably nothing important at 3 a.m.
Jim says.
I wouldn't sweat it.
Jim says Kyle didn't quote laws to men with swords, but his lawyers did. Guy Finley says, isn't that an old joke? A's in law school is judge, B's in law school defense attorney, C's in law school prosecutor, D's in law school politician. But the A's in law school are the tort lawyer, the personal injury lawyers.
Right. You never hear of them again. They're making so much money. They're off your radar.
Pissed Off Patriot 83 says drunk Bronca is greater than sober Bronca. Lol. Jackson Kai says, actually just got your book in the mail, Andrew. Thanks for reminding me to review it. STFU FFS says, as a Mexican, I corroborate the Buchanan's theory. It's the Mexican scotch, and it's great. Spider Eternal says, Lagavulin 16 neat is my favorite scotch. Cheers. It's not my favorite, but it's my favorite go-to. Eddie Oliver says, I'm waiting for the Perry Mason moment in the trial where it turns out Officer Lucky strangled Dante Wright to death. Not guilty.
Where is the Perry Mason moment? Where is the actual evidence consistent with reckless manslaughter? That's all I'm waiting for. I just want to see that.
Yeah.
It ain't there. This is politics. This is political.
Broly Power Maximum says, what do you think of BLM supporting Smollett still? I'm not surprised in any way. Spence, I'm just mad that they threw the Nigerians under the bus.
But we're so racist.
Yeah, well, apparently Nigerian lives don't matter. Spence says, cheers. Hello, Rags. Silverfish says, also apologies to all the other lawyers. You showed up during the Ricada Degenerate Hour. Ty knows all too well about how degenerate we get at night. Rael says, I paid $7 now. At least do the Kermit voice, damn it. Okay, fine. Phoenix Lord Asperman says, hi, Rags. Dennis Pettit says, you were sketchy on your answer a few days ago. Buying PCC for wife for Christmas. Is it a straw purchase in Alaska? All your buddies might have the answer. Look, I had someone reach out to me and suggest that a genuine gift is probably not a straw purchase. But you're asking me for legal advice on how you should fill out the form when you're buying a firearm for someone else. And I can't answer that for you. I don't have the requisite knowledge. I would have to research it and we'd have to enter into an attorney-client relationship. So sorry, I can't give you that answer over YouTube. Like I said, someone did reach out and say that a genuine gift is not a straw purchase.
No, and please just don't do any of that.
Yeah,
don't do any of that. I mean, I've seen people get convicted for buying guns for people who would lawfully be entitled to have the guns, but it was deemed a straw purchase. So
yeah,
just give them the money and let them buy their own goddamn gun.
Yeah, that is the 100% best practice, that the person filling out the form is the person buying the gun under every circumstance. That's your best practice. Everything else, just think about it. If you have to make a legal argument, you're already on the losing side.
Yes.
That's your answer in life. Well,
you bought a $600 gun and you're spending $60,000 defending that decision. I mean, why would you do that?
Yeah. You just give your wife a gift card. Here, honey, we can go pick out a gun and you can go buy it with the gift card. There you go. Or don't give her a gift card, actually. Just have her buy it in cash, please. Sorry, I shouldn't have said the gift card thing. Just have her buy it.
Up, Nick. I mean, come on.
Just have her buy the gun and you can
cash money.
There you go.
The wheels are off.
Normies Get Out says, backdoor Binger can't even sneed. Jacob Henry says, what? Jacob Henry says, what do I say to my barber to get my hair to look like yours? You just ask him for the fash cut. That's what you ask him for. High top fade like 1938 Germany. So I asked my barber. So when I first started getting this haircut, I said, hey man, just cut my hair however you think looks right. And he gave me the full racist. And I'm like, well, you're an asshole. How do you handle
ask him for the lice cut? Just I don't want lice, so just whatever you did for them.
He says, how do you handle your cowlick / back? Mine's terrible. I just don't. And he says, I rock a similar look, goatee included, looking for tips. Look, I go to an exceptional barber. He's great. Talk
trash about your barber online.
Don't let him do your beard and mustache, or you're just going to end up with the chaplain.
I unironically like the guy a whole lot. He's got a fantastic life story, and I hope to introduce the chat to him someday because I think he's starting up a YouTube channel. And he's an interesting man. Squizgar says, "Go damn, Bronca bringing the fire." Patrick Allen says, "Bronca killing it tonight." Crusader Sarah says, Bronca and Beard simultaneously, too awesome for me. Andrew Hansen says, Biden, stand up, Jacob Blake. That was so funny at that Biden rally. What's your camera doing there, Andrew?
Oh my God. Sorry.
I'm just
no,
I
have checked out mentally before I was about to say goodbye.
I half wish that you would have had something super embarrassing on your computer screen, but I didn't see anything. Like,
all right, guys. My wife is screaming at me outside the door of my office, so I have to go or get divorced. And I already did that once, so I'm not doing that again. So I love you all. It was great. I hope everyone had a good time, and I will see you all maybe tomorrow or the next day or a future week or whatever.
For sure on Monday. For sure on Monday, hopefully, when the trial resumes, right?
It's all up to you, Nick. I would love to be back. But
don't call me a eunuch.
I am in such deep shit right now that
blame it on
marital,
me.
Marital, not legal.
Tell her I would not let you leave.
I see weapons being deployed.
That's
so.
not gonna.
Tell her we appreciate your time.
She's
so thankful that you're here.
Super pissed. So, okay, guys, I love you all, but not as much as I love my wife. So I will see you all at a future date. Okay.
All right, brother.
That guy is a hoot.
He's hilarious.
I had no idea. I mean, I've seen him on your show, and he's always been very reserved and very.
Oh, Nighttime Bronco.
Oh God!
I found out the other day we were watching Gage Grosskowitz get arrested for DUI, and it was like this guy's killing me.
He's great.
We'll see if he lives through the night.
No pain, no gain.
It's one of those where if he throws up, she'll intentionally roll him on his back. Should have come to bed, motherfucker.
I nearly blew stuff out of my nose when he was talking about, you got to get that first marriage out of the way. Jeez.
Matt Hagan says, ask Mark Richards, ask uncivil law to a bathhouse. Hey, Kurt, I know you're no longer watching through the internet. I guess whatever mechanism you might use, maybe a phone. I don't know if it's a laptop. I'm thinking about your laptop right now. But I just wanted to invite you to come out to one of the Wisconsin bathhouses. Look, it's not what you think. I get why you're thinking that it's like that, but maybe it is, but it's not. They do have cheese that has a higher melting point, so you can actually have it in the bathhouse, and it doesn't melt unless you want it to. Sorry, I gotta stop.
You're way too good at that. Please stop. I'm getting uncomfortable.
Pissed Off Patriot 83 says, y'all know the difference in Kyle Rittenhouse and Jacob Blake. Kyle walked. 2D Harem King Jack says, Ty Beard, 2 out of 10, not enough rooftop Koreans. Mario Carter 13 says, Joe Brandon says, if I had a son, he'd look like JoJo. Oh, hey, Hunter. God love you. Edward Creed says, where's RGE's live streams? I have no idea. Jordan Jones says, at Bronca, I've got 4 books and shared them within my Second Amendment group, but bruh, $20 for a mug. How about a promo code? He's gone. Promo code marital success. That'll get you no money off, but you could try it. Wrestler Town says, Bronca, I have to get hard by Christmas, and if you can't help me, someone else will. Steve-O says, Bronca, did you send a copy of your book to Fluffer Boy 2004 yet? That's a good troll.
Oh man, I gotta order one. I gotta find their office and just order one Fluffer for them.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'd happily pay for the Law of Self-Defense book to be shipped to every single prosecutor in Kenosha.
That would be hilarious.
That's a brilliant idea.
Can we get signed copies sent out?
Even better.
Trico Blunt says, I hate the name LawTube, Nick. Look, I do too. You know Warren G and what he would have called it. Instead of regulators, it should be litigators. SCFU FFS says, the greatest thing about LawTube is being witness to the emergence of Andrew Bronca from the cocoon into this nascent comedic genius. He's GD hilarious. Jeremy Corrig says, can we get Law of Self-Defense audiobook from ASMR Judge for the chat? Oh, God. No. Daniel Harp says, castrate all maps with Kyle's AR-15. Keep up the good work. Strong whiskey drinking men. I'm tasting crappy rye tonight. Bottom of the barrel, baby. I've been drinking this James E. Pepper 1776 rye. When I first started drinking, it was a little sour, but after a couple drinks, it tastes great.
My go-to at the moment is the Aaron 10-year. A friend of mine bought me a bottle of it, and it's really good stuff. So
the Aaron malt, it's hard for me to find the 10-year around here, but they do have 2 different finishes to the Aaron malt that they sell around here. They have a Sauternes cask finish, which is like a white wine, and then they have a port cask finish. The Sauternes cask sucks. The port cask is great.
I will have to give that a try.
It's really good. Twilight Dragon 3 says, Binger, I would have gotten that win if it weren't for those pesky laws. Freedom Fighter says, I stopped watching TV when I found you guys. I'd rather learn something every day about the law and what's happening than trash TV. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Stephen Oglesby says, closest Binger gets to a brainstorm is a drizzle. Josh Johnson says, if I was on Kyle's case, Fluffer would have got beat by that rifle if he pointed it at me. Firearm Safety 101, hunted since 13, just saying. I do want to say, Wisco on Legal Bites' stream did say that he did not actually point the gun at the jury. It only kind of looked like that from the camera, but apparently he did not point the gun at the jury. So, again, to his credit. Now, to Binger's credit, with his level of gun experience, he may have been aiming at the jury and just simply missed.
Well, and also, I mean, his stance on that and his finger is right on the trigger. Like, everything about that is just, it's amateur. Screams, yeah. I have never touched an AR-15 and I never will again. And this is like his chance to go on the Disneyland ride that he's never going to see again.
Look, Binger has a lot of experience, I think, touching long, hard cylinders, but AR-15s aren't them. Mandy Caravicious says, Nick, when are you going to cover the Andrew Bronca domestic abuse trial? Not applicable says, dude, Bronca's really good at this. Do YouTube. He does. His channel's in the description. It's in there. By the way, Ty, yeah. I don't know why, but what's your channel actually called? Is it Beard and Harris?
Beard and Harris, I think.
You're the worst. God, you're insufferably bad at this sometimes. I don't.
Listen, I'm still using punch cards. Okay.
Look, I don't know what my channel's called. I just leave that to the Amazons.
Well, yeah, basically. Actually, I leave that to Brianna, my daughter, and the Amazons.
That's for the kids. Let's see. Beard and Harris Law. Let me make sure and get this link, guys. If you don't know, Beard and Harris has a YouTube channel. It's a little different. It's more professionally oriented, and the videos
we're trying to remedy that. Yeah, the Amazons do want to, or they want to come on your show next week. So we'll get that connected up if you're okay with it.
Yeah, of course. I think Carrie and Lacey are great. I actually had her name, you jerk.
Well, listen, they're far better. They're far better than Beard ampersand Harris. Whoa, crap. That.
No, I got it. It's in the description now.
Yeah.
Guys, check it out. It's got more legal educational style videos that are out there, and you can go subscribe to it right now if you want. All you have to do is go in the description. Just go in.
Yeah, and our YouTube channel is relatively new. We're actually kind of gearing that up. And Nick, we have some questions for you, but I'll call you next week. We need your advice and wisdom, and
I'm an expert at YouTube.
Yes.
Well, Josh Pakel says, I love me some late night Bronca. Let's get him slurring again. Generic commenter says, panel's on fire tonight. Christopher says, what happens to that law Binger said didn't allow prosecutors to give post-trial interviews? Did Binger lie? Yes. Lol Binger just said
and over and over again.
I mean, and any ethics he has last about 15 minutes at best.
And he's
a scumbag.
Of course, a prosecutor can talk about the results of a case because it's no longer a case or controversy in front of the prosecutor. He can say, we disagreed with this or we agreed with it, and it's fine. What he can't do maybe is talk about the judge in the way that he did. I mean, that's a separate question, but of course a prosecutor can prosecutors give post-judgment interviews literally every single day. It's insane to think that he would say he couldn't. But he said,
he's a self-righteous twerp. He was,
he thought he was going to win.
Yeah.
That's what he thought. Binger thought he was going to win the case, and that, I'm not going to give a media interview because that would be dancing on the grave of this. And we didn't want to prosecute Kyle Rittenhouse. That's what he was trying to do. Binger just said, get hard. Even he is promoting Andrew's book. Peter Vanatinger, thank you for the donation. Ryan Clark upgraded to super lawyer. Thank you. Not applicable says ads pounding children, quote, just some baggage.
That's
yeah. Andrew Hansen says Zazzle has custom lunch boxes. Should do a side-by-side with him and Sergeant Schultz from Hogan's Heroes. The Squid says Juicy testified that he likely solely pleasure with his attackers. CNN reporting be like Juicy bravely beat off one of his attackers.
Very nice.
Michael Tynan says, Nick, one of your best shows ever, and that is saying a lot. And yes, I simp for this panel. Me too, man. Me too. Peter Vanatinger says, question, if Binger lies on this show, can he be sued for libel over the lie? This is not his job. Possibly. But I mean, it actually kind of is part of his job to make public representations about cases. So maybe not. But I mean,
it'd be a lot more fun just to continuously mock him and make fun of him publicly.
Yeah. The legal process isn't great. It's your last resort for everything. Yes. It is always where you never want to be. So, but the thing is, just have him come on here and represent who he is to all of the people. And I mean, I would give him a fair shake. He probably doesn't think so, but I actually would.
Not the best choice of words, really. Just saying.
Look, I would grab him and drag him along where he needs to be. I would.
You'd put it to him.
Look, I'd give him an open opportunity. Benjamin Blatt says, I'm starting to be a little worried about the safety of the kid living next door to Binger. Also, UA Law had a parking lot, lockers, football. Damn.
No, damn. We didn't.
Not applicable says, Judge Chu does look great for a 1,000-year-old, not going to lie. STFU FFS says, Runkle, the resistance pin was all the context you needed. This was political. And since the political is now personal, Binger takes it as an affront. News Now Wyoming says not only did the cops not do anything, they pushed them away from the government buildings they wanted to protect to the private businesses. Cheryl Dom says if everyone in that town would have been like Kyle, this would not have happened. Reference Shellsburg, Pennsylvania, and the confrontation with BLM. Mo Zamboni says, I want a weekly Ricada live stream, including law talk and copious libation consumption called Brazen with Bronca. Make it happen. Look, I want the man to have a successful marriage. I just want to point that out. Kaina says, X122 says, is it really acting if Binger is a salty bitch? CP Scott says, Lunchbox's suit was stronger than the chair and Flufferboy's ability to tell the truth.
As sensitive as those jokers were to being attacked, I think if I had been Richard, I really would have called them out harder in closing argument. I'd have called them liars and shit.
That's why. That's one of the reasons.
They'd have.
That's one of the reasons I was yelling later in the trial. Still, even after it wouldn't have worked necessarily, is yelling object. Yeah. Every time they objected, the prosecution was flustered. They were angry. It threw off their questioning. It's like, then you object every single line of questioning at least once. Just throw one in there in the middle. Who cares if you lose it?
It took Krause like 5-10 minutes to get his stride back anytime he got interrupted, because he'd be so upset and so flustered. Yeah. So don't give him 5-10 minutes without a little poke.
And you could see the reel-to-reel tapes queuing up in his head as he's trying to decide what he's going to say. It's like
every 4 minutes object. Like, honestly, just keep him off. Like, right when he starts to get just close to that rhythm, he gets to like that fourth question, just object again, ruining. He had the worst poker face I've ever seen.
He was just pissy. I mean,
What's Amata says Binger complains judge was too hard on him, but judge never said anything about his electric nipple rings. Mr. Tibbs says, Andrew, please update your URL to /Bing it hard. The world needs an Insomnia YouTube video of John Black in conversation with Judge Chu. Oh God.
Don't we have to send those books to the Kenosha prosecutor?
I'm going to order them.
I was going to say,
I'm unironically going to order them.
I'm in. I mean, I see it as a public trust almost.
SoCal Gunner says, you think Walgreens looting is bad? A gun store in Garden Grove, California was looted for over 40 guns.
Ooh.
Damn. Robert W. says, greetings from New Zealand. Little Binger's next prosecution will be the 14-year-old boy who shot a robber in the face, protecting his mother, who was running a pizza shop in Philadelphia today. Busted Knuckles says, a bit of Earl Grey and some Four Roses small batch bourbon goes well together. I'm glad I've been introduced to this awesome law community. I've learned so much. And Mr. Bronca, you do amazing work. Man, I'm going to have to send all these super chats to his wife and be like, look at how important this man is.
Yeah, that'll help him out a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he'll appreciate that, Nick. Really.
I'll send all the ones about drunk Bronca's best Bronca too.
The good news is he'll have a lot more time to show up on your stream. So there's that. Steve
C sent a super chat that says for books. I'll order them and I'll post the receipts on Locals and probably Twitter. So yeah. Autobot says, hi Nick, found you through Friday Night Tights and love the streams. I watch every day and every night. Andrew Bronca is my new
poor bastard. Don't you have anything better to do?
No, Ty. They do not. Sea of Love says race issues aren't what you were told they were. Start talking and stop reacting. Easier said than done by some. Our goal should always be truth. Love you. I agree. Stephen Oglesby says Binger's background, not a lawyer, but stayed many nights at a Holiday Inn Express with Fluffer Judge friend. Eddie Oliver says Uncivil can talk about bleach and lie, but my stalking jokes cross the line. No, it's here's the reason it crosses the line is not for me. It's literally for you.
Yeah.
When there's a pending trial that's public and a judge is ruling on it, even a joke about stalking, especially when the judge has been stalked and has received death threats, you just don't. You literally don't want a Secret Service agent knocking on your door tomorrow morning. Like that's why we're saying it. Just like it's not even. I know you're joking, but but a Secret Service agent,
we're not offended by we're just simply warning you that it's not a good idea to say it at this particular time.
Yeah, because that's happened to a lot of people who are have publicity at all, and not just the public person, but anyone who's exposed to the publicity. They say something about the president, even a joke, and a Secret Service agent shows up at their door, and suddenly you're explaining the joke to law enforcement, and you never want to be explaining a joke to law enforcement.
They just don't have much of a sense of humor as a general rule.
Even if it's a banger.
Explaining a joke is not a great position, but explaining a joke to a guy with an earpiece is probably the least funny thing you could be doing at any given time.
Yeah.
And also it's just not a great comment to make in any event.
Let's see. Bark Lounger says, any thoughts on the DOJ going back in to investigate Rittenhouse, and what in God's name do they expect to achieve? Great show and happy weekend to you all. Cheers. I mean, they've already investigated him. We know that because there's FBI drone footage. ATF showed up at Nathan DeBruin's house to ask him questions about it. We know that the feds have done their investigation on this. It's all political right now. I don't think there's going to find any probable cause for charges. Watsamata says, viewers, dudes, remember all this is not legal advice at all costs. Do not claim he needed killing. The Knowledge says, this may be the funniest stream and panel you've ever had. Literally crying. I'm laughing so hard. Fluffer Boy says, what's the difference between Krause's refrigerator and Binger? The fridge doesn't fart when Krause pulls his meat out. Come on. No. Good God. That was horrible.
Wow, you've actually broken Nick.
That's wrong.
That's an accomplishment.
Ryan Bibb says, assuming Binger or his office has argued cases before Schrader before, the rule regarding calling people victims shouldn't have been a surprise. It wasn't. They were just being pissy. And they say this isn't the law. It's actually, to be fair, it's only a rule in Schroeder's court. It's not the law of Wisconsin. It's not the law of Minnesota. It's not the law of pretty much almost any court. It's just a rule that he has adopted. But it's the right rule, in my opinion. STFU says 2021 criminal records are now considered doxing. Zach Williams says, I asked you to do an impression of Richards making onto Binger's face during your late night episode with Drex recently. Guess how happy this makes me. Well, did I do it? I don't remember.
You if you haven't, you simply must ask Drexel his unvarnished opinion of Binger.
Oh yeah,
because
I showed him the boat picture with the other judge. Whew. JDS says, is Ty in East Texas, and did I hear the thunderstorm pass through earlier?
Yes, you did. Thundered a fair amount, but
the thunder rolls. Zach Williams says, I accidentally sent that super chat twice, which is just fine with me. Here's another 5-spot. Good shit, fellas. Hey, thanks, Zach. Scott Shook says the next president needs to make Kyle Rittenhouse their press secretary so the entire media pool has to kiss his ass. Ron Quay says 1 hour into stream and only 5 minutes into the podcast. No way you can finish this interview without Rittenhousing yourself. Please continue. Jenny's getting inky with it says, was the interviewer funded by Soros? Sounds like he could be. Busted Knuckles says Richie saved Kyle's life. That's something amazing to think about. Would you have him on the show? Richie McGinnis? Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'll having to reach out to all these people. It sounds easy, but I'm lazy and forget because I always say it. I always get to these chats at like 3 a.m. after drinking a whole lot. And when I wake up in the morning, I don't remember to send a DM to Richie McGinnis and say, hey, you want to come on the show, buddy? Just Cause says your mods hate first responders. Okay. They're mods. Haven't you learned by now all mods are gay? Like automatically by the fact that they're a mod, it's like an embarrassing life choice. Just make fun of them. Just make fun of the mods back. I don't care.
Yeah, that'll work out well. That's always a great way to stay active in a forum.
Mihawk66 says this stream needs to go viral for educational and entertainment purposes. Watsamata says twofer. Tell Krause that there's a nice triple meat sub sandwich right in the middle of the Russian troops massed on the Ukraine border. Let's see. Ice Mexican says you are hereby dubbed Brawl and Bronca. That Asian Duck, thank you for joining at Paralegal Status. S. Becker says, have you guys seen where Kyle told Elijah Schaefer and Sidney Watson that the Zeminskis are amateur porn stars? I didn't see that, but someone else mentioned it in the chat earlier. Stephen Oglesby says, try Whistle Pig. Good stuff. I'm a big fan.
Even I've had Whistle Pig. It's good.
Do you have a Boss Hog, Ty? Because I have a Whistle Pig Boss Hog.
I do not.
Yeah.
A client and I stayed up until dawn actually drinking one time, and he was a Whistle Pig fan. So
it's a good rye whiskey.
It was very smooth. I mean, I as I recall, I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
Unknown says proper response to anything edgy is in a video game. AZ Beauty 7 says Binger was recklessly stuck in the clutch. Nebulea says Ty hanging from the lampposts based. Riff Raff Games says media is to blame for Blake rhetoric and riots. Kingdom Heart says Binger needs to learn from Jussie Smollett and not beat himself up about it. Zach Williams says, yo, Ty Beard, I'm in Longview, Texas. Really cool to see someone from nearby on this show. Y'all are my favorite thing to watch. The truth is great. There you go. CL Brands 1 says, it has been said by many that the first shovel was groundbreaking technology. It's a cry and shame says, I'm French Canadian.
Was that really necessary?
It's a cry and shame says, I'm French Canadian and I disagree. Build a border wall on the north. Bogey 34 says, God bless LawTube Bronca After Dark is worthy of a super chat. Love the others, but Late Night Bronca can't be compared. And then sent a bunch of noses. Meth Bear says that the concentrated tism Binger is dripping is why I mostly do personal injury. I'll be visiting Fargo and Detroit Lakes from California next week for the weather and a girl. Hi, Nick. Hey, what's up, Meth Bear? Sounds good, buddy. Enjoy. Wait, why would you go to Fargo and Detroit Lakes in the middle of winter in December? God. Do you hate yourself that much? The only thing worse would be going in January or February. Goodness. January in particular. Zach Williams says, no shit, Binger. God. Joseph Dude said, thank you for the chat. Jenny's getting inky with it. Says, can we sue for cruel and unusual punishment? Yes. Kyle Bogue says, Bronca's a fifth of scotch into this live stream is absolute sheer brilliance. It's almost as good as watching commies get yeeted on a Facebook live stream. Whoa. Dave Guerra says, fully semi-automatic. Sean Wayne says, it was all that training on Call of Duty. Seriously, at this point, they should just say fully semi-automatic because that's what they believe. Watsamata says, pistol packing Zeminskis are amateur porn stars. If they're unable to monetize, must not be packing anything high caliber.
Ooh. Wow. Harsh but fair.
Look, I thought, I'm pretty sure I saw a picture of the lady Zeminski, and I'm not interested in that video. Let's see. Thane Cotter says, Binger cleared up state lines because Dominic Black is still on the chopping block. Jonathan, that might be. Yeah, he might have an ethical. If he didn't clear that up, he may have an issue with ethics in his prosecution. That I didn't think about that. Jonathan Haynes says, oh my God, the stupid. Also, given how often I'm visiting my family in BC, I need to remember to watch Runkle's knife video that floated across my feed. Yes, you should. And other Runkle videos as well. Someone else says, drinking 10 high. Am I supposed to be laughing hysterically? Because I am. Yes.
Yes, you are.
Shilfer says, you guys are going to be really pissed soon. Jar Jar Binger strikes again. This interview gets bad. Barnes is going to trip. Well, we didn't even get there.
Okay, that's the first I've heard of Jar Jar Binger. Is that like some?
I've never seen it, but it's good.
That's glorious. Yep.
David A. Hamilton says, Drunk Bronca is the hero we need. Jace says, Kyle's accuracy was excellent, but then again, it helps when the guy grabs the barrel and pulls it into his belly. True. Z. Sean says, by the end of this, we'll be suing for senior abuse if you keep pausing. Please, God, I'm not ready for that. Tybalt Pooban says, Eye of Kenosha, the blog that Binger hates, is going to have a field day with this interview. Lamau, first ever super chat, by the way. Hey, thank you. The Eye of Kenosha, that guy, he's interesting. He's on top
EYE or like
EYE of Kenosha.
Okay.
That's when Krause was like telling the photo chat guys, like, you gave an interview to a blog that hates my office. That's who he was talking about.
Oh, I still got to watch the photo Chad interview.
It was a good one. He seems like a good dude.
Yeah.
Pixie Missa says, honestly, Lex Luthor would be an improvement over the idiots we have running Australia right now. Shileford says, can Kyle sue Binger in Kenosha now? Probably not, from what I've seen in this interview. Mario Carter 13 says, Applebee's, it depends on the child. Smug chuckle. Jonathan Duger says, I'd rather have BCPD officers pull me over than listen to these bums. Oh, Brooklyn Center? Rude. Shalfer says, here it comes, folks. Prepare yourselves. Mind blown. Anthony Zink, thank you for the message retracted. Graham Finlay Son 5 says, he will appear before Judge Schrader as a defendant. Batgoat says, buried under 6 inches snow drifts in Prior Lake. What's it like in Wilmer? I mean, Clara City. I mean, Spicer. Batgoat, I literally have no idea. I haven't looked outside. Mario Carter says, Binger in one hole, out the other. Stop it. Brian Tracer says, cheers. Chaotic Entertainment says, it's a meme. Mercado Law, Google Space Movie 1992. I know what movie you're talking about. I know what movie it is now. Okay, I can't say the title on stream. So you can all Google here. Alexa, Google Space Movie 1992. Hey, Google, what is Space Movie 1992? There you go.
Oh, God. I just did.
Why would you do this, you fool?
I got nothing.
Phoenix Lord Asterman says, pretty sure Schrader saw Spartacus when it first appeared in theaters. He was flattered when he heard the film was being made. No. When it first appeared, he was flattered when he heard a film was being made about it. Marcel DeFore says, need to fill up my Kindle. I like everything. Would you guys all be able to recommend one book each, please? Thank you. Okay, one book for Kindle. Runkle, go.
Oh, man, it's been so long since I've been able to read anything for actual enjoyment.
I'll start then.
I'm going to go with Going Postal by Terry Pratchett.
Oh, Terry Pratchett's great. Great books. Ty, do you have one?
Of course.
Is it Dune?
Yes.
Okay.
Dune by Frank Herbert. And by the way, nice attempt.
By the way, what?
Okay, touche.
Nice attempt to what then? What were you going to say?
The Dune pilling. I'm quite an elaborate scheme to pull together this group to avoid the Dune pilling, but the Dune pilling is coming, and it's just getting worse as you delay it.
We will do it at some point.
Yep.
My recommendation is actually a 2-book set because I never take a first offer. One book. They're both by Dan Simmons. They might be my favorite books ever. It's Ilium, Illium, and Olympus, like the Iliad, Ilium and Olympus. And they are sci-fi that it is one of the craziest stories I've ever seen. It's great. It's got pulp action as well as just monumentally insane storytelling. And they're very good. Check them out. Marcel DeFore said, oh, wait, I read that one. That's one I just read. David says, remember when Judge Schroeder lunged at Binger and yelled, MAGA country? Kyverdom says, just curious, since I'm relatively new to your channel, did you ever cover the Wustenberg case from July 2020? It was a Michigan couple who was charged with felonious assault because the wife pulled a gun on their attackers. No, I've never even heard of it. That's the thing. There's so many cases every day. Ryan Knoll, welcome to Lawyer Status. Tater Monkey says, Nick, please Google Space Movie 1992. Love to see y'all's reaction. Much aloha.
Don't do that. Do not do that.
DeBears say, if the Smollett story had involved him using a gun to defend himself from the hate crimes, would anyone have even heard about it? Heard about hashtag Justice for Juicy? No, the problem is if Juicy Smollett would have defended himself with a gun, we'd have 2 dead Nigerians.
Did you see Dave Chappelle's thing about Smollett?
No, I've heard a little bit about it.
It was hysterical. It was hysterical.
Nathan D says 25 people in Kenosha prosecutor's office. Here's for books. Well, what's 25 times 9? I'll do it. We'll do it. I'll post the receipts. Let's see. Operator Dooman says, did you see Huber's dad's interview? He had a small urn with him, and when he opens it, legend states the ghost of Karl Marx comes out. Oh, damn.
That's hard, man.
Michael Tynan says, off topic, Nick, have you seen the Space Marines trailer from the Game Awards? Yes. Space Marine 2. It's 10 years. It's been 10 years. And they've made Space Marine 2. I'm legitimately excited. Josh Peckle says, I am supposed to be writing a business plan, but no, I'm half a bottle of bourbon in and got nothing done. Thanks for all you do, Nick. This is amazing content. I'm so happy to ruin your future life plans. That's my pleasure.
Yeah.
Anytime. David Davidson says, to be fair, Binger is used to having his door open during examination. Ryoshi Mata says, could these two possibly be sued now due to continuing to tell lies despite the facts coming out during trial? Well, the one guy's defense would be, I'm just an idiot in New York, and Binger's defense would be, I didn't say it.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I just think ridiculing the hell out of them is the best, because it gets under their skin.
Yes. Clearly. What's the matter says, par for the course, nipple clamps Binger admits he's been scolded and borderline dismissed with prejudice in this court. Zach Williams says, Binger is very familiar with a judge's bark and bite and other things. Record of Exile says, I don't understand how Binger got away with lying in his opening statement. How is that not perjury, like the first statement of fact? Because there's prosecutorial privilege.
And he's not under oath.
Yeah. You get a lot of leeway, despite what he said, in framing your argument.
Well, and there's actually a sensible reason behind that, because remember, there's somebody on the other side that should call him out on that bullshit, and apparently they did. So
if every lawyer who lost a case because they framed their case in a way that the jury disagree with was fined or went to prison, there would be no lawyers left. It would be an impossible.
And that would actually be bad, wouldn't it, Nick?
Well, I mean, there'd still be like real estate lawyers out there.
Yeah. Well, look, they're like
like
the dermatologists of our profession. Okay, they're not like really lawyers. They're
Benjamin Dustin says, I feel like taking a shower every time I hear Binger talk. It's Melkor says, this is hilarious and I would love to listen to all night, but I'm going to go to sleep. Smart move. Zach Williams says, Broncos faded. Haha, this is awesome. Die Ghostfish says, peccadillos are usually associated with affairs. Binger would know all about judicial peccadillos with Judge Chad.
He took way too much pleasure in saying that word. It was creepy.
Long story short says, self-defense man, are you familiar with the recent Philly man who sex assaulted a woman on a train? If I hit him with a steel chair, do I go to jail? Probably not. Again, there's a personal consideration on how much you should intervene in stuff going around you, because you are exposing yourself to risk. But typically you have a self-defense, or you have a defense of others claim for using reasonable force, so long as your force is reasonable.
Andrew's making the incredibly valid point that if you get yourself wrapped up in the legal system, it can cost you a lot, even if you win.
Yes.
Yeah. And that is an absolutely valuable thing.
And when you win against the state, you don't get compensation back.
No, they don't
for what
pay
you.
They don't pay you your legal fees.
And
if you're not independently wealthy, or if you don't own a law firm, you probably want to consider your responsibilities before you do that. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it is.
Tara Rayner says, if you believe I'm the awesomest Canadian wearing Grambo panties, you will send this podcast to Judge Schrader with love from the North.
Runkle, what do you have to say about that?
I don't qualify under the whole.
You're not wearing Grambo panties right now?
I am not. They're still on order. I'm waiting for them to show
I don't
up.
think that's an adequate explanation.
I should have brought them down. Someone sent me Rekieta Law legal briefs today. They sent me underwear.
And how did you never think of that product?
No, I have. I haven't gotten around to making it.
Yeah. Okay.
They're green. They have my logo on them. On the back, it says Recato Law legal briefs. They're perfectly embarrassing. I'm definitely going to wear them.
I'd be careful to make sure they're not pre-worn, though.
No, they look new. They came directly from.
And suddenly, a really funny thing just kind of became.
Yeah. Well, look, if they were pre-worn, we're going to get to know each other a little bit. Kim Carr says, wrong guy, David P. Miranda, Albany. Well, you shouldn't have that name. That's
right. It's his fault.
Phantom Boomer says, isn't he needed killing all the defense you need in Texas?
It ought to be. It ought to be.
You can always argue it. The Sultan of Zanzibar says, Andrew is right. This channel is like the how it's made for law. Also, can confirm Canada does not exist. We are all California prototype, but with snow. Eddie Oliver says, hey, who the F do I pay to be a super lawyer? I didn't even graduate high school.
I think you can still be a super lawyer with that.
Super lawyer, yeah.
Zach Williams says, I watched it on Nick's channel. Whole damn thing. It's why I'm listening to the channel still. Red Dragon says, we should regard the mobs of rioters with the same feelings the Romans had towards the Vandals.
Agreed.
I don't care if they're from the same continent. They have no stake in the town they're invading.
Agreed.
Caps fan says, Binger wishes he could sit on objections like Richard. Jason Wengler says, I notice the more they drink, the more they look like a person that misplaced their glasses and is having a hard time focusing. Great content. Crusader Saracen says, when commies took over Russia, they let out prisoners to run amok as their enforcers. Apply that to the riots and bail reform. Makes a lot of sense, huh? Not applicable says 50% is actually great. Bronca, I thought lower. Make-A-Wish says sausage fest tonight. Lord, look, the ladies were invited. They chose not to arrive.
It might have been a good choice.
Yeah.
Lord Edris Rex, yeah, actually, yeah. Because for some reason, many of them get reserved on the spicier jokes. So, you know, I don't know that they would have been as comfortable. Lord Edris Rex says, still catching up, but Andrew, please never stop these jokes. It's a cry and shame says, if Democrat voters ignore their history and reality, how am I supposed to take them serious? Stargate says, I take my constitutional crim pro final tomorrow, and I feel like I could run a better trial than Binger.
Pretty sure my dog Milo could, be competitive.
Abel's great one says, for Runkle, why isn't the judiciary in Canada not standing up to the violation of the Bill of Rights / Constitution regarding vax passports and mandates?
Sorry, I missed part of that.
Why isn't the judiciary in Canada not standing up to the violation of the Bill of Rights and Constitution regarding vax passports and mandates?
It's actually, there's some of the case laws going in different directions. It really depends on the circumstances, and it's a complicated nightmare of things.
I'll tell you why in the U.S. It's because judges are old and they're scared of the virus. In Minnesota, there's a woman in Albert Lee. She had a restaurant or whatever, and she defied the lockdown order. It's a misdemeanor charge, maximum 90 days in jail, right? First offender, you never get 90 days. The prosecution recommended 10 days in jail. She got 90. The judge decided over the prosecution's recommendation to give 90 days in jail. And took her immediately into custody too, which is not something that always happens with a misdemeanor. A lot of times misdemeanors get the opportunity to serve at a later date. But she was taken from the courtroom for 90 days in jail. And it was because, quote, the judge said she put the entire public health at risk. So judges are old and scared of the virus. What more do you need? And if I was 65, 70 years old, I would be much more concerned about the virus than I am at 40. Right? Like, logically speaking, I should be. But
the pandemic sure has exposed a whole lot of negative qualities in our leadership cast in this country, I think.
Yeah. Kinetic Zen says broadcast trials are a good idea with the exception of mass shooters. Media contagion in that case has a direct correlation with copycat offenders. I don't actually buy that mass shooters are spurred on by emulating other mass shooters.
I don't think there's any evidence to support that supposition.
The other thing is that mass shootings even school mass shooters don't, their shootings don't actually mirror in any factual way the other ones that I've seen. Like, it's not like the Parkland shooting looked like the Newtown, Connecticut shooting looked like the Columbine shooting. All three of those are vastly different. The Michigan shooting doesn't look like any of those either. So I think that the mass shooting thing is really, it's one, there is a risk to having access to guns. That's freedom is risk. But two, it's just the
freedom
number,
ain't free.
there's a hefty fucking fee. So, but there is a risk to it. And the other portion of that is just frankly that there's a lot of kids going to school every single day in a shit system. And at some point a kid might snap.
I'll tell you what, sending a kid to public school these days is borderline child abuse. I'm sorry. I mean, parents don't want to hear that, but you know, it's so
I don't think, and mass shooters is a hard thing to categorize because, and again, the Pulse nightclub, because it was just mass shooters, not school shooters. Well, are school shootings mass shootings? Yes. But is the Pulse nightclub like Parkland? No. Is it like that church shooting in Texas? No. Is it like Dylan Roof? No. Like these mass shootings are distinct events that they don't follow patterns. They're unpredictable. If they followed patterns, it'd be easier to prevent them than it is. Okay, sorry. I'm just pontificating on mass shootings. Sir Marhouse says, to be honest, I just can't wait for the trial of the goddess Christine, Christopher, Christian, Ricardo, Jesus of Nazareth, Weston Chandler. I hope you've been reading the letters, Nick. I've not been reading the letters. I'll try and catch up on them before the trial, which starts in January. God, I hope it's televised. Roger, thanks for the message retracted. Brian Tracer says Patriots win. Patriots win. Jay Griff says just tuned in. Is Bronco a little tipsy? I like it. A little tipsy. Sure. Silverfish says
that's it.
You can tell when that was sent. That was sent fairly early in the stream.
Yeah.
No, it's not that early. Silverfish says, Nick, did you see a YouTuber named Totally Not Mark got 150 videos, reviews, drawings, tutorials, etc. Copyright claim by Toei Animation. Hirohei covered it, and Hogue Law has a pretty detailed video on the issues. I did see it. I haven't looked into it. If Hirohei and Hogue are covering it, that's going to be good coverage on the drama and the law front. Maybe I'll talk about it soon, but there's just a big problem with the amount of power that YouTube gives to people over its own creators. That's just a problem with their copyright system.
By the way, we really at some point need to talk about that goofy ass lawsuit against Wizards of the Coast. It's wild.
I haven't read it yet. It was sent to me, so I'm
it's I thought I sent you a link. I can't remember now.
I don't know if you did, but someone else also did.
Anyway, it may not be as funny as that guy. Who's the litigant that you made fun of?
That's a long list.
Yeah,
Ty.
I know. Russell Greer.
Russell Greer.
Yeah, it's like on that level of stupid or whatever.
Well, I'll have to take a look. I'm going to reserve judgment. We'll see.
I know that's big talk on my part. I admit that.
Master Blaster says, no, voyeurism is what I do with my binoculars whenever my neighbor gets on her treadmill. Willie Fisterbottom says, just got home and joined. Missed everything before about 2 minutes ago. Can you guys start over? It's Melkor says, thanks for making the storm shelter entertaining. Nathan D says, Binger saying he doesn't. Oh, shit. It just updated where I was. Hold on. God.
Hey, could we do a GoFundMe to send those books to the Kenosha prosecutors?
I don't need a GoFundMe. I'll just look.
Well, no, we could send the hardbacks though.
Yep. Ty,
They're not going to read them in any event.
I made plenty of money on the streams. I wouldn't GoFundMe that one. That would be my own benevolence.
There you go. All right. Well, we're real good.
Nathan D says, Binger saying he doesn't see Kyle's actions as reasonable while the judge and jury do clearly shows that Binger is not reasonable in this case. Yes. Jay Griff says, Fluffer Boy for life. New dislike button says, drunk, tired, no tie. Andrew is the best thing on the internet. Oh, and the Falmer from Skyrim with his large elvish blade. Jenny's getting inky with it. Says, what did we learn?
I feel strangely inadequate. I didn't have a blade like that. I'm
What did we learn? Fuck if I know. Don't again. I love that movie. That was Burn After Reading. What did we learn? Fuck if I know. That was great. Tor Theo says, please set up Streamlabs for easier donating and comments. No, Streamlabs banned me, and they wouldn't tell me why, and I was not allowed to appeal. So Streamlabs can get fucked. I hate them. I hope they catch fire, metaphorically or whatever. Because I just I didn't do anything. And I'm like, what? Well, what policy?
Some little wussy in their company got angry at something at your post, and they just.
Yeah, and I asked them. I said, "What policy did I violate?" And they said, "You violated one of our policies." And I said, "Can I appeal it?" And they said, "No, we've thoroughly reviewed it, so there is no appeal." So there you go. No, I would rather give 30% to YouTube than go through Streamlabs. Sorry, YouTube suspended me for a week. Streamlabs banned me forever. So they can just, fuck off. Tom Farrell says, I live in Kenosha. A lot of citizens were out defending the city. People need to quit dissing Kenosha. We can't just shoot rioters,
We're not dissing Kenosha. We're dissing your leaders. Now, by extension, that is dissing you if you reelect those dumbasses. And I think that's fair.
And look, if there are more people than we saw out defending Kenosha, those would be great stories to tell.
Yeah.
You've got independent journalists in your town like Nathan DeBruin. You've got the Kenosha County Eye. You've got the Eyes of America on these people right now. Get those stories out. Do it. Yeah. Talk about how you're defending your community.
No one's calling y'all cowards or anything. That's not our point at all. It's just that your leaders suck. Yeah. They suck hard. And if you reelect them, then it is a fair comment.
Ryan Burkabile says, what do you guys think of the Oxford, Michigan parents getting charged? Look, based on what I've seen, I don't think the charges are reasonable. I don't think the parents can be held responsible.
Oh, that's the parents of the shooter.
Yeah. I don't see that they can be responsible for his act. Again, school shootings are unpredictable.
In particular, when you're not going to hold the school responsible when they were every bit as catastrophically negligent, if not more so.
I think the school is more negligent than the parents because the parent doesn't believe that their kid's going to shoot up a school. Like they just, and the school is more neutral on that and also has a higher duty to protect. Political
prosecution again.
Yeah, because that's about guns. I mean, that's about purchasing guns. That's what it's about. Now, if there's a bunch of evidence that the parents actually did this, like have some real liability for it, if they show me that evidence.
There's got to be. The prosecutors wouldn't lie about anything, would they, Nick? I mean,
they've never done that before.
That wouldn't happen, would it, guys?
So no, they need to show me more for now than what I've seen. That's all. That's my thoughts. Scott Baines,
if you want to start the process of holding parents accountable for the violent acts of their children, that's going to blow back upon certain communities really, really hard.
Yeah. Scott Baines says, still going, you beautiful lunatics. Thank you. See Goody says, you say that your barber just decided to give you the full races, but you get the full races every time you get one. Press X to down. I mean, why change?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Gundam Touch Me says, got pulled over, went to grab my proof of insurance and forgot I had my 1911 in my glove box. Led to some uncomfortable eye contact with the officer. Good thing I live in red territory.
Yeah, but even in red territory, that's always a good idea to say, hey, just let you know this,
Rob Price says, love the stream tonight. I haven't laughed this hard in a long time. It's much needed due to a long-term injury. Also would love to buy and have a drink with Runkle. We live in the same city.
In that non-existent country.
Runkle, do you do stuff like that? Do you meet up with people and have a drink with them?
Occasionally. I've got my email address on my on my thing, so drop me a line.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, if you're ever in Spicer, Minnesota, I've been known to go out and meet people in town, but I don't know why you would ever be in this little tiny place, but sometimes it happens. Hafty Zazzard says, "Who wants to bet Andrew forgets his fly before he goes to piss?" Healthy Fiesta says, "During the Kim Potter stop, why wasn't the girlfriend told to leave the car as soon as his active warrant was acted upon? Am I missing something?" I don't know that they thought they could. I don't know why, but they thought they could just arrest him. Like, they got him out of the car. He complied getting out of the car. If they would have closed the door, I mean, if the officer Lucky would have closed the door, that would have been good. But he didn't.
If you know, it's just it's an improbable sequence of really shitty occurrences.
And it's stuff that, you know, lots of times the passenger is not pulled out of the car while they're effecting arrest. I mean, it's not a standard policy and procedure in Minnesota that we see. In the George Floyd incident, right? Floyd got out of the car and was handcuffed prior to the passengers getting out. And they may not want the passengers out at the time, because the cover officer is then watching a passenger who's standing versus a passenger who is in the car in front of them. So, you know, I don't know. Pranav Osha says, "Thank you, Rikeda, for the live streaming trials. I'm a final year law student in India. It has been a great learning experience. God bless you, sir." Hey, back
Congratulations,
at you, Pranav. And I'm glad that you're a final year law student. May you have much success in your future. Tor Theo says, drunk Bronca power level maximum. Gideon K. Cross says, "Prosecutors sacrificing defendants to make a point equals bad trend." Binger says, "This is about not going back to the Old West. January 6th prosecutor wanted and got long sentence for Q Shaman to send a message." Yeah, prosecutors are oh, you fucking YouTube. Sorry, it just reset my super chats.
I should probably get some sleep, but it's been a blast, and I look forward to joining again sometime soon.
Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it, and we'll see you soon.
Cheers, and thanks. I just ticked over 50K, and I'm sure that's like 20,000 of that is thanks to you. So thank you.
It's not thanks to me. It's thanks to the chat. So awesome job, chat. Thanks for getting Runkle over 50K, and we'll see you soon, buddy.
See you soon.
Yeah, actually, they've been updating our subscriptions, so they've helped us out in our very minor little YouTube channel. So
very good, very good.
Yeah,
and then there were two.
Well, I told somebody in this chat, they were like, you know, I'll bet Ty's the first one to drop out. I said, yeah, I don't bet the rent money, Bosco. I'm a veteran at this.
Let's see. Where are we? Here we
So
go.
when they reset, do you look like you have to scroll through and find out?
I have to go to a different page, and they're not color coded because they're like you see in the chat, right? They're color coded by the amount, which helps me. Thankfully, I don't really have to filter anymore because we're just wrapping up. But it just makes it annoying because it's not as easy to skip the ones I've already read. But I found it. We're almost done, actually. Scott Bain says, "Mrs. Bronca, be merciful. He is doing a great public service with these chats while promoting his brand. The drinking is incidental." Colo Sign says, "Binger, I barely know her." Jay Griff says, "Ty looks like, sounds like, and expresses opinions like a guy I used to work with." Ty, you ever done IT work in Georgia? You want to meet up for drinks in Disgusta?
I have not done IT work in Georgia. I feel sorry for anyone that looks and sounds like me, but it's a hard world.
Tor Theo says, "Runkle doesn't need sleep. Just meditate for 4 hours."
Somebody in the chat said he simultaneously looks like he's 20 years old and 3,000 years old.
The elf memes.
Okay. Listen, I was there, Nick, 3,000 years ago. You've got to do a meme of Runkle. I mean, you have to.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not in a dry county anymore. Somebody asked if we were in a dry county. We had been dry up until about, I don't know, 5 or 10 years ago.
Yep. and the two giant liquor stores right on the county line.
Those poor guys, on the Kilgore line, they're gone. I mean, they're like empty shell buildings.
Is that right across Lake Palestine?
No, that's Coffee City. Now those liquor stores are still intact because they're allowed to sell hard liquor. We don't sell hard liquor in the city limits. Kilgore is the other way. And yeah. Well, used to when we had these elections, it was great because you had this very improbable alliance of area churches and liquor store owners on the county line, lobbying against making the county wet. And politics and strange bedfellows.
Jillian Seed says, and when the world needed them most, they vanished. # Chad Dads. No, I actually tried to set up a Chad Dad stream the other day, and I talked to Larry and Doug and Ty. I could not make the scheduling work for it yet. We are still working on that. Doug is out there drawing NFTs like a billion a day. And
NFTs,
oh God. NFTs are no. Okay. So imagine you bought a baseball card, right? That there's only like a rare baseball card. There's only like 10 in existence. Okay. But it's digital and you never get the card.
Okay.
But there's only 10 of them and you own one of them. And so it has value based on its scarcity and the fact that you own it and it's verified and can't be taken from you because it's digital, like a Bitcoin.
Okay.
So it's like a Bitcoin, but it's
electronic asset like a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it.
It's a non-fungible token and it's a recognition of registration on the blockchain of a thing. You could technically make an NFT, as far as I can tell, out of just about anything, which is why I won't say that joke, but I think you could. I'm kind of curious if you could make an NFT out of people, and then buy them. But you can make an NFT out of like a video clip, an event. Like, do you remember the American gymnast Michaela Maroney? She had that bitchy smirk from the Olympics, like just unimpressed. She's also one of the ones who broke the sexual abuse of the doctor.
That doctor, yeah.
Whatever his name was, Larry Nasser.
That the FBI.
Yeah.
Don't get me
started. That smirk that she made, sitting there on the Olympic floor doing the smirk, that picture of her, I think she made an NFT of it and sold it for like $600,000.
Wow.
Yeah. And again, you don't own anything. You just own a registration of the event. So
there are aspects of this new economy that elude me.
So you can only buy them with like cryptocurrency. So like Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatever. So Doug, I don't know what he's done now, but a while back he hand draws his NFTs and they're characters from the Neverhood, an old book series that he did. And I checked in on him, and that was when he had just hit like 1,000 Ethereum, which is $300,000.
Good for him.
That he had sold, and yeah, just selling them at like a tenth of an Ethereum each. And then the crazier thing is with them, you can since they're in a blockchain and they're preserved, you actually can set a royalty amount. So if they're subsequently traded, you get a portion of the trade forever. And so, yeah, it'll kick back up to you. They're an interesting thing. I think they're a giant fad, and I think that they'll collapse at some point. Yeah, but there's like 12-year-old kids drawing little pixel art whales making like $12 million selling their collection of NFTs. It's insane. But
I think I want to do me some NFTs.
Yeah, I wish I could do it. Like, I wish I could figure it out and be smart, but I'm too old for an NFT. So,
so there's no chance. Is what you're saying.
I mean, I don't. You could hire someone to do NFTs.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I could too. I guess.
Yeah, you're a man of means and status, my friend.
I suppose. Yeah. It's kind of weird because I haven't gotten paid for November yet.
Let me know if I need to send them a demand letter.
No. It just comes on the 21st of this month.
It's gonna be a good day.
It will. It's like, here's what you did the entire rest of the year all at once. Oh, cool. Clint Folsom says, how do you guys feel about all those Republicans pushing the bill to collect COVID data from everyone? Also, Joe is killing the Ghislaine Maxwell House coverage. Go subscribe to Good Logic.
Yeah, Joe's a hoot.
He's doing great with it.
I think sometimes the Democrats are like Hans Gruber in the great Christmas film Die Hard, where he goes, "You ask for miracles, Theo, I give you the FBI." Only they're saying, "I give you the GOP." God, we self-inflict wounds. Jesus Christ.
Whatever. Again, conservatism and the GOP or whatever, they're on a pendulum, and they're only looking good right now because the Democrats look so bad. But they are still in a different way than the Democrats. They are statists. They are statists on the law and order side. Law and order is a meme that merely means more power to the state to prosecute people, to collect data, and to monitor them.
I've long said that the real battle isn't between liberals and conservatives. It's between statists and non-statists. The problem is the entire Democratic Party are statists, and an unfortunate percentage of the GOP is, although I do believe we're slowly culling those shitheads out. Now, I hope we can stay rolling on it. But yeah. Statist drifters, redundant, wet water.
I said 1,000 Ethereum, and someone said that's like $4 million. Then it was 100 Ethereum. It wasn't 1,000 then. The dollar amount.
That's
the dollar amount at the time. Because remember, I speak in boomer. I speak in fiat currency, not in crypto. The dollar amount at the time was 300,000. And that, I think that translates to 100 Ethereum as the
That's great news. I'm glad to hear that he's doing that.
Well, especially since YouTube yeeted him and basically crippled his ability to. I mean, he was doing extremely well on YouTube and got just Thanos snapped out of existence.
Yeah, I used to like to watch him just draw the comics. It was like a latter-day Bob Ross.
Yeah,
just so skillful.
One final thing about that last comment. Remember that the Republicans brought us the Patriot Act. I mean, that's still
and the widespread arming of nearly every shithead federal agency in the country. That was a Denny Hastert thing.
Yep.
You know,
let's give.
They actually deluded themselves, Nick, in the early 2000s into thinking that the Republicans had a permanent majority.
Yep.
You know, and
I mean, that's why I think the largest purchaser of ammunitions in the United States is the Department of Natural Resources.
I don't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
Because they armed all DNR agents. Every park ranger suddenly became armed in the same, and they have to train, and that's why they buy all of the ammo, and that's why one of the reasons ammo became hard to find was just how much was being purchased by the DNR and by Homeland Security.
And new gun owners, of which Joe Biden, he may actually eclipse Barack Obama as the greatest gun salesman in history. They've lost that war. I mean, they're going to continue to yeet about it, but they've lost the war. And it's glorious.
Geode says, Nick, have you thought about having Colian Noir on? Yeah, I would love to have Colian Noir on.
How do I know that name? How do I know that name?
He's a Second Amendment advocate and a lawyer. Black guy, very outspoken on Twitter. I mean,
okay, that's how I know it. Yeah.
Does media appearances. I would love to have Colian on. I think I reached out to him a long time ago and never got a response, but of course my Twitter and channel were a lot smaller then. So maybe it's time to reach out again. Techno Geek, CD-ROM 1019 says, how'd that talk with our beverage making buddy go? I have not done it. I have not made an outgoing phone call or text message, in a while, like that was not responsive. I have prescription medication, like my allergy medication I haven't taken in over a month. I mean, there's stuff I need to do, but I've been just burning YouTube at both ends. I haven't done anything. And between,
you have no life.
Seriously, I get up, live stream a trial, and then I get done between 5 and 6, and I'm broadcasting again at 11. I typically get a nap because I only got 4 hours of sleep. So
You can't achieve the success you've achieved so far without working your ass off.
Yeah. So lately, I've got so many like backlogged personal things to deal with, and I have not. So I will contact them for sure. Irie says, Ty, do you know Pop from Pop Watch on Facebook?
I do not.
Hyrule 47 says Jussie might be going to sharing a jail with his attacker. How sad. Can't wait to rewatch the stream. Shout out to Print, Shoot, Repeat. I don't think Jussie's going to end up in jail, unfortunately.
No, I don't think they are either. I think basically the Chicago establishment got bullied into trying him, and so that's what they're going to do. That's going to be the this they give everybody. They're going to give him probation or some shit like that.
Weeaboo says, have you been getting your meals in at least? Look, if you followed me on Locals, recadalaw.locals.com, which is absolutely free. Today, you would have seen the meal that I made, which was delicious. I post food pictures there.
It's one of those interweb sites, right?
Locals. It's like Locals is like combining Patreon with Facebook. Huh. It's actually really cool. I like it a lot.
Locals. I'll look at it.
Jillian Seed says, Binger went to freaking Michigan Law School. WTF. I mean, that's not that surprising.
It's not their fault.
Let's see. Next we've got Joachim Stark says Drew Hayes Superpowered's audiobook. Jonathan Duger says, correction, Binger's defense would be, I'm just an idiot from Wisconsin. Did you hear about the police chief that got convicted of assault after he rescued a 6-month-old from a frozen pond? Nope.
Saw something on that. But
one of my a friend of mine is a soccer referee, was refereeing a high school game, and two of the high school age game. Two of the teenagers got into a fight on the field, and he went up and pushed one of the teenager on top who was punching the other, pushed him off, and that person said he had a wrist injury and might be sued over it. Like, just the nonsense of that is insane. Like, you're a soccer referee, two kids are fighting, you push one off and they fall on their wrist or whatever, and now it's your fault that they have. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And you know, and it's such a good parenting thing to do, right?
It's a good parenting thing to do, and it's a good lawyering thing to do, right?
Yeah, like, it certainly will increase the respect for the legal system.
Yep.
No, Beta will not win in Texas. There's some chattering about that. Beta O'Rourke, Mr. Hell yeah, we'll take your AR-15s, actually trying to run for governor of Texas.
Hyrule 47 says, thoughts on only letting defense lawyers become judges? Like, you have to have at least X amount of years of being a defense attorney at a minimum. Terrible plan. Plus, high profile
lawyers aren't any better than any of the rest.
Plus, a highly successful defense attorney makes way more than a judge.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hate to say this, that, you know,
guys, well, listen to this.
I'll put it this way. If you're a successful lawyer, you'll take a pay cut if you go be a judge. And so connect the dots is what I'm implying.
A federal district court judge gets paid $180,000 a year or something to start, which means state judges tend to get paid a significantly lower amount. Imagine a state court judge in Minnesota gets paid $120,000 a year. Okay. When I was assisting on the criminal sexual conduct case for the defense attorney who did only criminal sexual misconduct, right? That's all he did. His retainer was over $30,000 to start on those cases. And he did several of those cases a year. At the time, he had 6 out of 7 cases with acquittals. His past 6 out of 7 cases were acquittals. At $30,000 a year to out earn 120, that's 4 cases. And that's only if he's just getting paid the retainer, and he's usually getting paid more. It's
and these salaries are not bad, particularly for the work they do. Don't do. But in the profession, if you're a successful attorney, those numbers can be exceeded quite easily. And like I said, you can draw the obvious inferences. If you're a really, really good lawyer, are you going to take a pay cut and go be a judge? Most of the time, the answer is no. So,
okay, here we go. Minnesota Judicial Branch district court judge. Okay, $165,000 for a district court judge. in Minnesota. That's for not federal, but for state. So 165 grand is what you're gonna make.
Now, one point: being a good lawyer isn't necessarily a critical skill for being a good judge. We actually have some good judges who, frankly, weren't particularly great lawyers.
No,
but they turned out to be really good judges. So,
yeah,
you know,
well, judges have to be fair, and lawyers are advocates.
right.
So, being bad at advocating doesn't mean you're bad at being fair. Doesn't mean you don't know the law either. So that's fine. But still.
Oh no, I mean, well, I think I've had this conversation. I was approached some years ago by clients to run for judge, and I'm like, oh, no, I didn't want to take the pay cut, but I also didn't want to spend every day in a room with lawyers whining about stuff. I'd saw my own leg off.
Yeah.
You know,
so
that's just not my. You know?
The problem that you have is trying to entice good lawyers or a lawyer of a particular stripe away from being a lawyer where they're successful and into being a judge. It's just not a it's not a recipe for getting good judges. I mean, elected judges are just fine to me.
Yeah.
Hold them accountable, and maybe there needs to be more public involvement in the election of judges, sure, but changing the system to put a bunch of requirements on it doesn't.
No,
I don't think that's the way to do it.
No, I'm actually a fan of electing judges. It isn't perfect by any means, but it's infinitely better, in my opinion, than appointing judges and then you can't do anything about that. Yeah. I mean, they can go as far to the whack job side of things as they want to, and you can't get rid of them. At least theoretically, an elected judge can be unelected.
B-Man0013 says straw purchase is not illegal in Minnesota. Most states have similarly worded statutes as long as the receiving person can legally possess a firearm, etc. I don't know where this illegal idea.
But Andrew is right.
No, but listen, it's not. There is no federal straw purchase law, but there is a federal lying on federal forms law, and you, no matter what state you're in, you're filling out the federal firearms form. And if you represent that you are the party who is being background checked for the purpose of the gun, of buying the gun, and you're actually not going to be the owner of the gun for some significant amount of time, then, and you're buying it for someone else and they're not being background checked, then you are potentially lying on that form. So the straw purchase is a misnomer of what the actual prosecution tends to be. It tends to be lying on the 4473 or whatever it is. It's lying on that form saying I'm the one who's going to be the owner and the background checker when you're actually buying it on someone else's behalf. And there's a lot more to it. It's more complicated,
but don't do it.
Yeah. Just again, like
give them the money and let them buy their own damn gun.
Like Andrew said,
it's a
$600 gun. And you might, based on this weird little thing, you might have to spend $60,000 convincing a jury that you didn't buy it illegally. Yeah. And you were probably right. You're probably legal, but do you want to be $60,000 legal or just take your $600 purchase? Just give him the money, have him buy the gun.
No, himself. You know, Andrew's advice is actually really surprisingly sober and well-reasoned.
Yeah. No,
it really is.
It's the practical advice. And a lot of times lawyers get wrapped up in the legality. Well, it's not technically illegal to do this and this and this, but it's like, no. And you know this because you deal with this a lot in that, it might be technically legal, but do you want to pay to fight it? Mm-hmm. Do you want to pay to fight that?
Yeah. And business litigation, it's a business decision. And you have to say, look, I mean, and boy, it's hard because clients don't want to hear it when they're pissed off. They do not want to hear.
Well, go to that Chad Reed, Kyle Rittenhouse situation, right? Ignore the gunshot that happened that killed the guy and just go, okay, this guy is talking about how he's not getting his time with his kid or whatever. And he's yelling, I'm going to subpoena you and you and you, and I'm going to subpoena him and add their ass in court. Okay. Subpoena. You've named 4 appearances. That's 4 interviews, potentially 4 depositions. You've just racked up $50,000 to $60,000 in legal fees if you go through with that threat.
And so the question is, and you're not going to get the remedy that you want because
the question is that 3 hours of time that you didn't get with your kid worth $60,000? It may be. It may be for
better
you.
have the $60,000. I mean, that's the
right.
You know, we've talked about this, and we've come through some family law cases that I've been involved with because businesses were involved recently. And every time I get in one of those things, it just reinforces that people can fuck their lives up far, far worse than the legal system can address that.
Eagle says you just ripped off a client just like all lawyers do. It's not a ripoff. They're asking you to listen. If someone is subpoenaing someone, it's the cost of the subpoena isn't that much. It's everything that follows. For every person you're subpoenaing, you're asking for 10 hours of work minimum on that person.
Yeah,
because now
it's too damn expensive. What part of that is so difficult to grok?
You're going to have a hearing, which they're going to have 2 lawyers at the hearing. The hearing is going to take, if your lawyer costs $400 an hour and you have a hearing that takes 5 hours with 2 lawyers, that's 800 times 5. That's $4,000 just for the hearing.
You know, you don't want to say this to somebody, at least I don't, because I know some people. I know people who are divorced, and I know that it probably wasn't their fault and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, here's the reality. If you make kids with a crazy person, there are going to be consequences for the rest of your life, and the legal system can't fix them. Now, there are plenty of lawyers that'll take your money and go out there and raise hell and do, but at the end of the day, they're not going to get you what you want.
Eagle says, so you deserve $1,000 an hour. It's all a racket. Eagle, yes.
Yes, I do. If I can get $1,000, I deserve it.
And the reason that it costs
free enterprise system,
the reason that lawyer fees go up is because they get enough work that they raise the fees to reduce the amount of work that they get so that they can actually manage it. It's just the law of economics.
The free enterprise system. And by the way, you don't want, and if you think government providing you with lawyers is a better idea, yeah, right.
Yeah,
that ain't gonna work either. It's just, look,
but it's a simple thing. Why do I deserve $1,000? Well, if someone will pay me $1,000, then I do. But
you lost me at deserve.
Yeah,
you lost me at deserve.
I see you say you're not trying to hate on us, but it's a bunch of bullshit. Well, first of all, I never charged $1,000 an hour. My town,
I haven't yet.
In my town, the highest paid lawyers are $250 an hour. Okay, so get rid of the $400 an hour I said earlier, which is in a metro area. In New York, you're never gonna pay $400 an hour. You're gonna pay more than $400 an hour in New York, but in my town, $250 an hour for an experienced lawyer. That's what you're going to pay. So then, okay, so now your 5-hour hearing, and that's every lawyer in town, by the way. Your 5-hour hearing with 2 lawyers is $500 an hour for 5 hours. It's $2,500. Plus you got prep. Plus you've got any interviews that you do. Plus you have depositions. Depositions can be 5, 6, 7, 8 hours long. You have no idea. And you have to prep for those, which is going to take the same amount of time. That's just the hearing. That's not you going to trial. That's not you getting before a judge. That's not you drafting motions. I mean, it costs a ton. It just does. It's not because lawyers are greedy. By the way, our schooling after we graduate from undergrad is another $120,000 to $150,000 for a cheap school.
Yeah,
so,
I was $150,000 in debt, and that was 25 years ago. You know, I mean, look, it's real simple. You're not liking what we're saying, but we're trying to tell you the way it is. Okay,
it's not that we would choose. Like, it's not that we're choosing this. It's just how it ends up being. Because if you charge $50 an hour as a lawyer, you won't be able to get anything done because you'll be fielding phone calls all day.
Yeah. And remember, we are talking about some people are going, yeah, but lawyers don't make that much. No, they don't. I mean, but it doesn't matter. You're paying the same amount. They've got lots of expenses. If you're in litigation, you got staff, you got this, they got that. But at the end of the day, if there is any way on earth you can get along with your ex over the kids, put the maximum effort into doing that, because I can promise you the legal system is just going to bleed you white and not give you what you want.
Pray to God
what these guys tell you.
Pray to God you never have to hire an expert. Talked to a DNA expert, and it was let's see, it was $20,000 or $2,000 retainer amount, which is not that. I mean, just $2,000, not that bad.
But I heard you say 20,000, so I'm already.
It was $2,000. It was $2,000 for the retainer, and then it was first class plane flight, lodging, meals, and $1,000 a day. So, and it's like, and you don't know when your expert's going to be at trial necessarily. It might be you can guess. It might be one day.
Well, you don't know when you're going to be at trial. You can be on the docket and walk in, and they got a special setting, and the judge goes, "Hey, we'll see you in 3 months."
Yeah, and that wasn't a highly specialized expert. There were lots of experts in that field that could have been chosen. Like that's not that bad on price for an expert.
I think you said it earlier in this show where you said that the legal system is the last resort. It really is.
Yeah.
But listen, there are plenty of lawyers out there that will fight for your rights to your last dime.
Yep. Absolutely. Okay, let's finish. I'm almost done. Now I'm delaying too long.
Gee, that never happens, Nick.
Hyrule says thoughts. Nope, read that one. Xander's Rant says, Ty, we still need your Dune movie review. Not now. Too late.
Nope. I'm saving it up, buddy.
Garrison Sand says, bundle those books with livestock salt blocks and then send them to Kenosha DA's office for maximum troll. Sergeant McSalty says, have y'all heard a game developer is suing Kalashnikov for taking their design to make a real shotgun? How do you think that will play out? I have no idea.
Wouldn't that be a patent infringement? I find it unlikely that a game designer would actually have a patent on that.
No, it'd be a copyright in the design, I would think.
Would it? I don't know.
Hyperstrike says there once was a schmuck named Binger who thought himself a prosecutorial ringer. He pulled some crap and took a slap, and his wife is now a swinger. Truckin' Bear says Coleon was an NRA spokesman, but don't hold that against him. Sir Marhouse says late, but a good book to check out is Hans Hermann Hopp's Democracy, the God That Failed. Commies must be physically removed. Thomas says, I hope I never have to go to court here in New York. Yeah, you'll go broke immediately.
Yeah, you do hope that.
Mr. Obvious says, so this is why rich people are above the law. They can afford to buy the best lawyers.
Rich
Sadly,
people are not above the law, guys. That's a myth. Ask Martha Stewart how above the law she was when she went to prison over stuff that people do all the time.
Ask Jesse Smollett. He just got convicted. We might be asking Alec Baldwin soon. No, rich people are not above the law, but the way rich people get above the law, people like Epstein, for example, who operated above the law forever, was to buy an island outside of the United States that is private. Like or the Google guys who own a yacht, or not a yacht, a cargo ship.
And Epstein compromised the political system, not the legal system.
Yeah. And that's where the real power is. I mean, you can buy great representation in court, and you're OJ getting Johnny Cochran, but OJ went broke.
It's like Ted on Scrubs one time says, "Oh, a good lawyer couldn't win this case."
Yeah. The John Beck says Ty's about to spell deserve with his 4-letter F word. Fair.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys. That's it. That's the show. We're done. I need to go to bed.
Me too.
You need to go to bed. So,
had a great time though.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on. And let's say goodnight to the chat. Hold on, I'm just double checking, making sure. Yeah, that's it. All right, guys. Thanks a whole bunch. We'll see you later. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter. white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the